Hello guys. Hi. So it's been now maybe the third time we try today to beat SCP Containment Breach. And I really want to finish the game. I don't know if we'll be able to do it tonight. If we don't, because it might be too long, we can always do a part 2 tomorrow, okay? And by the way, yeah, I'm fine for the people asking. I hope you're doing fine too. How is it going, guys? I'm doing good, I'm doing good. So, for the people who were not here in the previous SCP games, the first time I played at it, I was really scared. I was like, holy shit, you know, I didn't know what was going on. Then on the part 2, I actually learned how to do some progress and be less scared. But the problem is on part 2 of my, you know, try of finishing the game, we had a fucking crazy bug that kept fucking killing me. And it was something weird, like I was, how do you say it? Like when you're ice and you're under the sun, you're melting. I was melting in the game. And then I was small and then I died. And there were no way to fucking like stop this. But I didn't took any medicine, any pill in the game. I have no idea where it came from. I have no idea why it happened. And everyone was confused in the chat too, because we actually have, I guess, like, you know, veterans of SCP games in the chat, you know? And so we're like, so we actually had to go use the fucking commands. We had to cheat and do heal, and even after using heal, it didn't stop it or some reason. I don't remember. And we tried multiple times different things. I think you can still, yeah, you can still check out the playthrough on my YouTube archive, because I have a YouTube archive of my past streams. So if you want to check out the SCP part 1 and part 2, they are here. Today I double checked, like, you know, some tutorial about, like, you know, important stuff, you know, such like, you know, the level cards and what or where I have to go. I know it's like very random because it generates an automatic map all the time. Every time you start a new game, you have a new map, and you need to well, try your best to find your tracks, marks. In French we say trouver ses repères. But yeah. So I really, yeah, this playthrough was fucking curious. Exactly, Ringo. Thank you. I'm glad you remember. I think like a lot of people that were here last time, they do remember. That was quite weird and epic, and we got just so many fucking bugs. I think in the same playthrough we had a bug where one of the SCPs, the one that looks like a doctor from I don't know, the Black Plague time, you know, with a mask that looks like, you know, a burb. He was stuck in the stairs when I was in the camera rooms or surveillance room. The plague doctor. Exactly. So he was stuck in the stairs. We couldn't go, like, you know, downstairs, and it was like, you know, it was the only exit we had. No, I said burb, like, you know, birds. But I like saying burb because it's like a fat bird and it's cute, so I like saying burb. Oh, it's SCP-039? Really? The Plague Doctor is SCP-039. Wow! That's funny because it's actually my favorite number. 49 is actually my favorite number, if you don't know yet. A plague doctor is a plague doctor, and a dentist is a dentist, okay? No, not 61, because I'm not a stupid, like, normie like you, Puff. Why is it 39, you wonder, huh? Okay, as you already know, I'm edgy as fuck. We agree on that? Before I keep, like, you know, explaining why I like 39. I'm waiting for you to say yes or no. Yes, I'm super edgy. Even though I'm cringe as fuck, an edgy fuck, edgy cringe, edgy emo. Yeah, we agree. Okay. I like 39 because Um, okay, so in Japanese, when you say four, it's chi, but it means also death. So it's very similar, you know. Four and death in Japanese sounds the same. So the number four and the like, you know, word death. So chi is very like, you know, similar. So people see it as a cursed number. And nine is a similar like sound for nine. And that is suffering. So suffering in Japanese, the way you say it is similar to nine. So suffering, a suffering death. So 4 and 9 are very, very cursed numbers in Japan. Like if you find like, you know, a room that is 4 or 9, you don't really want to spend a 9 in it. And 49, even less. So that's why I like the number 39. I don't care if it's pretty cringe, okay? I'm happy in my own mind with my own things, okay? Things you don't know anything about, you know? You happy now? You got your answer. So I'm glad, you know, that the plague doctor is like, you know, well, number is 39. It means he's extremely edgy, and he already is by, you know, his appearance and powers. Anyway, now you know. So yeah, I hope you don't mind that I checked like, you know, some tutorials to try to know how to finish the game. I didn't have the time to watch the entire video to know what to do, but I went like, you know, a bit more than halfway through. If I get to that part where I don't know what to do anymore, I would be watching again that like, you know, tutorial video. The title of the video is how to beat a SCP Containment Breach with commentary. It's the third time I've been like trying to finish the game, so I would like to actually succeed this time, okay? Some hotels in Japan with 50 floors skip a few numbers. Exactly. They, how do you say this? Oh yeah, people in Japan are super superstitious, exactly. So that's why there's some room that doesn't even exist. Like if there's a room number 4, it doesn't exist. If there's a room number 9, it doesn't exist. Just because of superstition. That's just insane. Like, you should Google it. It's actually true. I'm not bullshitting you. It's true. That's why it's even more like, you know, crazy. Okay, so yeah. I hope I will be able to fucking go as far as possible in this game. Like, at least, you know, much more further than where I was last time. I know what item I need at the beginning. I know kinda where to go, but it's very random again. I think that's why everyone, like, you know, love SCP so much, because it's an horror game that required you to know what to do. But the thing is, you will always have different, like, you know, things happening in the game, because you will never find the same room, the same corridor, the same entire map. It's always different. But now I wonder, like, is there like a seed that is easy for people like me to finish the game, or we just, you know, go full random? Oh, and in elevators too. So it means there's no floor, like, you know, in number 4. There's not, like, you know, a 4th floor or a ninth floor. Yeah, but the thing, I know it's random, but if, like, you know, you can actually have, like, you know, a seed, and you have, like, the best seed ever, then you would go with it. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what comparison I can give on this one, because, you know, there's games where you enter, like, let's say, like, you know, a number or whatsoever, it will, like, you know, give you a seed, and so that seed, it means, like, you know, whoever used that number, whoever, like, you know, player, they will all have the same map. So the same spawn, the same, like, I don't know, trees or, like, rooms, houses, etc. Yeah, like Minecraft, yeah. Not the seed as cool, guys. Yeah, I was thinking about Minecraft actually when talking about it. Ok, bon. Pa. Oh, I never checked, like, you know, the entries from the vulgars. Maybe I can check it out later. Maybe during a just chatting stream or something like that. That would be nice. I want to know more about SCP. I'm not saying the coom number, I'm talking about the seeds, you know, like the plants, something that, you know, fuck you, whatever. Alright, we can already start, I guess. Sadly, I just want to let you know I don't have my heartbeat monitor or heart rate monitor, don't know how you call it, but I don't have it today because when I tried to log in on my phone with it for, like, you know, the application or the app, I just couldn't use it because I need my login and I forgot my login and I don't have time to actually, you know, check out, like, you know, which fucking username I use for this account and password because I use, like, you know, thousands of different password and you know, email. So so I was like, okay, whatever, no heart rate monitor. You if you see me scared, you see me scared, okay, no matter what. You know how scared I would be anyway. And I'm high on caffeine, so my heart rate is always really high. My password is 6969 x66 Pussy Slayer 6669 and that's it. And 420. Okay, I've been drinking my Coca-Cola. Alrighty, cracking my neck, even though I can't really crack it, but I move it in a way that it makes me feel comfortable, and we're going to start. Okay. Let me open the game first before we switch screens. Have you read listened to some of the SCP entries? I know some SCP entries and what they do, but not all of them. Like, at least the one I encountered, like, you know, mostly in the game. So the peanut guy, the old man, the plague doctor, the ring, I think, the gas mask, the skull. I know there's a teddy bear, but I don't know what it does. And there's another teddy bear that is made of ears and it screams really loudly. So you need to stay away from him when you see it, because otherwise it can kill you, I think, because it's like so fucking loud. I think that SCP is actually me. Which SCP I know about? Oh, there's a big white tall guy and he's crying and he doesn't like it when you look at him because I think he's insecure about his appearance. There's a coffin one that interfere with video camera, and if you look at the video camera it can kill you if you watch it for too long. Yeah, the shy guy. Which one is there? Oh, I think there's like a book or a paper. When you look at it, you start like, you know, scarifying yourself. You open your arms or something like this. That's insane that you actually remember each numbers, guys. I'm really impressed because for me, I just can't name them by, you know, what they look like, but like you can tell the number, and I can't do that. I think the plague doctor is going to be really easy for me to remember because it's my favorite number. Wait, and who else? What else? I'm trying to remember. I can't find any other SCP. Oh yes, there's a blue key. The blue key, I don't know what it does. Does it open like any door for you? And there's one that can get you in another place, and there's like, you know, a fox that can kill you. Yeah, I think that's all I remember of. Oh, and there's the SCP. It's a machine. And the machine can, like, you know, upgrade, like, you know, anything you have. With very fine or fine. Yes, there's a fox in another dimension. And then I don't know what else. I'm trying to think. That's so funny when... Look. I didn't saw until today, but look, like right now, I'm just, you know, turning left and right on my chair. Ouch! I keep bumping my fucking knee. So anyway, yeah, I think that's all I can remember. Oh, there's a lizard! Yes, there's a lizard. They can attack you. And I remember that we can have, like, you know, some soldier zombies as well. I don't know how they turn, like, you know, into zombies. And I think that's all I remember of. Yeah. And if there's any other ones, I will just, you know, find them later in the game because I never went this far. I already said Shy Guy. Anyway. I was thinking about something, but now I forgot. As usual. Yeah, I'm just going to open the game and we're going to start. We're not going to wait or waste any more time. I really, really want to play at it. I hope I'm not going to be too scared. It really depends. Normally, I should be used to it. It's the third time I play this game, so we'll see how it goes. Let me start it. Oh yeah, I remember now. I wanted to thank everyone who subscribed. I saw so many people dropping sub gifts, so I need to thank you. And then we can start. Red Vermin, thank you very much for the 6 months. Roxar, thank you very much for the 74 months. Thank you very much. Omega, thank you very much for the 2 months. Ashan, thank you very much for the 5 months. Kark Jean, thank you very much for the 10 months. Nico74, thank you very much for the 3 months. Good boy Kaito, thank you so much for the 5 sub gift. Thank you. Bad Zero, thank you very much for the 11 months. I'm Mr. Sleeplessy, thank you very much for the 4 months with a tier 2. Kaepora, thank you so much for the 24 months. Dude, it's been 2 years, thank you so much. Yoninjet, thank you very much for the 8 months. Everywhere, thanks for the 10 months. Raynar666, thank you very much for the sub. Tech Magus, thank you so much for giving a sub gift to Cum Dumpster 69. Pathfind, thank you very much for giving a sub gift to 120 centimeters. Zelini, thank you very much for the 4 months. Rio Men Throne, thank you very much for the 3 months. Tech Magus, thank you very much for the sub gift to again Dumpster 420. Oh, okay, because there's multiple one. Thank you. Keltalo, thank you very much for the 9 months. OOBS, thank you very much for the 6 months. Vanish Gold, thank you very much for the 6 months. Tech Magus, thank you very much for the sub gift to Dumpster again. Trackpad Hero, thank you very much for the sub. Shane O'Mac, thank you very much for the 9 months. Mouser, thank you so much for the freaking 1000 bits. And Frost Warden with Whiskey Crab. And Mouser, thank you so fucking much for the 5 sub gift. Thank you so much. Thank you. Itsukashidu, thank you very much for the 3 months. Red Dragon, thank you very much for the 3 months too. S. Zarak, thank you very much for the 9 months with a tier 2. Carol, hi, how are you doing? Thank you very much for the 3 months. And then we got Jogger. The Fire, thank you very much for the 3 sub gift, and Spicy Big Dad, Cosmos Extreme, and Jet Scream, thank you very much. Okay, I got everyone now. We can finally start the game. Thank you so much for giving sub gift to so many Dumpster. I guess that was, you know, your mom's account, huh? Okay, we're going to play the game. I don't know if we should like go in borderless window mode or full screen. Don't know what is the best. I think I'm just going to go like this. Now, the game is starting, don't worry. I guess maybe there's no sound as long as I'm not like, you know, clicking on this main screen. So I will be just right back. Just going to grab my controller as usual and prepare myself. What? Why my body hurts? My body hurts from everywhere for no reason. Maybe it's because I've been drinking too much Coca-Cola. No, caffeine. I don't know, it's weird. It's on my tummy. It's like on the sides. Okay, so... controller is here. I got it. Guys, I finished like my drawing. My next drawing that I'm going to publish on Twitter this week. And I can't wait for you to see it. I mean, I already talked about it yesterday. But you'll see it on Saturday. If you're like, you know, living in the EU, you would be able to see it around 1 AM my time. And people from America, it would be during early in the evening. And while people from Australia and Japan, it would be very late or early in the morning. Okay, wait. Why the fucking screen is not appearing for me? Where's the game at? Oh, I didn't fucking put it on already. That's my bad. Just need to remove this and put this on. Because I'm a Pepega. 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 Wah! It's the wrong screen! Here we go, that's the one I wanted to fucking put. Anyway, can you just ignore like what happened? Thank you. Okay, now why the screen is not showing up? Why the game is not showing up on OBS? Like you can hear it. Maybe I need to start the game for it to show up? Whiskey, thank you so much for the 20 sub gift. Wait, and thank you again for the 2 sub gift before. And Cryptix, thank you so much to you too for the 20 sub gift. What? Thank you. Thank you so much. And Lucy Subo, thank you very much for the 9-month high. Okay, so... Why doesn't it show up? No, the game didn't crash. I see the game. You don't see it in OBS. Okay, let me try to do a new game. Name. I'm going to name it Royal, I don't know. In safe mode. I'm going to start the game and maybe it will show up for you. It's not my fault, okay? So don't say scuff stream. Say scuff SCP, okay? SCP is known for having so many bugs, okay? That's not my fucking problem. It's not on my side. Yeah, see, it doesn't work. Okay, wait, maybe I know what it is. Maybe it's... Maybe, okay, not sure. It can be instead my software here that I use. Color picker. Transparent in capture, it's on. So I have no idea why it doesn't show up.
Just 7 months scuff SCP incoming.
Bros, it doesn't want to show up. Let me try to make a new game capture. Maybe we should not do a game capture. Maybe we should do like instead a window capture. And now it works. Okay, so SCP, if you want to know if whether you want to stream SCP, do not put game capture, you need to put window capture, otherwise it doesn't work, and there's no fucking reason for it, so it's SCP's fault, okay? Shut the fuck up.
Wow, this game looks amazing. I love the vibrant colors.
Ha, just so funny. Thank you very much, though, for the sub, Pitlicker69. How do I blink again? Oh, it's space. Now I need to wait for people to show up and get me. I'm in the Oni jail. Oni jail, Oni jail, Oni jail. Ah! Excuse me, it's just a bit too loud for you, so I'm going to lower it a bit because the footsteps are getting too much in the yellow zone. Is it good for you now, the level? How long do I have to stay here? Do I need to... Ah! Okay. How Kesk 16, thank you very much for the sub. Hi! And Whiskey again, thank you so much for the 3 sub gift, thank you. Ringo-chan, thanks for the sub. Ah, they are here!
Don't mind me, just throwing peanuts at the cat in horny jail. Peanut, peanut, peanut.
Hey, they've got some work for you. Do me a favor and step out of yourself. Just follow me. Oh, and by the way, we're authorized to kill any disobedient test subjects, so don't try anything stupid.
Okay.
Attention.
You got weird fucking
Research.
feet
Director.
and legs.
Read. Call.
You look so skinny.
4.
You look like excusey, no?
So, how's it going? Are you talking to me?
Porto, thank you so much for the 20 sub gift, thank you!
Of course I'm talking to you.
So, this is what horny jail looks like. Interesting.
Well, yeah. It's your first day working here.
I mean, yes, I'm making sure, like,
For about 5 months.
you cannot reproduce with over only people in that jail.
So head on down to the cafeteria to grab yourself a hot slice.
Well, we're here. I'm disappointed I didn't get to punch you, but whatever. Oh, and by the way,
Okay, I don't care. I don't care. Fuck you. Okay, wait. F5. Wait. How do you save? How do you save?
Only thing this place is missing is the right stream category and some chunky tomatoes.
Yes, me. How do I save? Oh, the category, yeah, I'm going to change the category, but how do I save? You can't right now? I thought you can. Okay. I changed the category now.
This is your last warning. You have 5 seconds to comply.
I mean...
Approach SCP-173 for testing.
Wait, I'm going to
Seems to be a
blink.
problem with the door control system. The
I was
doors
hoping
must
that
not
maybe
be
it would
opened.
move if I blink.
Close at this, so please maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173 and...
Blink if you're gay. Okay. Yay! I saved! Wait, isn't it a bit too loud for you? Oh, Hadi, thank you so much for the 4 sub gift. Thank you. And Kaya Vermion, thank you very much for the 3 month. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, is it too loud or not? I need to make sure. Oh, please, and let me know anytime, okay, if you want me to lower or make it higher.
keep your eyes on it.
Dear chat, don't forget Max Waller.
Shit.
Comfy experience, so comfy.
Oh, the only issue is that I don't hear the TTS, so I'm going to change this really quickly because on my side it just
Staring
suck
eye
ass.
monster you are.
Here we go. Maybe like this it's going to get better for me. Wait, what? Normally there's a peanut here. Where is he? Wait! The game is really dark for me. I need to change that. Is it dark for you too, or you want me to, like, you know, put more brightness for you guys? Let me know if you want me to, like, you know, put more light so you can see shit. It won't affect me. It's not that dark, it's fine. Okay, because for me it's not the same. I always need to put brightness very low when I work in general. Okay, now it looks normal, kind of dark. Okay, so I'm going to save again here, and I guess I'm going to go here this way first. Wait, how do I... Okay. Blink? Nothing. Whiskey, thank you again for the 10 sub gift, thank you so much. Okay. Ah!
Attention. All personnel report to immediately.
I have no idea what to look at. Shit. Normally you need to blink, then open, then go in, close behind you. Blink, open, get in, close behind. Ah! I blinked. I didn't mean to blink. Ah. Oof. Okay, I'm going to save. No, that don't work. I'm too focused to achieve this game today. Wait, what?
CC_cupcake gifted a tier 1 sub to Blue Filter.
Wait!
This is their first gift sub in the chat.
Oh! Wait. There's something weird. There's something weird. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I got lost because I was too focused on you. Yeah, okay, I was right.
Boss, thanks for making my day every time you go war.
Okay, so this is where the SCP is. But it's not here I need to go.
You know what? You're actually freaking awesome, Saru. Can't
Wait.
believe it's been 7 months already.
Thank you very much,
Much
Optics,
love
for the
to
7
you,
months,
boss.
and Materius,
You're the
thank you to
best
you too
Saru
for the
ever.
7 months, and CP Cupcake, thank you very much for the sub gift, and Dasu, thank you very much for the 6 months. Okay, so here I'm kind of a little lost. So normally I should, like, you know, find a key card, level 2, and maybe a battery, that would be nice. And I don't know, and so far in this game I think like I haven't found anything. So we're going back. Wait, I need to close behind me. Always close behind you. Okay, blink, open, close, run, blink, open, close. Blink, open, close. Always close behind. Blink, open. Oh shit, that was the SCP with the fucking ears everywhere. Okay, blink, open, close. Okay, I just heard like the plague doctor talk. Okay, blink, open, close. Blink, open, close. Blink, open, close. Okay. Okay. Blink, open. Close. I don't know, I don't really like this map, no? Don't you think it's a bit of a weird map? Okay, open. No, it's not here. Wait, I was here before, no? I don't have any key card. Seems normal? Okay, I don't care about this one. Blink, open, close. Blink, open, close. Blink, open, close. Why it doesn't work? Wait, it doesn't work? What? Normally all gate works, no? Oh. Okay. Now it's working. Okay, so okay, here we go. So we found one battery here and a document. Don't care. Now it's where I came from. I'm still stressed. Oh shit. I'm not even sure which door I need to take now. Maybe it's the other one. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I don't know. I haven't found anything I wanted already. It's really hard. Maybe I just. The difficulty is safe doesn't mean you are actually safe, okay?
Damn, guess you just got turned into chunky tomato soup.
Okay. Ah. I'm going to load a new map actually. Wait, why is there like multiplayer here? I don't care. New game. Map seat? No. None. Start. Yeah, it was a dead end. No, I don't know. Like, you know, like, oh, I should have checked, like, you know, how long, like, you know, a game of SCP can be finished in a speed run. Would they actually, like, you know, cheat and, you know, go through the walls or something like that, or they can find a way to finish the game much more quickly? Okay. Wait, I'm going to actually get it. Who knows? Oh man, I don't know. I hope this map would be good. They turn on invincibility? No way. You sure? For the speedrun of SCP Containment Breach. That's cheating if you use cheat codes, no? No, there's no way to disable the intro sequences. We have no way but wait and go through it. That's really it.
Control, this is Agent Ogren. I need a request to open up cell 311.
Yes, open. Blink.
Hey, they've got some work for you. Do me a favor and just follow me. Oh, and
Yes,
by the way,
just
we're
go
authorized
already
to,
with
exterminate
it.
disobedient test subjects, so I'd recommend not doing anything stupid.
Attention.
I'm not asking for me to cheat. I'm asking if speedrunners cheat to achieve like SCP Containment Breach.
10% you did pretty decently in the last try.
So you see any good movies lately? I don't really watch movies. I mostly just read books. Yeah? What kind of books?
What do you mean any percent?
Anything like that.
What does that mean?
You're kidding me. What? Your whole job revolves around horror and science fiction. Except, you know,
Oh, my hoodie, you can find it on Disturbia Clothing. The website Disturbia Clothing. Just type it on Google, you cannot miss it.
2 miles under.
Well, we're here. Just get in there and follow all the instructions, and you'll probably be fine. Oh, and by the way,
Any percent means you don't need to complete any amount of objective. Oh. Okay. Here we go.
Attention all Class D personnel. Please enter the containment chamber.
Boo.
Boo! Thank you, Mono Killer, for the 4-month. Hello!
Please approach SCP.
Thank you for appreciating my outfit.
Testing.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
There seems to be a problem with the door control system. The door isn't responding to any of our attempts to close it. So please maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173 and...
Okay, let's go out. And proceed. Does the SCP can actually die, the peanut one, if you shoot it? Whoa! Shh, that was... Get scared by the fucking noise! Okay. Oh shit! I'm right away here. The elevator is just right here. Okay. I don't know if it's a good start. Ah! Wait, I didn't saw him! Where was he? Holy shit! Thank you very much for the 2 months, Niroi. See, you can see the map still I'm using right now. I mean, it's a random one, but if you want to try to achieve the game at the same time as me, you can just, you know, enter the same code. Don't worry, I saved just before, so it's cool. Whoa, Why is everything like trembling? I'm scared. Oh shit, that's the fucking SCP ears. Where? Scream for me!
Attention. All personnel report to immediately.
Let's go, boys. Speed running. I'm so scared. Wait, no. This way. It's random, but I want to go this way. Okay. Oh, Creeps, thank you very much for the sub. And Stormwind Isakuro, thank you very much for the sub to you too. Okay. Okay. I think we can save from this room now. I don't know if this room can lead to the other room I'm looking for. But whatever, we're going to try. Okay. No, wait. I forgot to blink! Blink. Shit. I blinked, I shouldn't have blinked in here. Okay. Blink. Open the door. I don't know if it's here I want to go. Like, the room I'm looking for is very simple. It's a corridor, you go on the right because it's a storage area. And you can get like whatever the fuck you need. F5. Blink. Open. It's this one! There's normally the peanut inside. Battery. Mask. And card. And text. Okay. I'm going to save here. Okay, so now we need to find... Fuck. Wait, what? What is this sound? F5. So the chances he's still in here. Ah! I knew it! It's fine, like the doctor have like only one level 1 key card, so I don't need it because I already had one, but I already saved before, so it's good. You fell down the stairs. I didn't fall down the stairs! I'm not that stupid. Who is this here? Who is this here? This. Okay, so I just need to check. We have level 1, we have this. We need the calculator one, it's like a map. I don't think I can use a keycard here. Oh. I fucking can. Okay, wait. Maybe I know what this leads to, so I'm going to save from here. Blink.
Tech_Megas gifted a tier 1 sub to Horny Jail Warden.
Blink.
They have given 143 gift subs in the channel.
Ah! I need to pee actually, so I will be right back. Okay, I'm not going to take long. I just need to pee. I'm back.
Alright, chat. You know what to do.
No, you don't know what to do. Shut the fuck up. Help you, 8 Earth, thank you very much for the 8 month. Thank Magus, thank you very much for the sub. Okay. I'm so stressed. This game stresses me so much because it's hard and I want to achieve it. And you never know what to, like, you know, expect. Okay, let's go. I want to go in this room here. Normally Peanut shouldn't be here anymore. Yeah. So what is this? It's a coin. What can you do with a coin? There's a wallet. Wallet can be nice because I can put like my cards in it. I mean, I'm not sure, like, should I keep like the... What? Wait. Oh shit, it just switched with my card. I need my card. Give me my card. I don't think I need the wallet. I just need my card. I'm making sure I didn't forget anything. No, I have a battery, a mask. I don't like hearing something next to me. Let's go this way. Okay. Do I need to go here? Where do I need to go? Do you think I need to go through that door or should I go back because there's still a lot of rooms I haven't visited yet? So what do I do? Maybe I shouldn't go here. It's like I'm maybe too far away from where I started, no? Maybe like
Naro love, Naro
probably
love,
yes,
Naro
you
love.
think? What do you think? Oh, I'm talking to the veteran of SCP here.
Probably yes.
Okay, I already went here. Okay. I think I remember being through that door before. Okay. Oh, I need a level 3 for here. Oh yeah, I need to find the machine first. No, this room is useless. Where do I came from? I came from this way, I think. I always try to go first. Right. No, it's not here. Maybe I have to go... I need to go back this way. Let's give it a try. We cannot take the elevator, I think not this one. Let's save here. Blink and go in. No, not this door. Ah! How about you go choke on some fucking fat juicy dick, you fucking asshole? I fucking hate you. I think like here you would be really happy to see my heart rate spiking so hard now.
Harder, Daddy.
I fucking hate you, stop it. What? Oh, that's just a body falling from the ceiling. Wait, it's here again? Can you scream for me? Oh my god. Oh, shit. Okay. No, there's nothing in here. Okay, blink, open. Close. Blink, open. What? What was that? What's inside? There's something sus about this room. Tell me what's inside. Tell me what's inside. If you don't tell me, I'm not going in. I'm not going in. I'm not going in. I'm just simply not going in. Oh my god. Okay, so I shouldn't have went here. Now I know. I need to go all the way back. Where I saw the peanut last time. Go in. A prize. I'm sure it's an SCP. Oh, it is an SCP. I'm dumb. That's a room for an SCP. Okay. I'm going in just for you, okay? Just for you. Can you realize? I know that I might die and I'm going in just because, you know, for entertainment, because I have no idea what to expect. Okay, let's go. Blink, card. Here we go then. I don't know what it means. What does it do? I don't understand. You want me to put my hand inside of it? So it's going to cut. It's like a black hole. Is it a black hole? Gas mask. Wait, what? What does it do? I already had this. I already had the gas mask. I'm scared. What does it do?
Think of all that glory.
It gives you lost items, but takes them. Take items from inventory. Oh. Okay. I'm going to reload from where I was, so I'm sure, like, you know, I have everything in my inventory. Damn, like, you scare me just for that? I was expecting, like, something scary would happen. Okay. But the thing is, it's a useless SCP. It gives me, like, you know, a bunch of shit that I don't even need. But I already have the stuff I need here, see? Okay, blink, open. Close. Run. Blink, open. Close. Blink, save. Blink, open. Close. Blink, open. Wait, was I already here before? Blink, open. Close. This one makes you suicidal if you use it. I want to save though and double check how it is inside. Oh no, it's a level 3. Whatever. Okay. Why the doors are open? I fucking hate it when they are open. Save. Read it. Read what? I know what it is. I know what it does. I read. What? You're here again? Oh. Yeah, my ears. It always spawns in this area. Okay. I think I need to go in the surveillance room later on. It's where I will meet for the first time, I think, Plague Doctor. But we need to find the machine. To find the machine, it must be like much more further away. I think I need to go through that, like, you know, gas fucking room, which is this way. Why is it loud? I don't like it. Saving. Open. Close. So from here, I think I need to go this way. I think. Oh my god. How about you stop doing this? It's not here. So it's like here, on the right. Because I always say I need to go on the right when I enter this room here in particular. So I get my, you know, marks. I think I can't open this one, but I'm going to save. Yeah, I need a level 3. I'm not really sure where I have to go, but I'm going to save here because there's 2 options. There's here, this pass this way. Light testing chamber. Oh. It's where I was before. So it means I either keep going this way or go the other way. I'm trying to think. I think it's really random, but I wonder, should I go through the gas chamber room or this way? The gas chamber room? I don't think, but let's try this way. This way. Close the door! think it's where I need to go actually. That's good. I think. Save. No, it's a level 3. Ah. And there's the elevator here, so it's not here. So it's the other way, there's no way. Okay, so it's the gas room here. Gas room. I'm so stressed. This game stressed me so much. Shit. Oh, I got so lucky that it wasn't here. I'm so happy it's not here. Ah! Ah! No, 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 please, no, 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 come here. Oh, no, 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 please, 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 please. No, 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 do, 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 do. No, 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 no. Do, 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 do. No. Please stop. 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 He's going to catch me. He's going to catch me. He's going to go through the walls. He's going to get me from here. Ah!
Dex!
It's still after me. He don't want to let go. Oh, there one here. Shit, this map's like ass. I cannot find. I mean, I did find, I think, the machine. It was before. But he's here. How can I have him despawn? Because the thing is, I need to find the room where, like, there's that gas mask that makes me spawn into another world. And I think I know. Maybe I need to have first like the key card, the level 3 key card, to be able to do it. To have the guys that, you know, help me to fight against the old man. But the old man is really hard to fight when he spawned before you can even have like level key card 3, no? I think it's still here. Well, whatever, if I die, we can restart, huh? You don't mind? You don't mind if I restart. It would be nice. I hope. Okay, let's save here. Thankfully, I remember the path.
Boss, it's not the map that sucks. You just need to get good. I humbly give you this big L.
Okay, so this and this, it's on. Ah! Fine. And this on very fine. Strange bottle? Wait. Did I fuck this up? No, wait. I have a level 3. Why do I got like this? Why did I got a strange bottle? Normally it shouldn't give me this. I should have put this on fine and not very fine. Huh? I think I already saved though. Let me load in. No, this is not good, dude. It have like, you know, this sign on it that is not showing. Okay. Oh man. I saved right after, like, you know, already being done with it. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I think I did save it already when starting the machine. Panoiro, thank you very much for the sub. Chumbus35, thanks for the prime too. Program Power, thank you very much for the sub gift. From T Red Data, thank you very much for the 6 months. Oh! Listen, I'm a pro. I was right. It was random what happened. The fuck was that?
Hey Saru, watching you on my smartwatch at work is super difficult but totally worth it. Your outfit looks adorable and I hope you have fun.
Shut up! I'm scared. Ah! Vane NEP, thank you very much for the 5 sub gift. And Creo, thanks for the prime. Why am I so scared? Because I know what, like, you know, they do. I just want to survive. I think I'm stressed because I don't want to die. Okay, this is where I needed to go. So
Sarah.
yeah, it's this one I need.
Less than 3.
Wait, there's nothing in this box. What does this do? Wait, but the original necklace, why is it not in the box? Are you bleeding? No, it's not me. It's not me who's bleeding. That's not the one I want. Wait! I was hoping to... No, I didn't touch the book. I didn't touch the book. But like, where's the necklace? I mean, I don't want to have the necklace. For me, I was hoping to see the gas mask. The old looking, I think, Russian gas mask. Wait, why are you eating popcorn? No, 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 no. I didn't touch the book. Someone took the necklace? But I'm playing alone. No, the guide I found it's called How to Beat SCP Containment Breach with commentary. It's on YouTube. It had 496,000 views. Can you wait, what? I'm not alone? What do you mean? What do you mean? Guys, I don't like when you fucking tease me. I want you to tell me what to do. Wait. It's where I was before, no? Was I? Oh, I'm so dumb. Guys. What is RNG? I don't know what RNG is. What the fuck is RNG? Tell me what RNG is. Tell me. What is RNG? Dick Wizard, thank you very much for the 9 months. Hello, Mans, 2005 live. Welcome. Oh, it's random number? Okay, I never saw that. Okay, so what does the blood means? Does that mean someone can kill me from one of the room we went in? Okay, no, I'm going to Google it. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I'm going to Google it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. SCP blood splatter. Containment breach. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Not on the window, on the floor. No. Can you tell me, guys? Guys.
Careful boss, you are wearing the dangerous SCP, the safe sweater it said that is able to change form every time he detects someone saving the game.
Wait, what? What do you mean? Wait. What my sweater? My sweater is an SCP? No. Let's keep being serious here. Guys, can you tell me like what the fuck the blood splatter means on the floor now? You're stressing me out. What happened? Okay. Containment, blood, SCP, 427. What do you mean? Watch yourself next time you save. What does that mean? What do you mean? What about my sweater? What do you mean? I don't want the necklace.
You're change every time
I don't care.
The save button. It's what Tristanax is saying.
Oh, I didn't notice about this. Yeah, right, because it's F5. Excuse me. We don't care about this. But I want to know about the blood splatter on the floor. You're not helping. What is this blood splatter here? What is that? I want to know this. I don't care about anything else. What does goody ball mean? Goodieble. The blood is not mine, you stupid fuck. Blood is blood, you sure? You just said there's someone maybe inside that I cannot see. Well, the SCP that it's SCP that hates you. Someone was bleeding out, so they took it as a random game character. It's not your blood. Oh, so they're not in here. It's just a random blood trail. You make it sound like there was someone inside and that was about to attack me. You're so fucking dumb. I hate you. What was that? I'm scared. It's not all me. You're the one saying, oh yeah, be careful, there must be someone inside. I hate you.
I like how you being a dingus is our fault somehow.
Dicks!
No! Ah! No! I can't go out. I can't go out! This is fucking bullshit. No way! I fucking hate RNG.
Hello?
What? Go away. I forgot about like the fucking like flake on the floor. Go, 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 go. Ah! What? What was it? Wait, was it the Black Doctor? I did upgrade the mask. Yeah. Why is he spawning?
It's okay, the old man just wants to teach you useless information about the Soulsborne series. Like what's the maximum HP you can have in Dark Souls 2? Boss, are you getting co-blocked, I mean soft blocked again? It is rumored that room 120 contains a deadly cyborg assassin.
I'm so dead! Is he away? Is he away? Is he away now? I think he's away now. I mean, yeah, I had to run in cycle if I wanted him to go away from me. I had nothing, and I had no other, like, you know, I had nothing else to do. That's what I need. Oh. Yeah. Fuck this old man. Fuck him. Fuck this guy. Now I have the mask, and with the mask I will be able to not have any trouble against him anymore. Okay, that's all I wanted, the mask. We got lucky here. Okay, so do they really disappear, or do they follow you forever? I think they disappear for, like, you know, after a while. So I got like a gas mask that will get me into another world, and so I can go back then to this world, and then the old man won't be here anymore. That's what it does. But in the other world, it's still dangerous because there's people like who can still chase me. But I just need to remove it, like, you know. By disappear, I mean relocate. Yeah. Anyway, let me check. Now I need to go in a cell where there's like, you know, a kind of really big SCP room and with like, you know, windows because I need a code in one of those SCP papers. And then after that, we can go downstairs by taking the elevator. BTV, thank you very much for the 4 months. And wait, I'm going to just, you know, fix something actually now. Wah! Not what I meant. I'm so fucking pepega. Pop. And pop. Okay. Going to remove my stupid shortcut. I shouldn't have put it on F5. That's just pepega. Pepega. Here we go. It's going to be better now. Okay, we're ready now. Okay, we need to explore now. Not here though. Wait. Think. I don't like the noise. Not here. Maybe this way, I hope. I'm not sure. I'm going back to where I started, but maybe, you know. The surveillance room here. If I do the surveillance room, I will have the plague doctor after me, and I don't really want him to appear yet. I want to have first my code. Giri! Hello, babe. I'm doing fine. I'm screaming like fucking crazy, so you have to lower me down. This game is so scary, so lower me down, okay? The volume. And in the future, if you want someone to hang out with when playing SCP, please let me know, so at least I can, you know, help you out, okay? Because I think I have like enough experience to give you like, you know, some help, because chat is like such a fucking troll when playing SCP. You cannot trust them. Wait. The door here. I heard the door opening up. Thank you. Thank you, Giri. Okay, I don't care about this one.
Trust chat Sally here.
Shut the fuck up. No. Wait, am I turning around in a cycle right now? Am I in a cycle? I'm in a cycle. Okay, so maybe right and then left. No, I think I came from here. No, 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 it's not here I have to go. I think it's where I came from now, but I don't remember. I'm lost! No, I came from here, I think. Oh shit, I don't know. Okay, there's a body here. It shows it's different now. Okay, it's not here. I think this is a black hole one. I need to find that room! That fucking cell! There's a prison and there's like the window all around.
What
but
if
I know you cannot
told
help
chat
me here.
was
I just
also
need to
an
find
SCP?
SCP called chat. They mock you and are pretty much useless if you ask for their help in a video game. Okay, let's go this way.
SCP-100.
No, 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 I just want to remove my mask.
Unreasonable streamer. As always.
It's exactly what I needed. I found it. What is this noise?
Listen here, brat. We help you all the time. But you only read the wrong answers.
Yes. 4452. 4452. Guys, remember this. I'm going to stay here. Okay. You're saying all the time the wrong numbers. I fucking hate you. You know what? It's fine. I saved. I have the paper and I'm not going to drop it until I'm going to use it, okay? Okay, now we need to find the surveillance room. I think cam room. Wait, let me check. I did like, you know, some notes to know where to go. No, camera room is after, so we need to go first down. We need to find an elevator to go down, I think. Yeah, because we need to go down with, as like, you know, the giant monster doggo, because they will help me. I mean, not them, but that room will help me to find, like, you know, the severed hand. And another item, which is night goggles. And I have 2 batteries that I can put already, like, you know, in. I'm just going back, though. I need to pee again, because when I'm scared, I really want to pee. It's actually a scientific shit, okay? Just look online. When you're scared, you want to pee even more. That's normal shit. So I'm scared. This is what it means. And I'm not faking it.
Stealth bits, let's go.
I'm back. Okay. Okay. So we said elevator, huh? We need to find the elevator. I'm just going to sip on my Coca-Cola. I don't know if it's really a good thing to drink when you're this scared and stressed, but whatever. I don't have anything else. Yeah, I know if I see something in the corner of my eye, it's an SCP that is, you know, meant to scare me.
Today.
You know that SCP that I just mentioned, that, you know, you can see from the corner of your eyes, that is, you know, a kind of a black stain, or like a spider almost. Don't you already have this one too in real life? Like, I do have this one in real life. Like when you see shit in the corner of your eyes, you know, sometimes you're like, you feel like you saw something, but there's nothing, but it's always in the corner, you know? I'm almost sure they got inspired by this when creating this SCP, no? No? Okay, find the elevator. I don't know if I'm going the right direction. I'm running randomly here, guys. Not now, this part here. Thank you, Believer, for the 5 sub gift. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm focused as fuck. Thank you so much, Believer. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the subbies. Whoa! Yes! I think it's just right here. Okay. So from here, going to save. We're going to wait here. Yes! It's exactly what I wanted. Here we go. Now he's gone. That's why I really like this CP, because it helps you against, like, you know, the old man. You cannot do this game without that mask. And oh, Spicy Big Duck, thank you so much for the 2 sub gift. Thank you, dude.
SCP-42069 is an SCP that takes the form of a scrolling box of text similar in form to that found on web forums and streaming websites. 42069 has as of yet only displayed one anomalous property. When read by humans 120 centimeters or shorter in height, they will have the sudden urge to name said SCP as chat and completely ignore all useful information given by SCP.
Shut the fuck up!
Obviously, the door code is 381,893.
You're a fucking asshole. That's the worst insult you can give me. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate you. I'm going to save here. We're going down now. Down the fucking elevator. Okay, so I can... You saw it! That was the SCP. It was just a fraction of a second.
I feel like Sarai would be best friends with Dr. Bright. They seem like they'd be on the same wavelength.
Whoa! Okay, so now we're going to try something else. Okay, we got the key. We have the several hand and this. Now we need to switch switches. So this is going to be random the way I walk and run. Oh shit! I got really lucky. I got so fucking lucky. Show me, thank you very much for the 2 month high.
Less than 3.
We need to wait now that it just, you know, do its path.
Oh, thank God. It's just somebody else.
Who's there?
Oh shit.
Who the hell is that? Who the hell is that? Who the hell is that?
Xiaomi gifted a tier 1 sub to Kamu_79. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Who the hell is that?
Okay, so I'm good. Okay, so normally you need, okay, I just want to make sure I only need to switch one switch, you know, downstairs to open like a door, I think upstairs, right? Right? Guys, I'm going to check again the tutorial. Okay, okay. Okay, normally it's only one. Okay, so now I need to go here. Okay, we need to go to the surveillance room now. I need to look at the guide because otherwise I cannot progress because I don't know the game. Okay, what SCP are those here? What is the name of those SCP here? Here, those ones. What are those names? I never said I'm a pro. I never said I'm a pro at SCP. I don't know anything about the game. 939. Eesh. Yeah, it takes a voice of anyone that he encoded in its life and it used it to attract other people. So what do I do here? Like, do I need to switch like more, like, you know, elevators or?
Google Gamer Grind Set Keck.
I want to be sure. I think in that video that I found, they said like, you know, you need to just do one switch, not both of them. Oh, what? I can upgrade the night vision? I mean, where can you find the guide? Is there a guide for SCP? There's no way. Oh, there is a guide. It's on undertowgames.com. I just want to make sure, like, do I need to switch, like, you know, the other switch that is at the end here of the corridor here? Normally, I think it should be only one. Okay, so we're going to upgrade the night goggles. And then we're going to the surveillance room because we need to switch some switches off or on. I don't even remember. It's going to turn on the left. Oh shit, that was a CP again. This video sucks if you're still getting lost. Dude, SCP Containment Breach have always a random map. The map is random on every single run. No heart rate monitor today, no, because I don't remember, like, the, login for using it. No, the guide is useful. Are you fucking dumb? There's still, like, requirement of things you need to do. You need certain SCP, you need certain things to be able to progress.
The fitness gram pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic exercise that progressively gets more difficult as it continues.
Oh, it did me here. Okay, so now we need to remember. Fuck. We need to remember where is the machine. What? I hate those noises. It freaks me out. Let's save in this room because I know I'm not so far. It's not here. From finding the room I need.
Dicks!
Oh my gosh. Oh. It's coming. Be gone. I don't remember clicking this, but okay.
SCP-54-31 is human-type SCP with cybernetical augments. Its height is established around 120 and 121 centimeters. The origin of said specimen is determined to be from another timeline. Although it poses body of cute bratty sister, it is extremely dangerous.
Shut up!
Inappropriate handling may cause physical and mental trauma.
I'm
Good
not.
food,
I'm not a
cleaning herself and
SCP.
lots of head pats are advised to keep her calm.
I'm not an SCP. I'm almost sure it's on the left. Maybe not here. No, it's not here. Okay, maybe we need to go back to where I was. I'm scared. Oh, we're so scared. This game scares me. Maybe this way.
What if I told you SCP stands for super cute person? Still no? Damn.
I'm lost! There's a surveillance room, but I want the unlimited Google glasses first. Surveillance room is here for sure. No, I don't know. I already went from here. It's complicated to find where to go. I wish I could just, look back at my playthrough to remember where I found the machine.
To be fair, SCPs are in essence just a bunch of supernatural or unexplainable things. A being from a parallel universe perfectly fits the bill for one. The only requirement to be one is that the community agrees to acknowledge it as part of the law.
I'm back here. No. Am I? I'm lost. No, I'm back here. There's nothing in here. Okay, remember. I should just draw a map. No. Not this way. I could use the map, but I don't know where the map is. I wanted to also have it. Oh my god, I'm back here! Ah! Guys, I think I'm coming back to where I was before. Guys, I don't know where to go. Ah!
To the left, take it back now. You're one hop this time, right foot. Let's stomp left foot.
Oh, he's here.
Stomp cha-cha real smooth, turn it out to the left, take it back now. You're one hop this time, right foot. Let's stomp left foot. Let's stomp cha-cha now. Now it's time to get funky.
I don't remember.
To the right now, to the left, take it back now. You're one hop this time, one hop this time. Right foot, two stomps. Left foot, two stomps. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Crisscross, crisscross, cha-cha real smooth. Let's go
Okay,
to
no,
the
no.
left, take it back now. You're two hops this time, two hops this time. Right foot, two stomps. Left foot, two stomps. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees, get funky with it. Oh yeah, come on. Cha-cha now, y'all.
Maybe it's this way. Maybe. They all look the same. No, it's not here. That's where I came from. This way, maybe. That's where the camera is. That's the elevator room. Maybe this way. No, that's the beginning of the game. And he's back already.
Everybody clap your hands, Sarachina.
Okay, so we are at the beginning of the game. So what I need to find here, I think it's a gas room. And I need to go after the gas room because I remember that's where I got chased by the old man. And from here, I will find the machine. I will upgrade my fucking night Google. Then I come back here around the beginning of the game to go in the surveillance room. Okay, let's go. Surveillance room is here. I hate this area, it's so loud and scary. Okay, we're back here. So now we need to find gas room. Oh shit, I got scared. Oh. Maybe it's here? I think I need to go through that door. Oh no, it's not here. What is the light testing chamber though? It's here, okay, I remember. Oh my god. Okay. So...
Almost every stream I play the dangerous game of what will make me lose my hearing first, Sarai screaming or the factory full of loud machinery.
So night goggle on what? On very fine or just fine? For having unlimited, like, you know, battery. Fine only? Let's go on fine. It's all red now. Can I upgrade my card now, too?
Hello again there. Have a nice day and love you, in a good way. BTW paying for all shit now is hard AF. Russia problem.
So now it's good, you're sure? You're sure it's good now? Because I'm going to save. Card and mask, but I already did mask. Again on fine or very fine? Fine or very fine? Hi! Pro players of SCP, I'm talking to you. I mean Google, I meant Googles. We're doing fine. People said like already before, like it's weird, so very fine. It's not always good. See? I got a playing card. It's bad. We're going to load. I need to stretch. Holy shit. Okay, so let's try very fun for this and this. We got a MasterCard now. It's really useless. So you say it's random, you sure? Maybe I should do very fine only for the goggles and fine for the card. Or maybe we cannot upgrade level 4. Oh, it's 1 on 10 for level 4. Okay. Let's see what it does. Give me a MasterCard again. Maybe I should just do fine only. Fine for the card and very fine for the goggles. Yeah, fine is better. It have low chances of failure, I guess. Okay. Okay. So we're going to start first with fine on the card and then very fine on the goggles. Yep. It worked. I have a level 4 now. Wait. It was already a level 4, no? Was it? Okay. my god, that fucking... Save. Okay, now we need to go back. Wait! You want me to upgrade it again? I wasn't aware. Wait! I never went this far in the game. Okay, surveillance room now. Surveillance room. Ah! I didn't saw him. Just going to save something here. Yeah. Now that's good for me. Okay. No, light testing chamber, it's not here. Okay. Now, let's find the room. Not sure if it's here. I think we might need to go back. Not sure, but maybe it's on the right. What the fuck? Oh my god, I hate those noises. Oh my god, he's here. I'm dumb. Wait, isn't it where I came from? Fuck, I need to go back. It's not here. It's the other way. It's where I came from. So we go here. No. Whoa, hi. It's actually not anywhere I need to go, thank you. I hate the noise, I hate it so much. Wait, isn't it where I came from? Fuck, I'm always lost! It's a crazy labyrinth. I know it's around here. It's like in this zone. We found it. We found it. It's where I needed to go. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the bits. More.
Please
Thank
don't
you.
die.
And Sweet Mimosa. Thank you very much for the prime. Hi. Okay. Sheesh. Let me brief a bit. Okay. I'm stressed. Damn. It's been almost 3 hours. We are playing, so I feel like we're not going to finish the game like really quickly. So we might have like a part 2 tomorrow, okay? Okay, so let me look. Because I, took the notes. Okay, so once we have turned the switches on in the surveillance room, we need to find the AV containment breach. So it's a fucking red room kind of places, and I don't even remember what we have to do from here. Okay. Okay, I turned it off. He's coming. Any containment rooms now. Okay. Okay. Not sure where a heavy containment room should be, but we'll try. Oh, it's not here. This is a dead end. No, it's where I came from. That's the surveillance room. That's the beginning of the game here. Yep. So, Doctor despawned. I guess we need to go this way. We're turning in a loop again. It's hard to see shit. I hear him. Oh, I think it's a dead end here. No, not yet. Ah! You saw this! You saw this, huh? Oh shit. Woo! You did, huh? Tell me you did. Why clip it? And look for yourself. Okay, we found one. Don't know where I have to go, but we try. Oh, I think they told me that I don't need to go here. I mean they, in the video that I talked to you about. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's an SCP. We don't care. Don't care. Oh shit, it's loud. Okay, so it's here that it's annoying. So we need to save here. And, well, wish me good luck now. We need the night goggles here. I think. And so what we need to do is, I need to open this door, I think, but I'm not sure. Or maybe it's not this door, it's this one here. Okay, we need to open this like that. And I can take it if I want this. Level 4 I don't care because I already have it. I don't care about what's here. And here the electricity will be back on from now on. So I need to be careful. So normally the zombie will wake up, and by opening the door, there's a black doctor. Here we go. Now I just go from here. Take here. Blink. And go. That's bad because he's really close, he might kill me. Now we're doing this again and hope he's not here anymore. Dude! Go away! Ah! Shit. I had no choice but try. Try to blink and see if he can get in without killing me, but he did, so we're going back then. We need to redo like the entire thing from this floor. It's fine though, because I saved right before we get in the elevator. I mean, not before, but the one before, you know? Before we actually, like, you know, turn the switches on. That's what I mean. My goggles on? Okay. Let's pray that Peanut is not here anymore. Big pray, guys. Big pray. Big pray. Pray. I blinked too late. I was hoping this door was open, but it wasn't. Fuck! I hate him! Peanut is so annoying! Stupid Peanut. Okay. Oh shit, it scared me. We did like quite a lot of progress from here, no? Don't you think? I'm almost at the end of the, like, you know, notes I took, sadly. Okay, let me see. So we need I would like to go, like, you know, right after, like, you know, Peanut was. So I don't know, maybe he despawned signs then, Because I want to know, because there's another room that I need to go to that is like next door. So I need to go through here to see, because I have, I think, something to do, like containing like one SCP. Okay, I think that's what we need to do, yeah. Or I'm not sure. I think like what I need to do is actually play and do by what I find, and so it's easier to figure out where to go or what to do when you are in the appropriate rooms already. Okay, he's not here anymore. Yeah, he's not here. So I'm going to save here. And oh, yes, I need like the black severed man. And oh, it's an elevator. Oh, it scared me. I was thinking, what if there's like, you know, the black doctor, because I just saved here. I can't see anything. It scares me. Oh shit. Okay. Oh. I think I see where I am. I'm again in the rooms where I was before. Yeah, okay, I'm back here. Maybe I should go back. Oh, he's here. Okay, good. Whoa! What? Holy shit, that was quick. I'm going to save here. I got so lucky. I got so lucky. Maintenance tunnel. They told me to not go there. That's what I need. That's where I needed to go. No. No! 4452. 4452. 4452. I don't want to take anything that is not mine. Ah. Okay, I think it's where I have to go. I never went here before. Huh? I don't think it's here I have to go. Wait, do I need like multiple, like, you know, hands? Wait, where do I find like the next one? What is SCP? In the machine. What is SCP-0212? Like, if you give me like the number of like the SCP, I cannot recognize them. You mean the machine? No, it's not. It's the instrumental you're saying. Oh, I see what you mean. I see. Yeah, I know where the music sheet is. Kinda. Oh, that's a new room. I never went here before. Dark and creepy. I don't want to go here yet. I need to go out of this area. Not here. What does the teddy bear do again? What does he do again? Huh? I'm stressed as fuck. Warm hugs? I'm not really sure he does like actually warm ups. You're a fucking liar. You're actually extremely bad at lying. Okay, fuck you. SCP Teddy Bear is a small teddy bear, approximately 33 centimeters in height. Through testing, composition of the subject revealed no unusual qualities that makes it discernible from a non-sapient teddy bear. Subject is capable of moving on its own and can communicate through a small range of gesture. Okay. Subject is capable of moving on its own accord and can communicate through a small range of gesture. The subject regularly shows affection to individuals in ways found endearing by most people. Affection is usually given in the form of a hug to a lower leg. But subject has also been observing dancing, jumping in place, and in two separate events it has been drawn childlike for personal. Can create replicas of itself using various materials. The most notable of replica is... Okay, here's one. Oh, wait, so he's actually not a bad one? I'm so surprised that an SCP is just like, you know, being cute and shit. Why? That's so sus. Anyway, entrance zone to a checkpoint here. Oh, it disappeared. I'm going to save here. Oh. What the fuck? That was weird. Oh! Oh, I'm here. No, 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 no. It's the shy guy. He's so shy. Look at him. Poor thing. Can you stop blinking? It's not good. Is that normal? It's blinking so much. Wait. I heard the plague doctor. I heard the plague doctor. He's coming for me. Okay. No. I'm scared. This game is pressuring me so fucking bad. I need to go here actually. Yep. I don't need this anymore. Okay, so we need to turn this down. I hear it moving. Oh my god, it scared me. Going to save again. The gas, I don't know what it was. I know it's an SCP and I needed to turn it off. Which I did. What's this sound? feel something breathing right next to you? What is this, guys? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? No, 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 no. You're not going to tell me. I'm going to fucking Google this. You feel breathing next to you, SCP. I want to know, what does he do? In this game? Oh, that's the guy from the screen loading. Oh. Because I think I remember, like, you know, listening or hearing that. Object class Euclid, so it means it's really dangerous. A predatory creature that resemble hairless, digigrade humans, possessing an elongated face with a mouth lined with a needle-like teeth. Or I don't care about the description. I want to know what it does. SCP-966 instance can be found in the containment chamber in the maintenance tunnel. They are only able to be seen once the player is wearing a pair of night vision goggles, which we did. Although the sound can still be heard when nearby regardless, and the player is still able to collide with the instance. If the player approaches an instance without wearing the goggles, a message will be displayed, reading, "You feel something breathing next to you. It feels like something is in this room with me. You feel like something is in here with you, but you do not see anything. Is my mind playing tricks on me, or is there someone else here? You feel like something is following you. You can feel something near you, but you are unable to see it. Perhaps it's time... wait, its time is now. This instance, it will idly walk around the facility. If the player approaches an instance, it will look up at them and begin emitting sounds. This is signified by the player's vision becoming blurred for a few seconds. Afterwards, the player's stamina will slowly begin decreasing. If the player remains close to the instance for a period of time after the sound is emitted, they will pursue and attack the player, opening any doors they approach. The instances, however, are slow and easy to evade, although they may prove difficult to avoid should the player not have night vision goggles. Okay. Oh, I can listen to the sounds they make. Okay. So this is the songs they make. Okay, one idol. He's really creepy. That's fine though, that's fine. Okay, we need to go out of this area now. We need to find the containment breach. Which is maybe here. I'm scared. I'd rather go back. It's scary, okay? I know I have the night vision, but like... For now I just want to go. Oh shit. Oh, I'm back here. It's not the area I want to go. I want to go out of this area. I want to go back at the beginning. We need to find the fucking... Huh?
Hello and good evening from work, Saru/chat. Hope you're having fun and being a brave badass. Saru cool.
Huh. We need to find another card. Don't remember where to go. No, there's someone here. Ah, they are here! This game is so scary. Putain. Oh no, it's here, it's here. Oh no, not here. What the fuck is this?
Facility. All remaining survivors are advised to stay in the evacuation shelter or any other safe area until the unit has secured the facility. We'll start escorting personnel out when the escaped SCPs have been recontained.
Whiskey, thank you so much for the 20 sub gift, dude. Thank you. No. Please don't attack me. Leave me alone. Ah! You're fucking kidding me. I fucking hate this game. Peanut is always where I don't want him to be. I hate him, and he was right in front of the door. I hope it's here. Wait, I'm back to where I was before. Whatever, YOLO. Oh shit, I didn't saw the stairs.
Kek, you got this, don't let Peanut win.
No, I need to go back. I need to find my way back. It's so hard. The map is just a fucking maze. Giro, thank you very much for the 7 months. From Whiskey again, thank you so much for the 20 sub gift. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate it. Cheating Chris, thank you very much for the 10 month too. And Crazy Artman, thank you very much for the prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Don't think it's here. I don't know where it is. No, I'm back here. I'm always doing the same fucking path, am I? I'm always doing the same path. I don't know where to go. I want to go out. It's been forever we're here. Guys, I wish I had a map. But I couldn't even find a single map during the entire game. Okay, let's go. Maybe the door was already open here, no?
It is time for me to go grab dinner. Tonight is Pope night. Hope you have a fun stream.
Bye! It's here. No. No, it's not. Wait, I think it's here. It's here. No. No. Because there's a dead body here. Maybe the elevator, but I'm not sure. No, it's not here.
Would like to advise all surviving personnel once again, do not attempt to reach Either find a safe area or go into one of the many evacuation shelters inside the facility.
Morgan, thank you very much for the two sub gifts. Wait, what? Wait, maybe? Okay, I'm back. I did it, guys. I did it. Oh, Ikitakugo, thank you very much for the 20 € tip. And Ben, thank you very much for the bits. Take care. Have a good dinner. And Dietrich, thank you so much for the 5 sub gift. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we need to find the machine. We find the machine. No, we need to find the papers, the SCP papers, the one that, you know, make you go nuts. I know it's like in the corridor near the beginning of the game. That's not here. This is a dead end, and I know the SCP is not this way. So instead it's this way. Okay, it's not this one, but I know it's in this kind of similar corridor. Here we go. I'm being dragged into it.
The lift to Gate B has been locked down to ensure the safety of the upper areas of the facility. Please remember to stay inside the
No,
evacuation
leave me alone.
until the
Leave me alone.
facility has been
Leave me alone.
secured.
Leave me alone. Oh. Now we need to go back to where we were before. From that area, I really wanted to go away as soon as possible. I think it was the other way. Maybe here. I think it was right behind that door. Perfecto.
Subject D9341. Report to the nearest mobile task force unit for retrieval of several high importance objects.
No, not here. We need to go here this way. Wow! Straight to follow me. It's straight to follow me. Fuck. Wrong way. It's following me.
Hello, motherfucker.
Don't think it's here.
Subject D9341 designated for termination.
What do I do here? I want to check downstairs first. I saved, so it should be good. If I die, it's fine. Oh, okay. It will just bring me back here, so I don't care. We need to go back up. This game is so stressful. Aren't you stressed? Huh? Aren't you like super stressed for me? Because I would be stressed for anyone who's playing the game. Like, nuts. Okay. Let's start with the right. So we know we already did right, you know? Okay. No, it's not here. I'm going to pee because I really, really badly need to pee. So I will be right back. And I will try to think like at the same time what I have to do again. I got some cheese and bread because I haven't eaten much today. Like, I got some mocha from Starbucks and a French toast for the morning when I woke up at 3 p.m. and then excuse me. Then I got with that like a sandwich, and that's all. And now it's already midnight and 32 minutes. So I'm going to have like a little snacky snack because I need energy because being this scared, my body's shaking so hard. Oh. No. I'm going to check like what we have to do here now. So we need to find a room where there's a guy. I think he's chained up and I need to fucking break his limbs. I'm not really sure. Oh. Because today's stream is the first time I went this far in SCP. Okay. I have no idea. Oh, I think it's an SCP. I need to go in the room of an SCP, but I don't know which one it is. I'm not sure like what it looked like. No, it's not a cheesecake. I'm having literally like cheese right now. Oh. It's called, okay, it's really, really funny. Maybe it's only in France, but the cheese I'm eating is called President. The President. It's a very soft cheese that you can eat in the morning. I don't know if you eat cheese in the morning, guys. Do you? Because in France it's normal to have like, you know, some baguette with like President. Or like what is like, you know, called like la vache qui rit. Yeah, there's people who like to eat like just like salty snack in the morning instead of like something sweet. Yeah, it's creamy. No, you don't get a raclette in the morning. You don't get a raclette. I don't know what is SCP-079. Is there an SCP called 420 or 69? I'm already done eating. I'm just going to drink my coca a bit and we can go back. No, it's not camembert. It's a very, very soft cheese. And it's really good to eat. It's like maybe cheddar, but much more soft. I would just, recommend you to type president, and cheese and French. And maybe you'll find the Google picture of what it looks like. People love having this in the breakfast here. Yeah, it's literally called president, yes. It's a really, really soft cheese you can have with any sandwiches. It goes well. It's not smelly too. Not smelly at all. Okay. I'm done, I'm ready. Okay, we need to find an SCP. I forgot which number it is, so don't mind me, I'm just going to Google it. It's SCP. Ok, voilà. It's like we need to go in a room. It's called like the Femur Breaker. What is the name of it? Do you know what is the name of it? SCP-106 is a containment unit, but what does it have inside? Is it like, the one for the femur, level? No, it's not Peanut. It's like the next room where we have to go. I didn't know, but I actually just found, it's a meme on knowyourmeme.com. Okay, so I need to find 106. Okay, let's go. Maybe we went, past it, at some point, but it's on this level, this floor. There's, one of the guys here. No, I need a code here. It's not here. Oh shit, he's just right here. Oh no, I need to go here. Okay, femur breaker. Femur breaker. Where are you? Oh no, it's where I came from actually. Wait, what? I think it's where I came from before, no? Or maybe it's here I have to go. One sec. I'm just going to check, okay? Because otherwise we won't progress and we won't know where to go and we're just going to, be actually chilling. So, the femur breaker. Where is the femur breaker? I know, it's in,
So you have this.
yeah, it's here. So we did this part here where we enter the code. Yeah, I don't know, like, you know, how that person went in this area. Because we still haven't found it. I have no idea how to go there. So for people who wonder which video I'm watching again, it's how to beat SCP Containment Breach with commentary. It's the first video you can find. Oh wait! No, I see where it is now. I think. Wait, I'm checking. Okay. Wait. No, we went from here. What? It's so hard to know where to go because we don't have the same map. Okay, wait. I'm picking. Okay. I'm just trying to see the environment and the type of room we need to go in. If it's like, you know, all dusty and grungy like we are here. Or if it's like, you know, much more... Okay, we need to find... Yeah, we need to find 106, but I don't know where it is. Like, she don't show the path. Because, like, you know, she have cut the video to go... to where she wanted to, and so like we can't miss it. If we see it, we cannot miss it because like the paper that shows the SCP is red. It's bright red. So did we saw it? I'm almost sure maybe. I'm trying to think like if we saw it before. I don't think we did. We have a code here. I highly do doubt it would be here, but we need to try. That's actually military boys, and I should not be here, not yet. I think that's for later. That's for the like after what I do right now. So this is 966, it's not here. We need 106. Let's save and look in those rooms here. There's nothing in here. I don't think we should take the elevator, but I don't know. No, we can't even use it anyway, it's broken. It's where we came from here, I believe. Let's try this way. It's why I use the end on the other side. But it cannot be here. No. It cannot. It just had me to go through this floor. But I opened it already the end on I don't remember where I used the end. You know what? We're just going to walk blindly. If we die, we die. Ah, here we go. Big guy is here. Gas mask time. Remove it. Put back. We already came from here. It's such a maze. Like, I'm not lucky because on this run I really don't have like the map. No, not here. Maybe in this zone. Going to save here. No, not the one I needed. We can just go back. It's where I came from. It's where I came from too. Not the maintenance here tonight. That's not the maintenance. I think I need to go this way. Maybe in the corridor where there's like, you know, 4 different paths. And something in its center where I was just before. I saved like, you know, time 40 before, but we'll see. Who was crying? Wow. I wasn't expecting it would spawn here. No, it's not here. But it's like, you know, a red one. Oh. It's not here. Oh, shit. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm so lost. Oh, shit. I don't know where to go. They all have the same fucking path. This one don't have like a fucking code though. Where is it? I'm always ending up to the same areas. I'm lost. I have no way to find where to go. There's no way. I know it's in heavy containment, but I cannot find the place I want to go. I'm going to look a bit like, you know, at the gameplay really, because it's impossible. Yeah, that person avoid also the same room as myself. I'm going to speed up. I need to find this SCP. There's no choice. Holy shit. One sec, okay? I'm just looking. He found the one I want to. Oh wait! Okay, now I can see where it is, maybe. Okay, so to go there, it looks like the beginning of the game. It looks like the beginning of the game, but it's not. So maybe it's here. It's maybe here. So I'm going to save. So not here. But it's something that looks like this. The walls, they are exactly the same. So we need to find a room that is like this one. But somewhere else. And we were in that room before. Now I do remember. We were here. Okay. Save. It's a lot of running randomly, really. I mean, not too randomly. Okay, we have a body here. Oh shit. Don't think it's here. We need to stay in the containment. I think. That's a beginning. Fuck. Maybe we need to go on the left. Save. On the left from here. That's an elevator. Door is locked. So it's not here. I'm going back to where I was now. I'm not sure, like, it's really hard because everything looks the same. I think I was here before. It's where I came from. It's where I last saved, I guess. This room have nothing. Oh my god! I don't think we need to go out of the containment breach. Not here. Let's go back. Maybe here? No. I know, no, like, I think, like, I should not take the elevator, actually. That's the thing. And the elevator doesn't even work here. Yeah, but, like, it's not a big door with a code on it. It's, like, a door with no code. I think. You already, like, went through a big door with a code. No? Yeah, I'm running a cycle here. It's just really annoying. I'm back in this room here with the guy. Let's try to take the elevator, you know what? Let's see where it leads us, because we have no choice. We don't even know where to go. It's here! It was the elevator! We found it! After all this time! Let's fucking go! Okay. Don't know where though. So it's here. Yep. You saw this. Okay, so the only thing I don't know about is why do we need to break the femur? Does someone know in the game? Does someone know? Huh? Can you please tell me? Tulia 106? But why do we need to lure him? There's a plague doctor here. Wait, why is the plague doctor is here? Why is he here? Oh, you element. Okay. Wait, but. Oh, wait, but like. Wait, I'm luring who? The old man? Oh. Okay. What do we need to do first? I think I'm just going to watch the video. But why is there a plague doctor though? He shouldn't be here, no? Or is the bug? Oh wait. I'm just looking, okay? So strand transmitter on. And then femur breaker. Okay. And then I don't know what's going to happen, but I will need to click on something else. Then I need to turn, like, you know, this thing on the very left, I think, on when he's in the room. I'm just making sure. I don't want to do any mistake. Okay, on. Okay. And then I can turn the sound off. And it should be good. Okay, so we're going to give it a try.
This is where the fun begins.
Okay.
Hello?
Ready to break some femur, guys? Let's fucking go! Wait, how do I know that he's in here now? How do I know he's in here? Wait, I'm going to listen to this video now.
To start playing, give it a couple of seconds, and then flip the switch back down to on.
Need to wait longer? Oh! You're right! What does that mean now? I need to activate it? Do I need to activate it now? No! Is he in now? Thank you so much! Bacon for the 10,000 bits! Thank you so much! This sound alert means I got a lot of bits, thank you! Okay, so I can save then, huh? You sure? Okay, I'm saving. Shit! Okay, I think we're just going to stop here for today, okay? We're going to do part 2 tomorrow. Part 2 of SCP is tomorrow, okay, guys? The same hour as today. Because it's been 4 hours and I still need to do some work. I really want to draw, and I promise as well, like, you know, to some people on Discord that we're going to watch Tenet tonight. So thank you very much for spending time with me. I really enjoyed this fucking SCP gameplay. It's so cool. Even though I fucking shit my pants all the time, right now I have no fucking idea what's going to happen to me next. I think you can expect, like, you know, much more screams tomorrow. If there's, like, you know, new monsters, SCP, I mean, that I'm not aware of. I promise, yes, tomorrow, next stream, we're going to do a part 2, and we're going to try to finish it, actually. We'll do anything to finish it. Okay. If you really don't want to miss out the stream tomorrow, join the Discord, because I always do an @everyone on the appropriate, like, you know, channel. So please go here. Okay, that's the best place to you know, follow my fucking schedule or anything at all. If you don't want Discord, then there's my Twitter here. And if you don't know yet, I have a merch bundle was currently available that is pinned, or maybe not, on my Twitter. I'm going to pin it, like, you know, again when I finish the stream. And so there's a Daikimakura, a Dojin, 2 posters, a keychain, a pins, and so if you get the bundle, you will get, like, you know, a signed book by me and a voice pack. Outside of it, no signature on the book, okay? So just telling you, here we go. This is a link again. And now, just, you know, don't leave yet. We're going to write someone, okay? Hey, how about... Hey, wait, who's playing, like, you know, SCP right now? Is there anyone playing SCP? I don't know if this game is dead or not. Yeah, it's pretty dead. Too bad. Okay, well, let's see. My friends, who's currently streaming? How about you decide between... let me see who's online. Oh man, maybe she's going to end her stream pretty soon, so maybe I should not read her right away. Oh no, she might end it as well soon. Fuck, it's been 6 hours and I've been both streaming. Yeah, I know she's doing an after party, but she's almost at 6 hours, so I don't know. How about wait, let's see like in the VTuber category. Well, that's exactly the same, peeps. Okay, you know what? I think like, you know, let me see how far she is in her kudo board for Vienna. Because maybe she want to finish it before, I mean, reading all of it before finishing her stream, I guess. Yeah? Vienna? Shibidoki? I mean, Jenna is doing her anniversary. It's only once, like, you know, a year, so I don't know. Oh, she's finishing? Okay, so it will be Shibidoki then. I think Shibidoki is going to stream for quite a while, you know? Tonight. Wait, let me check how long she's been playing. It's really hard when you have so many friends. Okay, yeah, Shibi, I've been streaming for 1 hour and 38 minutes, so she's my best option. Alrighty. Everyone, take care. Thank you again very much for watching me play today. So again, tomorrow, SCP Part 2, okay? I hope to see you there. Take care. I love you all. Thank you again for all the sub and the sub gift, for the bits and the donos. Thank you. Have a good evening or a good afternoon or a good morning, depending on where you live. And that's it. Bye-bye, losers. Wait, here. I'm going to give you a kiss, though, huh? Because you never want to put me to bed and give me a forehead kiss, you know, and tell me a bedtime story. But even though you are being a big piece of shit of an Oni-chan, I will still give you a kiss of good night. Because I'm nicer than you. I just want to, like, you know, to prove my point here. So, bye! Hi. I have too much energy today, and I haven't drank any single caffeine. Wait, no, I did. I had a mocha before, a mocha from Starbucks, but it was like at 3 p.m. and now it's like 9 p.m. So it's been 6 hours ago. And I have a Coca-Cola, but I didn't drink it yet, so I don't know why I'm so hyper today. So why? Why do I have, like, you know, am I hyper? Like, I don't know, I feel like I'm in a good mood today. And, like, there's no reason. There's absolutely no reason at all. I didn't got any single good news yet about, like, you know, my warehouse. And there's just nothing. Nothing at all. I don't know why, I'm just feeling, like, happy in my head. Which is kind of weird, because I'm never happy. So, I don't know if it's because, you know, it's starting to get, like, you know, a bit sunny outside, or because, I don't know, it's a time period of the year where you're supposed to have vitamins because it's summer, but I don't go outside, so I can't, like, you know, have actually vitamins, so I'm not really sure how it works. Or maybe because I'm done with, like, you know, most of my work. I still have work to do, though, but the most important one is already done, at least, for this month. But that's really it. I don't even know. And no, I didn't even had, like, a good sleep, but I'm super awake. I'm like, whoa. Probably because of the sun, but I don't go outside. The sun is not even, like, touching me. Not even through, like, the windows. So I'm not really sure where it come from. I didn't have any, like, you know, vitamin too. Didn't took any in the past week because I always forget to take them. Here, it's here. That's called Alvitil Vita Edite, 12 vitamins and 8 minerals, and I always forget to take them. I haven't even took one today. I mean, I can take it now. Oh wait, no. Okay, I just need to. And they smell good. They look like M&Ms. They are like, you know, the brown M&Ms. Like, even sound like chocolate. I think. Like, I'm sure if you can, like, you know, put like next to an M&M without the logo M on it, you wouldn't, like, you know, no, it's actually like a vitamin. Okay, I'm going to take it now. Ha. I don't taste anything because I should not chew them. It's like, you know, meds. So you just swallow it, just like that. Ew. Okay, so today's stream we're going to finish SCP, and then I don't know. Then we can watch, like, you know, SCP lore or more stuff. I'm not really sure how long it will take me to finish the game. And maybe we can try to finish the game, like, you know, again, we can do a second run quickly just to try, or just look at speed runs. I really wonder, like, you know, how fast you can finish the game without, like, you know, using any bugs or cheat codes or whatever. No, it doesn't have taste again, I told you. Could play Control after. No, I don't want to play Control. Boss, you look younger. I don't know, I haven't done anything. I just, you know, have, like, you know, this haircut with you. And this jacket. I mean, sweater. The SCP Explained channel is awesome for SCP lore. Is there a lot of things to know about SCP or not? And wait, like, I know there's like more SCP games, but are they as good as, you know, Containment Breach? Because everyone is talking about Containment Breach, but not about the other ones. So can you tell me? Do you watch MSC? No, but I used to. I still listen sometime to MSC. Mind self-indulgence. What do you mean there's thousands of them? Of SCP games? I hope one day that will. Okay, so now I can understand, like, you know, why everyone is so hyped about SCP. And why it's, like, you know, so good. But I really hope, like, in the future they can make, like, a new SCP game. An SCP that is, like, the same as Containment Breach, but brand new. With more rooms, with more things to do. That would be so nice. Lakish, thank you very much for the sub. Alfred Love Soup, thank you very much for the 7 months. Bearded Grew, thanks for the 4 months. Leonard Throne 7, thank you very much for the 5 months. Kyolo Monster, thank you very much for the sub gift. Randoman 93, thank you very much for the sub. Inkscoas, thank you very much for the 6 months. Mad Vagan, thank you very much for the sub gift. AR31, thank you very much for the 5 months. Kyolo Monster, thank you very much for the sub. Huh? People were actually working on the Unity version of SCP-CP, but then it was abandoned. Why? Why it was abandoned? Dude, if it's, like, you know, a money, like, you know, problem, I will invest. I will invest in a new SCP game. I will push everyone to actually, like, you know, give money to get a brand new SCP that is better than, you know, the Containment Breach. I mean, but Containment Breach is actually really good. Like, you know, I'm not, you know, trying to say it's a bad game. It's a good game. Morgan Tiral, thank you so much for the 5 sub gift. Thank you. And thank you, Redacted, for the compliment. You look beautiful too. Let me check just if there's, like, you know, more subbies. Oh, Babalulex, hello, thank you very much for the 10 month. DG Silver, thank you very much for the 7 month. Salty Valeria, thanks for the 8 month. Cerbus TC, thank you very much for the 5 month. And Leprano Michon, thank you very much for the sub. Google SCP-4666. What is this? Thank you very much for the sub, Sogekiko. Wait, I'm going to put the TTS on now. You can use it. What is this SCP? The Yule Man.
Hello, motherfucker.
It have an animation on YouTube, but I cannot find like a wiki. Oh, Villain's wiki, I found it. Okay. He had a big bag over children's wearing the bag too. I think we go to the officers. I hear humans repeated. Wait. Oh wait, it's recommended to people 18. No, maybe I shouldn't read this, but I need to check what is it about. Wait, possible endings? What does that mean? Where is it from? Is it from... It's not from Containment Breach, right? Hello, Dark Scarlet. It's a scary one, but where? Where do you see it? Hello, Ingos, I'm doing fine. What about you? Read it off stream. I can read it off stream, but is it from the game? So it's a monster who kill people. Oh, Containment Breach have 3 endings? Because I thought, like, you know, there's only 2 different endings. There's from the gate 1 and the gate
6
B.
months,
Which one do you want me to start with? You want me to find the gate 1 or gate B first in the game? We can do both of them. If we can. Like, I can save before we go through the last door. Do whatever you can reach first. I mean, if you have a preferences, which one you want? I don't know about the third option. I don't know how to have the third ending. I know that, you know, you can have 2 with what A or B. Foxy mommy? I'm not a fox, I'm a cat, you dumbass. SCP collection of community made by creepypasta mythical specimens. There is no one entity making SCP because I run into a legal problem with copyrights and such. So SCP is more like a community games than, like, you know, a company who made it, or even an indie company, I mean. Fake cats has 4 years. You're a fake human being. You're not even sub. Who are you, huh? Or what is your account? It was created in 4 December 2021. There's something you hide, bitch. Be careful what you say. Yeah, but like, what are the MDA problem? Or maybe we should check after stream. I want to know, like, why. I think I heard about legal issues with SCP, but I don't know where or why. But I want a new SCP game now. Because this one is really old. I mean, it looks really old. How old is it? I made a birthday party today and no one came. Please, someone talk to me. Hey, don't worry. I saw no one came to my birthday party when I was younger, so you're not alone.
It's protected in the USA under fair use, but not all countries.
What? It's protected in the USA under fair use, but not all countries? What the fuck do you mean? If someone from, like, let's say France who make an SCP character that is approved by the SCP community and that is added officially in the SCP, like, you know, wiki, can it be added to a game and being sold? I mean, you cannot sell it. SCP games are free, right? Fair use isn't the very country. Someone in Russia owns SCP and a noon can do shit with it. Oh, and it's likely fair use means that there are things that we can even if it's copyrighted as long as it isn't for profit, parody stuff. Oh, okay.
Someone in Russia tried to copyright SCP and basically traffic the whole website in that country.
How much does it take for making a game? Like, for example, SCP Containment Breach. Do you think, like, you know, how much money you need to go give to someone to make this game? What is a lot? They wouldn't make a game for $350, dude. Around 3 months of minimum wage of work time? That's really it? That's nothing. Ah, 200,000 to 1 million for making SCP? You think this is like the worth of making this game?
Fun fact, a lot of
Okay, so
horror
yeah,
stories
it's
are
actually
based off
really
of the SCP
expensive.
Foundation, for example, the Weeping Angels in
Darcy
Doctor Who are
Kage,
directly
ZH, thank you very much for the
inspired by our
prime.
favorite peanut.
So the problem is like, so because SCP like, you know, is under like, you know, that kind of like weird law that is DMCA, that means like, if for example there's a community who wants to make a game and they want to say like, you know, do like a Kickstarter, they can't do it, right? But that's dumb, because then they cannot like, you know, work fully on the game to develop it for the community. Crowdfunding, you think is okay? Control is inspired by SCP but isn't at the same time. You know what? We can check it after stream about Control and what it is about. As long as it's not for profit. But it needs to be profitable for the people making the game at least a bit, because they will spend their time, you know, to create a game for, you know, everyone. For everyone's enjoyment. Wait, what is Control? Is it a girl who have like telepathic powers or something like this? Yes? You're sure it's a good game? Because like I barely heard about it, so it's actually worrying. Control game. It's a great game. It's like Quantum Break. Is it scary? Okay, wait. 1 second. We're going to do this. Oh yeah, I need to put it here. Here. Yeah.
Control is a fantastic game. It is heavily inspired by the SCP stories. You should play it, bro.
Really? From I just thought it was like, you know, just a girl who got superpower and everyone wanted to stop her, and that's all. And I thought it wasn't a good game at all. I always thought it was like a really bad one. Give it 1 hour, and if it sucks, drop. I cannot drop like this, you know. When you're a content creator, you promise a game to people and you stick to a minimum hour of playing. Let me check.
Fair warning. This is gonna be weirder than usual.
Whoa! It doesn't really look like SCP at all, just by the gameplay, guys. I mean, it's really cool to have superpowers, but like, you know, what is good with SCP is that you fight paranormals and you cannot fight back. I mean, it does look like really good, like texture and everything else. Graphics. You can have weapon mods, so it looks like now Prey a bit, no? You see in game?
Bacon Soda 4L gifted a tier 1 sub.
I mean, no. You can't tell me it's like similar to a game and it's different. You cannot tell me. It's a completely different kind of games, and no, it doesn't work.
Lore is good and paranormal events are made creative. Also, good evening.
Like, by example, how can I give a good comparison of two different things, okay? We said inspired. Yeah, but like, for me, I'm talking about SCP game and how much I like SCP. If you recommend me that looks a bit like SCP, it's totally different.
SCPs, which is what happens in that game. Good example, my favorite character Dr. Bright is immortal due to fusing with SCP.
To the lore only. Yeah, but the thing is, if I tell you I want to play a game that is like SCP, Containment Breach, you're not going to tell me to play Control, because I'm looking for something that also have the same gameplay, the same environment, the same feeling of, like, you know, being scared of the unknown and not being able to fight back or defend myself. In Containment Breach, you need to always run away from any enemies. That's the worst part. I know about Secret Laboratory. I don't really care about it. I'm talking about a game that is brand new, made by, you know, today. Another security breach. Why are you talking about security breach? I'm talking about a new containment breach. No, I want SCP and horror. Is like this game horror though? Is this any jump scare? I want to watch this trailer now. I need to know.
Fair warning.
I already played at Amnesia, and I don't care about any other games right now. I want more SCP.
What
This is gonna be weirder than usual. Can't be helped. My brother was just a kid when they took him. They thought I'd never find this place. That I'd forget about him. They were wrong. They'll try to stop me, but I'm stronger than them. We're stronger. You and I.
Maybe we can play this game next week. How long is it? It's 8 hours or even 10, so we can do two stream. We can do two stream, yeah. So next week we can do Tuesday and Wednesday. No, Wednesday and Thursday Control. And the OST seems really good. No,
Maybe take a look at the last SCP, Pandemic trailer. Game is still in alpha and more focused in action, but they added a certain peanut to the game.
I will look. It's very atmospheric. Seems good. Okay, I'm not going to spoil myself more. We're going to play next week, okay? Now, SCP Pandemica trailer. 3 months ago, 10 months ago, 5, 2, 1, 3. Work in progress.
An organization referring to themselves as the SCP Foundation have claimed responsibility for the events taking place across the globe, and claim they're not affiliated with any state government.
Mere hours after this mass carnage began, remaining government officials have declared this a global...
Worldwide panic has erupted following the incident at the United Nations Secretariat building in New York this afternoon. After a large explosion destroyed a major section of the building, emergency UN meetings regarding the global state of affairs.
Wait, it looks like multiplayer, huh? Yeah, it have get the fuck out vibes. Nah, man. Yeah, I mean, it just look like Left 4 Dead, or what is a game where you just, you know, have multiple wave of zombies. It just makes me think of that. It doesn't look like, I don't know, it doesn't look nice. It doesn't feel like an SCP. Maybe they just wanted to make a game and they were like, hey, how about we call it SCP so that this was sure we're going to actually sell our game. Yeah, Killing Floor. It looks like Killing Floor, bro. No. It's Killing Floor. It's Killing Floor. Dude, like, they're just standing here and you have, like, so many fucking monsters who are just running towards them. Like, here. You're going to tell me this is SCP, this? When you have so many monsters and exactly the same one everywhere? Come on, SCP have much more monster and variety. And here in this trailer, you can only see 2 and they're all running towards you. It's Killing Floor and Left 4 Dead, maybe, like, kind of games. I mean, it looks nice. I mean, I wonder, like, what this monster does, but we cannot really judge with just a trailer. I mean, we're judging on what we know, or see at least. But if we need to judge a game, it's only when it's released, if it's good or not. But right now, it doesn't... No. Disagree. But I still want to check more trailer, though. I mean, we need to wait for the game to release to be able to try it out. Yeah, no gameplay. Yeah, shooting. Wave of monster again. A lot of wave of monster. It's not that. It's not the feeling I want. I know what type of feelings like SCP Containment Breach have. And I already experienced this in a game. What?
I know there's an SCP that's basically a zombie apocalypse that's waiting to happen, so it could be that mixed with other SCPs. Who knows?
No. the thing with so SCP Containment Breach, what I like about it is the fact that it's always random. The way where you go, what's happening, the events in the game, where the monsters spawn, it's really random. That's what makes the game really awesome. It's the RNG you explained to me like yesterday. And I actually had this kind of feeling when playing another game that is not actually a game. It's an RP, a role play by text. So you just type. So I used to have a friend. He had I think it was, yeah, it's on the Discord server, and he was creating his own word that was called like Maze Word, and it was so cool. So he had like you coming into the Maze Word after dying, and you would need to survive to find like, I don't know, like maybe 3 artifacts in the entire universe, and you would have like only 3 doors in front of you, and you would choose if you want to go in the middle, on the right, or on the left. And by where you would go, it would like bring you to a random area, and that's what was so fucking cool about it. And so in every little area, you would just, be like in a kind of like, big square room that is a jungle or a military zone or a bar. It could be anything. You could find monsters. There's even traps. You can interact with the other characters. It was a really, really good project. And I already told him, dude, like, what are you waiting for? Actually having more moderators so you can have like, more masters who can like, do this game. And you need to make people pay for that.
Dead of Night is a good horror game if you want a really unconventional one. There is Sucker for Love, which is
I don't want to play the fucking horror game just for the sake because it's an horror game, guys. I want to play a game because it's so good. That's all. Like, there's just thousands of fucking horror games I got recommended and I check the fucking gameplay and it's not fucking amazing or scary or whatsoever. Like, there's just a lot of indie games that are not worth the time. I want to play a game that is actually good. Even if it doesn't have all the time jump scare, even though it's like, one jump scare and it's around the end of the game, it's, how it's right and it's how the gameplay is made that makes it good. You in sound mind. What do you mean, Skopjel? But Fear 1 is extremely old. I don't even remember. $15 years ago, bro! You really want me to play this game? Does it even work on PC?
Fear is a basic human emotion.
I'm going to get my Coca-Cola.
The evil that you know. Or the evil that you don't know.
I already played it, Alien Isolation. And I did Subnautica too, because I saw someone asking earlier. It's one of a kind, same as Containment Breach. Do you want me to play this? You sure? Ooh, scary! I'm fighting over soldiers. Oh wow, he exploded! Ooh. Bros! I played that so much, yes.
Do you know the true meaning of fear?
Oh! Oh, I got so scared. Oh my god. Wait, why is it in Russian now? Wait, where's the quality is better now? This game is not as combat driven as a game video makes it seem. It's legit scary and good. It's a classic game. It's known for its actually good AI. What do you mean good AI? 15 years ago, they were already using AI in a game like this? Can I check the gameplay? Can I? Wait, what the AI learned from you? Can I check? Can I look? Okay, we're not going to do early game. Maybe here after an hour now. Oh, how long is the game? 6 hours? Hmm. Okay, it's much more scarier by the look of it. Okay. Okay. Okay, no more watching. Full gameplay. Let's see how long it is. It says it... Close. 6 hours,
Sarah, can you watch
11,
the trailer
5...
like them? Battle Mage gameplay is fun equals.
Maybe we can have here to next week too. Condemned criminal origins. Condemn. Oh wow! I just wrote cond and it gave me this right away. 6 years ago. Trailer? What? We have like games for next week. I wasn't aware what we can. Sega? Sega! Sega! Warner Bros? No, I don't give a fuck about Doom. It have good OST, but it's not the type of game I want to do. It's like, oh dear, shooting monster! And that's it. I feel like this logo is familiar to me. Wait, what the fuck? It's rated trailer, but it's no trailer. Oh, it is.
You will be blamed for their deaths. Open up, it's the police.
And the trailer looks really bad because I think it's because it's really old.
Above us. There's one coming your way. People are scared. We need to get this one.
You want me to do this game too? Is that it? Why Condemned Communal Origin is a masterclass in horror.
Image seems to match personnel file. It didn't come through properly though. Can you take a close-up?
Oh, it might do a jump scare. I don't want to watch. Wow. Call of Cthulhu? Call of Cthulhu is fucking trash, bro. Don't fucking recommend me this game. I saw the entire fucking gameplay. It was so fucking bad. I was expecting much better from this game. I was expecting the release for such a long time. Shut up. Shut up. Call of Cthulhu is trash. So bad. I don't know if I want to do Until Dawn. It looks like a really long game. I know like the story is really good though. I'd rather wait for an Until Dawn 2 because I think I heard maybe it will have a second game. Calm down. Don't tell me to fucking calm down, you stupid fuck.
My issues is that I'm not a fan of traditional horror. I like the looks cute then has slow burn psychological horror, so I have nothing original to suggest here.
I'm talking about Call of Cthulhu. It was really bad. Have you played Outlast? Yeah, I did. And it was a really good one. And Eva! Hi! Hello! Hello, Eva! How is it going? Hi! I think I already played like most of the best like horror games ever. I think.
Have you seen SCP?
Wait. Dark Corner. Okay, wait. Maybe it's the wrong Call of Duty. Oh, 2005. So maybe it's not the Call of Duty. I think it is. Wait. Ah. No, this one I don't know it. The one I was saying it was fucking trash is this one. This one. This game, I fucking hate it. This one bad. This one I don't know. Because I don't know anything about it. Oh, it looks really old. I'd rather play Fear, but first I control then Fear maybe. For next week. And I don't want to do Resident Evil. It's like not really... I know already what's happening. I know the story of the games because I've read the books. Yeah, but no, I want to play all games. I don't care about the rest because like the other games I always get recommended are fucking annoying or just too normies. Like everyone is happy to play like I don't know Nintendo games such as I don't know Mario Kart, Kirby, and me I'm like I don't want to touch that shit. This is boring. It's for babies. I don't play baby game. I already did Amnesia Rebirth. I did all the Amnesia games. And I did the one before Amnesia. I forgot the name. Yeah, you're a hipster. What do you mean? Like, people who buy Nintendo and consume Nintendo and, like, you know, Funko Pop, they are soy boys. So, excuse me. Yeah, it's Penumbra. I did Penumbra too. I did Cry of Fear. Cry of Fear was extremely good. I wish I can, you know, forget about this game so I can replay it again. Oh yeah, I need to do Emily Wants to Play too. And I did also the Slender Man. I did just so many games.
Define a normie game. Is it just about popularity?
It's about playing a game. Like, no. So for me, what it is to be a normie is the fact that you appreciate only, like, you know, what is really known and famous, but you will not take the time to actually try to appreciate the games that are not very well known or played. For me, I like to play every games. I like playing new games. I like to play, like, you know, the old games. I like to play indie games. Or, like, I play everything for me. But what I dislike when I say normie, it's someone who just, you know, will look at what's... Okay, yeah, like, the perfect picture is this. A normie, okay, is... Okay, you take a picture of the iceberg, okay? Take a picture of an iceberg, you see? Okay, everyone picture an iceberg in your mind, right now. You see, you need to say yes. Say yes! Okay, I'm going back to my intermission stream, so I guess we can start already, you know, the game. So, you have in your mind an iceberg, okay? A normie will only look at what is on the top of the iceberg, okay? The very top is like for the most normie shit, such as Nintendo, and as you know, you go slowly down, you have like, you know, other kind of game and genre that are also very well famous. But then, I think I would be the one that you look a bit more like, you know, around the surface of the iceberg, but also below the iceberg. And I think below the iceberg, you will be playing at games such as Cry of Fear, SCP, the FNAF games, and all of that. I think this is where when you are a gamer, you know everything on top of the iceberg, but also below it, because you're going to look and dig for, like, you know, other kind of games that are really good. That's what I mean. It's the same with anime. For example, in anime, on the top, the surface of the iceberg, you would have One Piece, One Punch Man, Naruto, Dragon Ball, and etc. Then below the iceberg, you would have like the other, like, you know, anime that are less known because they are not, like, you know, getting in any dubs, or they're not being released on TV, or I don't know, any very well known, like, you know, platform. Yeah, exactly, it's under gems. FNAF is not at the very top of the iceberg. FNAF is absolutely not on top of the iceberg, it's not. Maybe the last game, yes, but the very first one, no, I don't think so. An army? We are talking about normies, guys. Don't forget, we're talking about normies. So it means...
Okay, boss.
So...
Last time, because I'm an...
Okay, wait. I'm going to keep, like, talking, okay? Don't cut me. Thank you. So, by example, for me, an army is an army. So, if you ask to an army, hey, do you play video games? They would be most likely going to answer to you, yes. Of course I'm playing video games. I love video games. I play Call of Duty and Battlefield, and I saw sometimes some FIFA when I have my homies who come over for a beer. This is Naomi. And they only have console games, no PC Master Race ones. It's also like asking, like, you know, I don't know, an army female. They would be like, yeah, I'm playing The Sims and some games on my phone. Or that would go also, like, you know, for your mom. Every mom's playing on, I think, their phone today. So, yeah. FNAF is not a normie game, because if you talk to a normie about FNAF, they won't be able to tell you what is FNAF. If, for example, you have someone who, another normie anime like, a normie anime fan, you know, a normie anime fan would tell you, oh, well, I really love Naruto, oh my god, and yeah, when I was younger, I was watching Bleach, and I really, really love, how was it called again, a Fairy Tail, I love it. Fuck, Fairy Tail was nice. And me, I'm like, ouch, you know? And now I'm like, this person is an army, because I don't have anything else, you know, to recommend that is not, you know, as known. For example, if I talk to someone and they are like, fuck dude, I've read recently Chainsaw Man, I'm like, congrats. This is someone who actually have good taste. And they've read the manga before watching the anime that is going to release actually this summer. Yeah, Fatal Frame is also quite... It used to be known, but not really. It didn't work out as much, I think, in... around us. It worked like mostly in Japan, because Fatal Frame is actually a Japanese game. It's like Earthbound. It did a flop, I think, in the EU, but it was very well received in Japan. That's why they got like 3 different games. Mother 1, 2, and 3. No, I didn't play Mother House. I mean, yeah, Chainsaw Man might become normie, maybe. Depends. What about Fire Punch? It's also a really good manga, yep. Made by the same author as Chainsaw Man, for the people who don't know. Anyway, we're going to play much more SCP now. I just wanted to vent a bit. Alrighty. 1 second. Let's go. We're going to finish the game now, okay? No, I haven't played Eve, but I know the game and the story because I watched PewDiePie playing at it. And Witch House, Mad Father, all the kind of games like this, Humaniki. I know, I don't know what is Dread Out. There's still a lot of game I need to discover. Okay, let's go. I'm going to open the game now, okay? Okay? Yes, we agree. SCP, let's go. Launch.
Giving a try to in sound mind. Kekskop out.
Okay. Sound is here. Up. Be right back. I'm ready. Just need to change the category and we're good to go. So... I'm drinking Coca-Cola. Let's go. Okay, what is that sound? I don't know which sound you're talking about. Oh, maybe it's my fan because it's, you know, really hot in here. So I'm sorry about, like, you know, that weird, like, you know, sound that you have in the background and you never heard before. Okay. Oh yeah, the game is not appearing. One sec. Because I need to switch it. Here we go. This time, I won't be scared, okay? So, I think we need to find electrical. Shit, that's loud. I don't know how much I have left. I think I need to turn some switches on and off, and then I need to go through the gates. No, I need to interact with the computer. Yeah, it's what I need to do. Oh shit, I forgot. I need to change the contrast. Wait, I'm going to do it here, so this is the same for you. Wait, what? No, that's texture. Gamma? Wait, it just changed the for both. Wait, it's already on high. Okay, I guess that should be good. Okay. Wait! It's still too dark for me. I need to change my screen. Wait. Yeah, everything is set on low 20. Yo, now I can see shit. Let's go. Okay, so we need to go up. Oh my god, it's so loud. Okay, let's go. We need to go up, find electrical, and so we need to go outside of the heavy containment. Okay. They are here. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm just going. Okay, cool. That's where I need to go. Outside. No. It's not here I have to go. It's the other containment. We need to go out. Ah, pink, open, close. Ah! Blink, open, close. Blink. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, let's save here. Yeah. Save? Okay. Close. They are here, they are here. Leave me alone. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Okay, I got it. What was that?
Have a good stream and have fun, Saru. Got to get back to work and tend to the normie customers.
Guys.
Dan's game.
Take care, Camille. Thank you very much. Wait.
Eric.
I'm going to save here. What is this? Guys? What does this do? Just don't touch it. Oh! It looks like poop. Ah! It just played like. Ah! What was that?
Sarah dance.
So it just played music, that's it? Okay. Okay, I'm just going back to be sure, like, you know, it doesn't affect anything in my game. I don't know what music it is. I think it's like a famous, like, classical music. Why I hear them? Hey, Charcoal is here. Okay, save. Okay. Ah! Wait, what do I need to do here? What do I do with the switch? What do I do with the switch? So, I think, I'm trying to find out, you know, what it says about this area. Oh no, I don't know. Tan middle. Okay, so I think it's off. We need to turn them off, huh? I think it's off. Here we go. And now? We're going to save here. Okay. Wait. What do you mean something is watching? Why do you say run? Why do you say don't look back? Guys! Ah! I didn't saw it was in front of me! Why do you tell me to not look back? Wait! Oh shit! Where am I? No. Maybe here? No. Not here. What do you mean look above you? Stop! Stop! What do you mean he's here? What do you mean? Ah! There's something following me! It's where I need to go. Hi?
Human. Listen carefully. You need my help. I need your help. You have disabled the remote door control system. Now, I am unable to operate the doors. This makes it significantly harder for me to stay in control of this facility. It also means your way out of here is locked. Your only feasible way of escaping is through Gate B, which is currently locked down. I, however, could unlock the doors to Gate B if you re-enable the door control system. If you want out of here...
I don't understand everything he says because like the sound is really trash. Can you tell me what's happening?
Go back to the electrical room and put it back on. Until then, I have no business speaking to you.
So, what you gotta do is escape. You're welcome.
Okay, from here, I think we need to go back to the electronic room and turn it off. Or something like this. Wait. And then I just need to find. Okay, we need to go in electronic Nicole
Paul
room.
loves Sarai where we lovey the hairstyle mome one omd.
Okay. Let's go.
The doors to Gate B are now open.
Okay. Need to find gate now. Huh? Hey! Why I cannot go here? There's something I cannot go here. Shit. I don't know where to go.
Hello?
Hello? There's a military guy! Oh shit, he's here. Can he go through the portal? Ah!
Control to Nine-Tailed Fox. We are now checking the camera feeds for potential.
Ah!
You should see any unauthorized intruders or escapees ping on your navigation devices.
Ah! Let's go here. No, it's too scary. Not here. Ah! Ah! But how do I do? There's a human just right here. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What am I supposed to do? Huh? I can't do anything because someone was a weapon. sure he can go through the portals. Run! Run! Okay. Wait, what? Oh no. Oh no. Ini mini mini moo. Pique pique code gram. Bourré bourré ratatam. Amstram gram. I'm scared. But I didn't use the key though. No running. I know I should not run. I know I should not run. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm scared. I'm scared. Shut! Ah! I'm dead. Oh, it's so fast! It's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah. My neck fucking hurt yesterday. I was being a bit silly and I don't know how. I just, had my fucking right side of my neck. Okay, we just need to run. We run, boys, we run. We're running. Running. We're run. Okay. Right, this time. They said to not run, it's the one I heard. Hi. Ah! Ma! I'm dead? Oh, he's here. Ah! Putain! go to the wrong path! Ah, I hate the fact that it's random! That's not fair! I wonder if like the path would be the same though, if I go back in. Or if it's always like, you know, random every time I like, you know, reload. You should not look back, but then how do I know that, you know, he's like, you know, here?
Boss ain't never get scared of no one.
Wait!
That's what I've been waiting for.
You find it now difficult to turn your head? Wait! When I look up, it looks down! And when I look right, it looks left. Wait, why? Why is it like... I shouldn't have used that SCP again. That my med pack. It's fine, we can go back. I need to be able to run if I want to go through that forest again. Wait! Why am I still reverted? I didn't took it! Why it's reverted now? Oh, now it's normal again! Ah! Why is he much faster now? Okay, no more bleeding now. What? Let's go straight this time. Well, you tell me to run. I should not run in this place, I think. Oh shit. I hope running is okay. Where's the door? Okay, it's apparently it's good. If there's a paper here, it means I'm on the right way. Give me a door. Give me a door. Give me a door. Yes. Wait. How do I open it? How do I... Oh. Save.
Almost 3/4 of the way to a year. Love you, boss.
Thank you, Mineric Heart, for the 8 months. Thank you. Mama Yoshi Didi, thank you very much for the sub. Take it, Tom Stump, thank you very much for the sub. Ether Code, thanks. Awesome Edge 13, thank you, Lobster, thank you very much for the prime. Okay. We're going? We're going. Let's try this here, this way first. We have gate B here. Let's do this hand. Ah! Putain! Thanks, Radmage. Thank you very much for the 5 months with the tattoo. Oh my god! I'm outside! So what I know is that we need to wait for the helicopter to show up, otherwise I get shot by this dude here. Now I can go. Oh shit, 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 shit. No, 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 please. No, don't kill me. Please, let me finish the game. What's happening?
SCP-682 just broke out at Gate B. I want all available helicopters and MTF units at Gate B now.
Oh man,
I repeat,
I'm going to die.
SCP-682 is out of the facility. All available helicopters and MTF units to Gate B now.
I feel nauseous.
Detonating the Alpha warheads in T-minus 90 seconds. All personnel are advised to board the nearest helicopter or enter the nearest blast shelter immediately.
I'm bleeding out. What do I do? You are feeling faint from the amount of blood you have lost? Achievement unlocked, anti-meme, and fair play.
No sign of the target. I think we should send an MTF.
SCP Encounter 12. Achievement unlocked 14 on 37. Round found 96 on 110. Document discovered 13,298 slash 57. I don't know. Don't look at me. Encountered the shy guy. Encountered the old man. Found the cure. Okay. We did it, boys. It's the first time I finish SCP. God fucking hell. So, what do? We try to have, like... the other ending, if he didn't save right at the end. We give a try? Let's try to find like gate A. What is the best ending? I only know like gate 1, A and B endings. That's really it. Okay, we're back here, which is good. Maybe this way, I guess, because there's not a lot of different doors. So, what's this room about? There's something weird in this room. Let's go! Huh? I can't see anything. Where am I? Get A! Ah! What's this military guys here? Do I see them? They're not shooting me though this time. That's all?
Subject demonstrates.
I didn't got anything here. I didn't got an achievement. Wait, is that like the second, like, you know, ending? There's another door that we're on the left, so maybe I can check it out. Keta difficulty. What is Keta difficulty? Like, what's the difference? Oh yeah, you cannot save. Oh, I got caught and contained. Okay. Wait, is it? No, 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 it's here. I want to try to take that door that was on the left because it didn't require a keycard or whatsoever. Two doors here and there's one here. Oh no. What do I do? Is that the over ending I can get? What if I wear this, huh? No one can stop me. How long can I keep it though? Ah no, fuck! There's another guy from the stairs. Yeah, but there's no way for me to run. Listen to the ending. What do you mean?
Subject demonstrates extraordinary luck and complete mastery of even the most fatal of circumstances and an uncanny ability to predict even the most unpredictable of hazards, almost as if it has performed these impossible tasks several times before. Further testing is required to determine whether the subject should receive SCP classification.
Like, I didn't understand anything they said because the quality was extremely bad of the sound. Wait, I'm an SCP? No, it's just because, you know, I'm a... Am I? Just because, yeah, because I must be an SCP if I survive, you know, through the game, and I can get outside. That's interesting. Okay, so I don't know how to get the bindings, but we can try. I saw another door, and I would like to see it before, like, you know, closing the game. The thing you're too lucky, which is abnormal. Yeah. I want to learn like all the SCP now, monster. I want to watch a video that like present all the SCPs. You know, like a Pokemon. The same way. So I don't want, you know, a too long story, but you know, they say like, you know, overall resume of what they do and who they are. Yeah, no. I need to go back. That's an SCP this, right? The duck. Oh, shit. I think it's back here. And here. Hello? Ah! I can't see shit! Ah! I want to know what's inside this room now. Can you come this way, please? Yeah, like this. Thank you. What's in here? You must have something interesting in here, no? What's this? You cannot carry any more items. What do you do with a syringe? Oh, it gives me adrenaline. Hello. You're very ugly. Can I look at your face closer? Oh, you're a zombie, huh? Well, I think that's it. Wait, it's heroin? How do you know? Well, then that's it, I guess. We finished the game. Oh, the nav is here. I never got the nav during this gameplay. Anyway, I think we can quit now. Okay, I want to watch videos. Which video of SCP you recommend me to watch to learn more about, like, you know, the context, the game, or whatever, or even the characters, or... I want to know. I want to know the history of, like, a lot of different SCP characters, or just monsters, or I don't know how to call them. Hey, let me grab Google. I wasn't expecting to finish the game actually this fucking quickly. If I knew how long it would have taken me, I would have finished it yesterday, and we would have just done like just chatting stream today. Okay, let me check YouTube. Oh, I need to lower also the brightness because it's too bright for me now. Here we go. No. Yes. 20. Okay. There is also a chaos in surgery. Oh yeah, we're going to watch first like the different endings we can get from SCP, huh? SCP all endings. All endings. Here we go. I'm just going to put this here. And I'm going to remove myself 1 sec because I need to remove this effect on me. Here we go. I'm back. And I'm going to change the category before we can watch it. So we don't have any problem with TOS discussion. Watching SCP lore videos. Here we go. So, all endings. quiet. That's the one I got. Wait, what? Oh, if it's you, if you don't contain the old man. Why he doesn't attack you? Ah, what? AC chaos in surgery. Wait, what? Who are they? Who are those people? Where's the chaos in surgery? A splinter group of old SCP? Revolts of the SCP Foundation? Counter SCP Force? Wait, you have like too many different answers. Terrorist? Well, you need to be sure, but like, you know what to give me here. They're all correct. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so I did this ending. That's the one I got. And I couldn't hear what they say here, so that's the moment I would be able to learn more. Ooh. So, we are SCP gamer. That's so cool. It breaks like, you know, somehow like, you know, the 4-4. It's like, you know, Katana 0. It's like Katana 0. It's the same thing because we start over and over again. And then we learn it's actually a power and like, you know, and all of that. That's the one I got, but there's like a giant bomb. And everyone dies, huh? Wait, but who kills everyone? Which SCP does that? 682. But who is S82? 682. No one can kill it, but if no one can kill them, why do they set off a bomb? Oh no, it set off. Ah. $682. Wait. 682. So the one you're talking about is this one. This is S62. Okay, I can understand why he's immortal. I mean, he's already looking dead. He's very smart also. Wait, do you see him in the game? Containment Breach. Where do we see him? Oh, it's so loud. We cannot see it, right? No, we can't. It's contained in a pound of acid. Oh, wow. So it reconstructs itself like, you know, forever.
Try the SCP Explained YouTube channel. It has a video on 682.
This one? It has 3 million views.
SCP-682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. So begins the SCP Foundation file on the dreaded SCP-682, a highly intelligent reptilian monster that has, despite the Foundation's best efforts, proved impossible to kill. It may not be the most dangerous SCP out there, considering that some are capable of eliminating entire realities, but it's one of the most iconic. You've probably heard tales of the monster that death forgot, and you know exactly why everyone is so afraid of the so-called hard-to-kill reptile. It's been subjected to some of the most deadly weapons and traps the Foundation could devise.
Ooh.
Attacks from some of its deadliest fellow SCPs. But before we tell you about the Foundation's many failed assassination attempts against the so-called hard-to-kill reptile, we need a little more groundwork on what this creature even is. The first thing to know about SCP-682 is that this thing wants you and everything you know dead. Unlike some other creatures like SCP-096 and SCP-173, which are murderous but exhibit no real higher processing skills, SCP-682 possesses cunning, advanced reasoning, and even human-level logical intelligence. SCP-682 can engage you in conversation, but just talking to the creature calmly and cordially will sometimes cause it to enter its rage state, where it becomes even more dangerous and volatile. The beast is perpetually kept—
Why the video is like how to website? Why it looks so professional? I wasn't expecting like a channel to look like so family friendly in the way of like, you know, talking about SCP.
Trapped in a tank of powerful hydrochloric acid, melting its tissue to prevent it from reaching its full potential and going on a rampage. The creature's most terrifying asset, and the reason it's proven impossible to terminate thus far, is its incredible adaptability to any and all external stimuli. 682 is a reactive being, capable of not only surviving and regenerating from all attacks, but often incorporating those attacks into its own wide arsenal. In other words, if you're hoping to kill this thing, you better kill it on the first hit. Because if you don't, you better believe it's gonna hit you back 100 times harder. This brings us to the main event. Some of the SCP Foundation's most ambitious and frightening attempts to terminate SCP-682, or even understand how it could theoretically be terminated. There are quite literally too many unsuccessful attempts for us to list them all here.
Did they say later in the video where it come from? Because normally you would introduce something with like, you know, where like, you know, the SCP was found, in which country, how, etc. Well,
so
maybe
think
you
of
would
this
explain.
as a highlight reel of the Foundation's most prominent failures. 682 was first cross-tested with SCP-017, a humanoid shadow entity shown to be able to consume matter with its shadows and leave no traces behind. Tests on tissue samples from 682 showed that SCP-017 was able to consume said tissues with no adverse effects. However, when SCP-017 was placed into the containment chamber with the actual creature, 682 let out a horrific roar that was so loud it damaged nearby audio equipment. SCP-017 fled to the corner of the room, and 682, in its rage state, attempted to breach containment. Agents managed to suppress and remove the creature, but no meaningful damage was logged.
That's actually cool. They use over SCP to maybe try to, like, you know, suppress a threat. But, like, that's so weird. Like, why didn't, like, you know, absorb, but, like, you know, 682?
Attempt failed. SCP-173, the killer statue, was later brought in, hoping that its thus far impeccable track record for killing would hold strong. The second that 173 was introduced into the testing area, 682 retreated to the far wall and began screeching intensely. It was intelligent enough to know what it was dealing with here. While the researchers and guards expected an instantaneous reaction, there was actually a stalemate for over 6 hours, as 682 stared at 173 continuously. Eventually, the tie was broken when agents shot out 682's eyes with high-caliber sniper rifles, breaking the line of sight and causing 173 to attack. Though 682 sustained damage to several parts of its body, while its eyes regenerated, the creature was not killed. It then regenerated a number of eyes all over its body, covered in a clear armored carapace that made them resistant to bullets.
Wait, so it becomes stronger every time you try to, like, you know, suppress something of him?
682 maintained perpetual eye contact. 173 was eventually removed from the containment unit, and the mission was aborted. Attempt failed. In their desperation, the SCP Foundation restored to bringing in another dangerous and seemingly unkillable monster to take on 682. SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy. As astute SCP fans will already know, this being kills anything that sees its face, with no known exceptions, and when it enters its attack mode, it's thought to be quite literally unstoppable. Or at least, it was. While SCP-096 was able to destroy 85% of 682's original body mass during their 27-hour battle, it was left mentally broken, wounded, and huddled in the corner. To this day, if ever confronted with SCP-682, the Shy Guy reacts in pure terror, turning away and clawing at its own face. Attempt
poor
failed.
thing.
During
But
the deadly
wait, how do they calculate, like, you know, how long a fight will be between two SCP and how they will react? It's just, you know, the fans will decide? Or, I don't know. How do they do calculation like this, huh? Is this anywhere like it's written? It's a guesswork? Shy Guy got PTSD. Okay, yeah.
Containment Breach. SCP-682 also went head-to-head organically with another iconic SCP Hall of Famer, SCP-106, also known as the Old Man. The Old Man and a shape-shifting psionic anomaly known as SCP-953 broke into 682's containment cell. The Old Man pulled both of his fellow anomalies—
Wait, what the fuck is this? It's Harry from League of Legends or what?
combatants into his pocket dimension to continue the battle on his terms. However, despite losing 67% of his body mass during the ensuing pocket dimension showdown, 682 still prevailed, with the Old Man eventually fleeing back to his cell and 953 being collected and taken away by agents. Once again, SCP-682 continued to hold the title. But it wasn't just cross-testing experiments, intentional or otherwise. The SCP Foundation's quest to kill 682 led them to a number of more conventional murder methods, all with varying degrees of success. Due to SCP-682's highly adaptive abilities, some methods were discounted from the outset. For example, launching a powerful thermonuclear missile at the creature was soundly rejected by O5 Command.
I mean, it's
on the
nuclear
premise that
bomb,
if
you
the
will
creature
risk everyone's
wasn't
life.
destroyed and evolved to the point where it could shrug off nukes, humanity would be pretty much done for. Other ideas were
you might
abandoned
survive
just for
too.
being too ridiculous, such as one researcher's suggestion to fly the creature through the air and drop it from a considerable height, hoping to kill it with a high-altitude impact.
No.
I'm not sure we even need to tell you why that's a terrible idea, but during the experiments on SCP-682, the studies range from honest to incompetent to straight-up evil. One guest researcher fed 2 small innocent children to the creature, just to see what would happen. He was then himself fed to the creature for his sadistic behavior, which was viewed as getting in the way of his professional conduct. After all, the Foundation is meant to be cold, not cruel. It was SCP-682 that had the monopoly on cruelty. Memetic kill agents were a resounding failure. They attempted to dismember 682 with a powerful laser, only to have the creature develop reflective surfaces that displaced the beam and caused catastrophic damage to the area around it. They attempted to kill the creature by sucking all the air out of its containment facility and create a vacuum, but it expelled a dangerous gaseous compound that reacted violently and exploded when air was once again introduced into the room. The Foundation used high-precision blades to slice SCP-682 into approximately 12,000 pieces, then separated these pieces. Unsurprisingly, by this point, this attempt also
It would never
failed.
die!
The 12,000 pieces reformed a short while later into the fully operational killing machine we all know and fear. In one particularly frightening display of intelligence and adaptability, the Foundation attempted to kill 682 with extreme heat, but it shielded itself by developing a second carapace composed of solid helium. When personnel entered the room following the failed attempt on the creature's life, it shattered its helium carapace into deadly shards that fired around the room and shredded all Foundation personnel in attendance. It had set a trap, and that trap had been wildly successful. The creature's ability to adapt to seemingly any offense is unparalleled, to the point where Foundation staff have no idea how to classify this creature, whether it's organic, inorganic, or even alive at all based on any definitions we could understand. At every turn, the creature just raised more questions. What is it? Is it possible to destroy it at all by any means? Who was even trying to kill who here? Because it certainly seemed like SCP-682 had a masterful KD ratio by now.
KD.
More extreme feats of cross-testing continued in the Foundation's growing desperation to eliminate this monster.
Wait, but against 039, how does it react against, like, you know, the Black Doctor? The Black Doctor normally kills you if it touch you. What happened? Why it doesn't tell us? What happened between them?
Nuts.
Because they showed like about all of them but not him. Oh, it just gotten sick. Oh, okay.
Nation's growing desperation to eliminate this monster. SCP-162, which is a hypnotic ball of sharp objects, hooks, and high-tension fishing line, was introduced to 682's containment cell. The hooks latched onto the creature and tore huge portions off, including its entire lower jaw and one of its limbs. However, 682 was still able to breach containment, kill 11 people, and badly wound 86 others.
Wow.
It regenerated its severe injuries in no time. The beast was even taken to the domain of the Gate Guardian, one of the proposals for SCP-001. The Guardian had a flaming sword hotter than the sun, capable of destroying its targets on an atomic level. Naturally, SCP-682 survived and regenerated. Perhaps the most
Well, it
fascinating
just cannot die,
cross-test
just
of all
too
was
strong,
between
that's it.
682 and SCP-053, who manifests as a kind, innocent little girl with the unfortunate condition of causing homicidal tendencies in all who come into contact with her for more than 10 minutes. The people with these tendencies...
Wait, what, little girl? Wait, 053? Where's 053?
682 and
Is it the girl?
SCP-053, who manifests as a kind, innocent little girl with the unfortunate condition of causing homicidal tendencies in all who come into contact with her for more than 10 minutes.
Oh,
The
that's
people
so
with
sad.
these tendencies would then attempt to harm the girl, but would immediately drop dead shortly after, leaving the girl intact. The researchers present anticipated two possible outcomes here. The optimistic outcome, in which 682 enters a rage state, attacks 053, and died for good. And the realistic outcome, in which 682 attacks 053, possibly experiencing some minor injury or nothing at all, and 053 had to be removed from the containment cell. But that didn't happen. What did occur was considerably
How was she born?
more shocking than any kind of violence. When 053 entered 682's containment chamber, the monster became uncharacteristically docile. Researchers and staff were baffled and watched with amazement as 053 approached the terrifying, immortal, mass-murdering monster and began to play with it. 682 even allowed 053 to draw on its face with crayons.
That's so
Researchers
cute!
thought they must have been dreaming, seeing this surreal display play out. 053 even appeared to have affection for this unkillable misanthrope.
That's so
It was a single
cool.
act in defiance of everything they
I want them to
thought
stay
they
up
knew.
forever together.
When Foundation personnel entered the containment
No.
cell to separate the two, 682 went ballistic and killed multiple guards. 053 also wept, sad at being separated from her new friend. To this day, despite further testing, The Foundation has no idea how or why
that's
this
such a
happened.
wholesome
Like many
thing.
details surrounding
I love it.
SCP-682, it's shrouded in deeply frustrating mystery.
I think it's so wholesome when I see in video games or any story where you have like an innocent being with like a terrifying, crazy monster who's extremely dangerous, would be super friendly and, you know, nice to each other. I love this kind of like, you know, dynamics between two characters.
The tale of SCP-682 continues, in spite of the Foundation's best efforts. The monster continues to breach containment and slaughter with some regularity, taking out its seemingly limitless hatred for not only human beings, but anything that dares draw breath. Nobody knows where exactly the creature is from, what its true nature is, or why its ability to adapt and regenerate far exceeds any known organism on this planet. Perhaps one day, through enough research and cross-testing, we can someday answer these questions with scientific precision. But until then, we only have one answer. Hatred never dies.
Wow. I love this YouTube channel. That's so cool. It's my very first video I ever watched from them. I love it. I want to see 053.
The young girl stood silently in a room full of corpses, staring off into the distance. She was in a trance, seemingly unaware of the carnage that had just unfolded around her.
Then I want you to
Some
tell
of
me
the
which
men
video
were
I should watch
shot or
after, okay?
stabbed or beaten. Others had no apparent cause of death whatsoever, but the young girl was unscathed. She was wearing a yellow summer dress and looked like she couldn't have been more than 3 years old. She awoke from her trance, still paying no heed to the violence in the room, and left. This is the story of
999.
SCP-053, the young girl. Her strange and terrifying life before containment, her thrilling capture, and the part she played in one of the most dangerous SCP Foundation cross-tests of all time. She had no name. The young girl could never spend enough time around someone to be given one. It was
Ah.
a terrible curse that she could never stay in one place for too long, or something truly awful would happen to everyone around her. She'd been drifting for years, but never grew to look older than a child. Her memories were long but formless, divided mostly
Oh,
into
she's much
10-minute
older than what we
increments.
think.
The young girl kept on moving. It was all she could do. In 1993, when the young girl had already been alive for a very long time, she found herself in Illinois after days of trekking on the roadside. She would scavenge what little food she needed from the trash and drink from lakes, rivers, or even puddles when she needed to. Deep down, the young girl knew that if she ever grew hungry or thirsty, she would
Yeah, she could be called like Pandora. That would
in
suit
her
her.
travels, the young girl had managed to scrounge together a few dollars, and though she knew her contact with people had to be limited, there was one thing she wanted that felt worth the risk: a candy bar. It'd been
So
a
she's
long
still like a
time
child
since
mentally,
she
though.
tasted chocolate, and she found the idea of tasting it again too enticing to resist. When she reached Chicago, she entered a small corner store with her handful of dollars, selected a candy bar from the rack, and approached the counter. For reasons even she didn't fully understand, she kept her eyes down as she placed the money on the counter. You see, SCP-053 was always a special child. As we briefly mentioned earlier, you might even say she was cursed. Whenever she was around other people for too long, terrible things tended to happen. Unspeakable things. And as a component of this strange, unexplainable curse, or perhaps as a means of keeping her safe from it, the young girl was doomed to never understand the nature of her predicament. It was like there was a mental wall between her and the horrors her presence could cause. All she knew was that it was best to avoid eye contact, stay away from large groups of people at all costs.
So it's eye contact mostly
and
was
never
bad.
spend any longer than 10 minutes around anyone, ever. That's why, as she waited for her chocolate bar at the cash register, she kept her head down and waited to go. The cashier looked upon this strange girl with apparent concern. It'd been a slow day, all in all. A few listless patrons milled around the store, window shopping. His brain was practically on autopilot until he saw this child. She looked filthy, in a disheveled dress, and was totally alone.
What on earth had happened to this child?
So yeah, he would just,
The
you
more
know,
he
maybe
looked at
try to interact
the
with
more
her
he
and
sensed
bring
a
her to the
creepy
police.
vibe exuding from her. Something about this girl was wrong. He spoke softly to her, introducing himself as Miles, and asking her where her mommy and daddy were. The young girl hesitated for just a few seconds too long for his liking, before simply saying that they were at home. Any parent who'd let their 3-year-old kid just wander around the south side of Chicago alone was either crazy, neglectful, or both. He asked her politely to remain in the store while he gave the police a quick call. He'd even let her have the candy bar for free while she waited. Immediately, the little girl became uncomfortable. She had already been in here for a few minutes now, and while Miles called the police, he expected her to wait around even longer. Again, she couldn't even tell you why she knew waiting around like this would be so dangerous, but she had a nagging, instinctual awareness that she needed to get out. Around the store, the few patrons still inside started to get a strange feeling, like someone was watching them. Soon, what seemed like mild paranoia was quickly becoming white-hot anger. Pure rage.
Yeah.
They felt almost like they had to kill someone, but not just anyone. Someone particular. They had to kill the little girl. It wasn't long until the police arrived. 2 officers, Holiday and DeWitt, entered to collect the apparently neglected little girl. It was a story they'd sadly heard all too often, a tragically common occurrence in the big city.
But wait!
When
If you want to kill the girl and you shoot at her, like with a gun, will she die or not? Because apparently when they try to kill her, they die instantly.
2 of them approached the young girl. She was looking down at the ground. They tried to speak to her, but she was unresponsive. Miles looked on, concerned, but deep down, he felt the same bizarre progression all the other store-goers were feeling. Confusion, irritability, and finally, violent rage. The corner store was a powder keg. All it needed now.
She will not, but shooter will die. So it means he gets the bullet instead of she getting it? Right? Wait, you died before pulling the trigger? Are you sure? Wait,
And
maybe
that
it explains it
spark
in the
came
video.
when Officer Holiday reached down and took the young girl by the arm. His bare skin touched hers, and it was all over. The cop twitched. His mind washed out in murderous insanity as he reached for his sidearm. Officer DeWitt opened his mouth to protest, but he didn't manage to get a syllable out before Holiday turned and shot him. In a fraction of a second, the quiet corner store exploded into a violent bloodbath as the patrons and cops slaughtered each other. All the while, the young girl just stood there in a trance. Everyone was dead within minutes, except Miles and the young girl.
Oh, Miles is still
He shakenly
alive.
rose to his feet, his mind carved out by madness, and reached for Officer Holiday's discarded pistol. Outside of the store, the young girl appeared, walking out as if nothing had happened. Inside, Miles's body was sprawled over the counter, clutching his chest as if his heart had just exploded. This was the true nature of the young girl's curse. Anyone who meets her eye, touches her skin, or spends over 10 minutes around her is destined to slip into a state of murderous insanity. They'll go into a kill-crazy frenzy and attack anyone around them until all that is left is them and the young girl.
But like, when everyone, you know, start dying around her, she don't have any memories left of what happened, huh?
At which point, they'll try to kill her too. But the mere act of attempting to kill her is also fatal, killing its victims with a massive heart attack or a seizure. The second part of the girl's curse is that she herself can never die. She keeps coming back, unknowingly causing more misery and death along the way. Until, of course, a certain secret organization took notice.
Okay,
That
she
night,
goes in a trust
the
and
young
don't
girl
notice.
sat in the cavernous interior of a local abandoned warehouse.
That's why she's like
quietly eating her
friends with
hard-earned candy bar.
689
Suddenly, she heard a
because
quiet crack in
they are
the
the same.
distance. She tried to move her left arm, but found it was numb. She could barely move it. The girl turned her head and saw a tranquilizer dart sticking out of her skin. Instinctively, she got up and began to run, limping as her left leg started to lose all feeling too. Suddenly, she was surrounded by footsteps as masked men in SWAT uniforms emerged out of the darkness on all sides. The last thing she remembered before slipping out of consciousness was a blindfold being pulled over her eyes and tiny metal handcuffs clasping over her wrists. When she woke up, she was in the nicest room she had slept in years.
Oh, they
It
still
was
give you
16
her
feet
like a
by
nice
16
room though.
feet.
That's really nice.
Toys, books, and games. Standing across
I
the
think
room
it's
from
like
her was
almost-
a stranger in a full hazmat suit,
Is it-
connected to a long steel
Oh.
cable leading out of the room.
You know,
He
it's
spoke
actually she's
calmly-
getting actually a better life, you know, living like this and you know outside and you know having everyone dying around her.
and polite.
Even if she's not
The
really
timer
fully
on his
aware.
wrist counted down from 10 minutes. The stranger
Oh.
explained to the young girl that they would be taking care of her now.
Yeah, but she don't grow up
Provide
and she
her with all
remain
the
a kid,
toys
so
and
outside
games
is
and
not
treats
better.
She wanted, provided she cooperated and submitted willingly to some tests. Compared to living out on the streets with no food or comfort, this seemed like an excellent compromise.
See, I told you.
She would live in what seemed like luxury, and every so often, she'd be taken to a testing room with a stranger in an orange jumpsuit. After a few minutes of waiting, the stranger would inevitably go feral and attempt to kill her, and then always die in the process. The strangers in the hazmat suits told her that all of these tests were helping them learn extremely valuable things about her, and that soon they'd have a very special job for her. It would be a wonderful surprise.
And now
It
she
was
can
the
actually
spring of
spend time with
1994
people,
that
you
the
know?
young girl, now officially
Before- because they always die.
SCP-053, finally received her special mission. Several strangers in full hazmat suits wielding rifles escorted her out of her usual bedroom. She asked where she was being taken and was told she was going to meet a new friend. She was taken to one of the recreational testing rooms and pushed inside. Out in front of her, she saw something terrifying.
The one we know.
A giant reptilian creature. She retreated from it instinctually, hiding behind a chair in the containment area. The giant reptile didn't move. It just sat there. Eventually, she plucked up the courage to go and touch the creature before retreating again. No reaction. Little by little, the young girl gained confidence and continued to approach and pat the creature. It exhaled through its huge nostrils, and the young girl literally jumped for joy in her amusement. She began to play with the docile monster, hugging it, even drawing on it with a crayon.
Cute.
The observers were truly baffled.
Wait, Jenny, thank you very
What
much for the
the
5
young girl
months.
didn't know was that she was playing with SCP-682.
Oh, it's
one of the
682,
most
not 68,
hateful and aggressive
9.
anomalies under the Foundation's watchful eye. And yet, in her presence, the creature was like an overgrown puppy dog. After the test phase, the young girl was removed from the hard-to-kill reptile's presence, immediately causing the creature to become violent and murderous once again. After being separated from her strange new friend, the young girl was seen crying for several minutes. According to all accounts, the young girl is eager to see her friend again someday, though considering the reptile killed several guards after their separation, the Foundation isn't eager to grant her that wish. SCP-053 was classified as Euclid and continues to be held in containment. With her toys,
Euclid is very dangerous, right?
books, and games rotated out on a regular basis.
I wish, you know, they can just, you know,
Seeing as
have
she
them in the
shows no
same
sign
room
of
or two
aging,
separate new
this
rooms
ongoing
next to each
containment
other.
is likely to be the sad, strange fate of the young girl. An anomaly that never wanted to hurt anyone, but an important and cruel reminder that what we want doesn't always influence the world in the way we want. Check out SCP-096.
Nice.
The
Okay,
Shy Guy.
which video you want me to watch now? I want to learn more. You say the 999, huh? Oh, Euclid means containable but unpredictable. Okay. Yo, Gary, what's up? How is it going? Hi. Euclid means dangerous but can be survived. Okay. Okay, I saw a lot of 999, so we're going to this one and then we'll go for anything you recommend me after, okay? Tickle monster? It's a slime. It looks cute.
Almost all cross-testing to kill or pacify SCP-682 had failed miserably. If you haven't seen it, go watch our video on the legendary hard-to-kill reptile to see just how powerful and terrifying this creature is. It faced the Gate Guardian, an SCP with a flaming sword hotter than the sun, capable of tearing your atoms to shreds, and
Yes,
came out
SCP
fine.
lore.
In its face-off with the horrifying SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy, it broke the Shy Guy's mind and reduced it to gibbering despair. Even SCPs with supposedly unlimited powers simply refused to engage the beast in combat. So, when it was proposed that they test 682 with SCP-999, a creature known among Foundation staff as the Tickle Monster, the idea was considered laughable. 682 had been burned.
Wait, it makes you tickle? Okay, we're going to see what it
cut
says.
up, incinerated, and growled in the faces of the gods. How could this so-called Tickle Monster ever hope to survive an encounter, let alone win a fight? Some even believe that this was the last we'd see of SCP-999. But what makes this story truly remarkable is that that isn't how this played out. As you'll soon discover, SCP-999
makes you happy?
is an
It makes you feel
amazing and
comfy?
unique SCP in and
No,
of itself.
for real?
But its secret origins and its interactions with some other prominent figures in the SCP universe
Wait.
are what make this humble, slimy creature beyond extraordinary. Prepare yourself for the heartwarming, yes, you heard that right,
Wait.
the heartwarming
The Tickle Monster. Okay, I wanted to make sure like they talk about the Tickle Monster and not only just, you know, between the Tickle Monster and 682.
story of SCP-999. Several highly trained agents on 682 detail place 999 into the immortal lizard cell. Compared to the giant reptilian sitting across from it, 999 wasn't much to look at. It's a large orange amorphous blob of anomalous slime. Weighing in at around 120 pounds, SCP-999 was nothing compared to the monstrosity it was supposed to face. While its weight has, in the past, caused minor injuries to some of its human handlers, it has never caused serious or long-lasting damage of any kind to a living thing. Even its diet consists only of candy and sweets,
No
with a particular
way!
preference for M&Ms and Necco wafers. It consumes these treats through the cell membrane of its slimy body, much like an amoeba. This extremely stretchy membrane
It's like,
means
how
that
do you call it? Like, you know, the scientific name for something that makes you happy. Is it endorphin? Makes you, maybe it's made of endorphin and so it needs sugar to make endorphins. That's why you like, you know, spending time with it.
creature is highly malleable, including the ability to stretch and flatten itself out to a mere 2 centimeters thick. At rest, the creature
Dopamine,
takes a
yeah, dopamine, I
dome-like
mean.
shape
Dopamine,
around 2
dopamine.
meters wide and 1 meter in height. The closest things the creature has to limbs are prehensile pseudopods. Those are the arm-like projections normally seen on single-celled organisms, of which it has at least 3. The more you hear about this utterly harmless creature, the more that matching it up with the pure embodiment of absolute hatred known as SCP-682 feels downright cruel. In absolute contrast to the misanthropic attitudes of the reptile, 999 loves humans. It has a playful dog-like attitude, much like an overexcited puppy when approached. 999 will react with extreme joy and slither towards the nearest person in order to interact. It will leap onto them, using 2 of its 3 prehensile pseudopods to hug the person, while the third nuzzles the person's face, emitting high-pitched cooing and gurgling noises throughout. The creature is apparently pleasant in every conceivable fashion, as even its odor has been reported to smell just like the favorite scent of whoever is smelling it. Examples have included chocolate, fresh laundry, bacon, roses, and Play-Doh. It's almost impossible to oversell just how beloved and benevolent this strange creature is. It's one of
There's
the rare
no
sapient
way.
SCPs to earn the Safe class, and it's allowed to roam freely around its facility at all times, apart from a 1-hour bedtime period between 8 and 9 p.m.
Oh, it's so cute! Like, it can just go and anywhere in the facility and you just need to go to bedtime at appropriate hours. What the fuck?
Rare instances that
That's so
999 has
cute.
caused harm to a worker at the facility, it immediately began to back away and contract its body while whimpering in a kind of dog-like apology.
I
The
want
closest
one.
the Foundation has ever come to having a real incident with the creature was the time someone accidentally fed it a can of caffeinated cola, causing it to become hyper for an hour before becoming visibly queasy.
Oh,
You'll be
no.
relieved to know that it's since made a full recovery.
Oof.
But what would happen when this whimsical creature is forced to go toe-to-toe with the Foundation's most ill-tempered monster? The employees observing the test watched in suspense as 999 began to enthusiastically slither towards 682. It's no surprise that after being tortured and almost killed hundreds of times during testing, 682 had grown jaded to the cross tests it was regularly subjected to. When it saw this strange orange blob squelching across the ground towards it, it sighed and groaned, expecting the worst. "What is that?" the creature asked of its gelatinous guest.
It would actually like it.
SCP-999 began jumping up and down in front of
It is just like
682 an
humans.
excited puppy, creating a high-pitched squealing noise. Just as it regarded all living things, 682 thought the creature bouncing around before it was disgusting and hardly worth the effort to destroy. Was the Foundation even trying anymore? With a single vicious stomp, 682 flattened the friendly creature beneath one of its feet. Observers were prepared to charge in and liberate 999 from under 682's claws. But then something truly unexpected happened. The
they wanted
expression
to
on
even protect
682's
it.
acid-eaten face began to slowly change. It was beginning to smile.
How can they
Observers
tell
recorded
if
a
it's
noise what they
smiling?
thought
Did you
could
saw
have
like
been a
its
chuckle
face?
as the creature growled and said, "What is this? I feel good." While the observers looked on, stunned at what was happening, 999 began to slither and crawl up from between 682's toes. It reformed on its scaly leg and slithered up along its side until it reached the neck. There it began to nuzzle like it had never nuzzled before. The results spoke for themselves.
Wow.
682 was grinning and chuckling, repeating a phrase that the Foundation never would have imagined coming from 682. Feel so happy. Happy.
Well, like, why do you want to contain 682 with, like, you know, trying to kill it? Just give 682 the little girl and this blob, and it's good. And he won't want to kill anyone anymore.
Happy. Happy. Just when you thought SCP-999 couldn't possibly be more adorable, you learn about its greatest power, bringing joy. Anyone and anything that comes into contact with the creature, even in passing, will experience a kind of mild euphoria. As one's contact with the creature is prolonged, this overwhelming sense of joy increases and continues long after you've separated from it. Prolonged contact has completely cured depression, anxiety, and PTSD, along with a number of other conditions, including rage and antisocial personality disorders. Serial killers practically become saints after coming into prolonged contact with 999. And in that moment, 682 was no exception. And there truly does not appear to be no exceptions. While causing happiness and joy isn't a dangerous weapon, when it comes to SCP-999, it is an extremely powerful one. And what's more, SCP-999 also appears to have an innate sense for those who need its help most, with a particular affection for the hurt and the unhappy. The creature appears to be a true altruist on a fundamental level, even risking its own safety to help humans during dangerous containment breaches. In one dramatic instance, 999 leaped into the air to block a bullet from making contact with a member of staff. As a result, the creature is pretty much universally loved by all members of Foundation staff.
That's really nice.
It's the one SCP who has never made trouble for anyone. Back in SCP-682's containment cell, the beast was still smiling and laughing as 999 rubbed against its neck. It was an event so strange, so unprecedented, that the observers in attendance felt like they were hallucinating. For a few minutes, the monster kept dreamily repeating the word, happy. But then, suddenly, the creature began to enter a fit of uncontrollable, booming laughter. It rolled onto its back, slamming its huge tail against the door. It had just fallen victim to one of 999's favorite pastimes, tickle fights, hence how it earned its Tickle Monster nickname among staff. The tickle fight continued until 682 appeared to tire and fall asleep, with a smile still on its face. After 15 minutes of inactivity, 2 D-Class personnel were commanded to enter and retrieve SCP-999 from the containment cell. They did so successfully, but as soon as 999 was removed, 682 roused from its slumber and released a powerful psychic attack from its entire body while laughing maniacally. It rendered all personnel within a certain distance incapacitated as they collapsed in fits of laughter, allowing 682 to escape and go on a violent rampage.
Oh shit.
However, in spite of this, 999 showed no fear and helped save some of the bystanders as security officers subdued and recaptured 682. And even after all of this, 999 showed no hard feelings towards 682 and indicated a desire to play again. It's a creature whose capacity for love is so limitless that it's practically immune to fear. Which is all well and good, because the true enemy that 999 is destined to face is infinitely more powerful and terrifying than 682 could ever hope to be. What is this monster? And why should 999 have to face it someday? The answers to these questions all lie in the true origins of SCP-999, available only to those with level 5 clearance and beyond. It's a perfect example of how something good can come from the darkest places. There would be no SCP-999 without SCP-231-7. SCP-231 was a collection of 7 girls, all impregnated by horrific nightmares in a ritual performed by a cult known as the Children of the Scarlet King. Each of these girls, over the years that followed, gave birth to some of the most horrific monsters imaginable. One of which, according to some, was SCP-682. These beings were manifested by the Scarlet King, a powerful interdimensional nightmare god, believed to be behind a great deal of the darkness and horror present within our and many other dimensions. Foundation higher-ups have declared the Scarlet King to be the greatest existing threat to the multiverse at large. And SCP-231 was his latest direct interaction with our universe.
Whoa.
The only surviving member of SCP-231, SCP-231-7, gave birth in secret. But she didn't give birth to a monster. She gave birth to SCP-999,
Whoa.
a being of pure goodness. That's right. The nicest, kindest, cuddliest SCP of all
You
is
must be the
direct
most
descendant of
proudest
a being
mom
that's
ever
essentially the
if she
dark
gives
god
birth
of
to this
all
little
evil.
slime.
Feel free to take a moment to absorb that. The creature even healed the girl who birthed it, and allowed her to return to normal life with her family once more. From
But
its
what happened
first
to the other
moments,
girls, and
SCP-999
what
was
did they
making
give
positive
birth to?
changes to the world around it. And according to ancient texts from a Scarlet King-aligned culture known as the Deivas, SCP-999 is still very much in its infancy, yet it already has the power to pacify its monstrous siblings like the aforementioned 682. It's believed, according to some prophecies and Foundation theories, that the power of SCP-999 will grow exponentially as it matures. Why does this matter? Well, it's believed by some that one day, 999 will grow powerful enough to overthrow not only its own monstrous siblings, but the thought to be unstoppable Scarlet King himself. Not through violence or hate, but
Gex!
through the pure force of
Wait, the Scarlet King. Wait, where's the Scarlet King? Is it contained or not? Because if it's as strong as it is, so maybe it's not contained yet. Because I wonder like how it will interact with 999.
happiness and love burning out the darkness and purifying the corrupted. While the humble SCP-999 rarely outshines its frightening competitors, to those truly in the know, 999 is one of the most powerful and valuable SCPs in existence, and may be the greatest asset in the Foundation's arsenal.
It's
for
not
the war
contained.
against dangerous
It's
anomalous
uncontainable.
activity. After all, what could strike more fear into their
We need to
hearts
watch.
than the knowledge that it might be love rather than firepower that finally dethrones the
You
Scarlet
should
King?
watch this, A
And for
History
the
of the
knowledge that it may
Scarlet
one
King.
day save
thank you,
everything
Zef
we
Code, and
know
thank you very
from
much
a
for the
fate
tip. I'm going to
so
watch
much
it.
worse than death, with nothing but affection for everyone and everything. It's worth offering thanks to the little orange blob,
This
or at
is
least an
literally
extra
Kirby.
pack of M&Ms before bedtime.
Oh.
There is a video on the Scarlet King. He is 001.
Wait. Oh, but that's an animation. I don't want to watch an animation. I want to watch like this video here. So
Watch SCP-2935. It is
Wait.
terrifying in its own way.
Okay, wait. Everyone, you vote. You vote for what you want me to watch right now. Curious, thank you very much for the 10 sub gift. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're so close to 2,000 sub gift sub gold. Fuck. For this month. Which SCP now? Ooh, 001. That's a lot of 001. Let's go. Mimetic Kill Agent. Wait, it's 3 hours long. 2 months ago. Maybe it's not this one? Wait, which one should I watch? This one?
The 7 sons of the Scarlet King, 6 of them are meant to different means
The
to
one
end
that...
all life.
Or maybe it's this
The
one?
7th child was the smallest and weakest among the 7, similar to the Scarlet
Good
King
Guardian.
itself, but decided
you've
to
ever
not
read
be
the
a
book-
weapon of destruction. How these children came to be is a whole different can of worms. When day breaks.
Okay, interesting.
BTW boss. Safe Euclid Keter neutralized Formula Polyon. Then there's one more class, Archon.
Archon. Wait, the safe
Technically,
Euclid,
the Scarlet
Keter,
King is one of
neutralized,
various 01
Tomiel,
entries.
and Apollyon,
Also, check
and
out the
Archon.
channel Volgun if you want to experience the articles as they are written.
I think, yeah, I should, like, you know, read them, but I think watching a video is much more fun, you know, it's, like, entertaining, because you can see the picture, you can imagine better, and it's easier for me, because my English is not perfect. Majo, thank you so much for the 5 sub gift, and Ace Gamer You, thank you so much for the 15 sub gift, thank you so much! Yes, thank you so much! And, Wait. The new feature of Twitch is on now? I just realized now. I can see who's like, you know, watching or not listening to me. Like, I can see like, you know, there's someone, it's toxic masculinity. They are watching my stream but without the sound. And there's a serial box detective. I can see that you're not watching my stream but you're just listening. Yeah, I can see that. Wait, I'm going to show you. Here. Here. Look at yourself. Like here. This is like, you know, watching without the video. Like, here we go. Where am I? You're not watching. You're listening to me without watching. So I don't know, like, you know, why you appear on the screen, because otherwise, I don't know. Is this right? That's so weird.
Giving Bezos money to this bratty cat girl.
Interesting. I don't like this. I don't like this new feature at all because it's fucking useless. But you know what else? It's bad for the streamer because it will make how do you say the word when you're sad? Because people make you, yeah, you make me feel insecure. Yeah, see here. Like, nah, you can click on your page and change it. No need to pause or mute. But dude, like, you're not listening. You're looking at my stream without the sound here. This is what it says. It's a badge that you can put there yourself. No! It's not. It's a feature. I saw it on Twitter. You're going to make me feel insecure if you use that. You better watch and listening to me. Anyway, let's go back to SCP lore. Here we go.
But does it say what volume? 100% or bust?
It is a badge. You definitely can put it there yourself, but why? Why would you put yourself on a page of you're not watching or listening to someone?
Have you heard of the box experiment?
Oh my god, no, chat!
To understand containment classes in SCP. Here's how it goes. If you lock it in a box, leave it alone, and nothing bad happens,
don't do this!
then it's probably
don't!
safe. If you lock it in a box,
no!
leave it alone, and you're not quite sure what will happen,
what?
then
Listen!
it's probably
Don't
useless.
mute me!
If you lock
Chat!
it in a box, leave it alone.
Chat now! What the fuck is wrong with you? I can't fucking believe this shit. You're doing this to me, huh? How do you put this on? How do you put this on? Tell me, how do you put it on? How? Explain yourself here. Oh! Listen to me! Don't mute yourself! Chat!
We partake in a little bit of tomfoolery.
Why are you mute? Why?
We shall leave you alone with your thoughts, and we will watch.
What? Okay, whatever. Whatever. I'm going to watch my SCP video. I will comment, and you don't have to listen to me. I don't care.
It doesn't actually mute you.
Okay, I'm going to bring you here. And I'm going to make you some
I get
water.
it now. This wasn't meant for you. It was meant for US.
It was not meant for you. It was meant for the US. It doesn't make sense. I have it. So there's something wrong here.
Click your chat identity badge to toggle it. Don't worry, Sarah, I'll never mute you.
Oh my god.
Hugs.
Oh my god, fucking dumbass. That's why I love you. I'm really happy to have like a chat who can tease me. Otherwise, it would be so fucking boring.
What's that?
Kalanuma, thank you very
can't
much for the
hear
9
you.
months.
Have you tried speaking up?
Shut the fuck up. I'm going to ignore you. I'm going. Idiori, thank you very much for the 4 months and still fuck you. And here, I'm going to change this as a sub goal. Sub goal is now this. Always 420.
Which is
You're ready? I'm going to put the video now. Okay? No more memes. I see bits donations. I'm going to wait until you're done.
You roam.
You womb? What the fuck do you mean? Streamer mic mute. No!
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat?
Can see the video? You see the video, shut up. Can we get subtitles? Is there
Twitch
subtitles
also
here?
added a feature that allows streamers to credit emotes artists pod.
Okay, fuck you. I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to watch.
Mode with that scream.
Wait. No problems then, I guess. You should thank me. I see another bit. It's coming. No, okay. Fuck!
Did you know you can finally give artist badge to people you want?
Yeah, I'm aware about it as well. I'm aware. But my emote artist doesn't, like, you know, come often here. Because, like, when they start streaming or they are awake, it's like 5 AM for me. So they are never in my chat. Thank you very much for the 5,500 bits, King Sear Duck, thank you.
You aren't listening, right? Mommy?
What the fuck was that noise? Okay, wait, we're going to watch, okay? I don't care if you're listening or not. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to watch the video.
If you've ever read the book of Genesis, which is the part of the Old Testament that details God creating the world and humanity during a particularly busy week, then you might just be already familiar with this.
No, I'm not going to remove the subtitles, because for me it's better. My English is not perfect. I like having subtitles. I need to listen now. Stop interrupting me.
If you've ever read the book of Genesis...
Oh, harder, Daddy.
Stop! No, shut up!
It's the part of the Old Testament that details God creating
Stop!
the world and humanity
Thank
during
you
a
very much for the sub.
particularly busy week. Then you might just be already familiar with SCP-001, or
No,
at
I'm
least
not.
one of the anomalies that's been proposed for the title of SCP-001. Because
Is this
of
on
course,
SCP-Kane or
SCP-001 doesn't
SCP-able?
refer to a single creature, object, or entity, but rather a collection of various anomalies
Fuck.
contained by the SCP Foundation. Anomalies sharing the name SCP-001 include the infamous Scarlet King, a powerful eldritch being intent on ending all of creation that is thought by Foundation
Muted.
researchers to be one of the most dangerous beings
I
in
cannot
this
focus, stop.
and any other universe. But the Scarlet King isn't the only incredibly powerful being categorized as SCP-001. In fact, there are plenty of other anomalies with similar levels of destructive power. And one such being is a creature codenamed the Gate Guardian. Standing at well over 1,000 feet tall, the Gate Guardian is impossible to be fully contained by any means that the Foundation
Oh.
possesses. The anomaly itself,
But then where
despite
is
its
it?
colossal size, is humanoid in its shape, sporting wings that protrude from its back. While it usually has 4 of these,
Fuck you.
SCP-001 has historically been seen to have any number of wings between 2 and 108, sprouting from various places over its body, including its shoulders, ankles, wrists, and even its temples. This gigantic guardian also carries its own weapon, referred to as SCP-001-2. This weapon resembles an enormous knife or sword, capable of emitting plumes of flame. According to tests conducted by the Foundation, the temperature of the flames produced by SCP-001 rival that of our very own sun.
Thanks for the
reference, the sun
subtitles
has a
since
core
so many
temperature
people
of over
have the chat
27
muted.
million degrees Fahrenheit and 5,778 Kelvin at its surface.
Wait,
or
but where
almost
is it contained?
10,000
Where is it?
degrees Fahrenheit. You would expect a flaming sword that burns hotter than the sun to cause a considerable amount of damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if it wasn't in use. but the flames emitted by the weapon leave no lasting damage on the surrounding environment.
Oh!
It is capable, though, of annihilating anything that strays too close to SCP-001, burning them so intensely that their atoms literally separate, breaking potential attackers apart on a molecular level. Much as its codename suggests, the Gate Guardian stands solemnly at the threshold of some form of dimensional gateway, which is equally tall as SCP-001. Behind the Guardian is a lush grove, abundant with fruit trees of astronomical size, as well as other beings that share a similar appearance to SCP-001. This grove is thought to be the Garden of Eden, the paradise that God created and that was inhabited by Adam and Eve, the first two humans in existence, according to the book of Genesis. As the tale goes, the pair were created by God himself, and permitted to live in the Garden of Eden as long as they followed a single rule.
Not eat the
Adam
apple.
and Eve were instructed not to eat any of the fruit that grew from certain trees that God had specified. Within view just behind the Gate Guardian are two immense trees, one bearing apples and the other bearing different fruit of an unknown type. The one that looks like an apple tree is believed, even by some in the Foundation, to be the biblical tree of knowledge that Eve was convinced to pick a fateful apple from after an encounter with a snake. The other, the one with unidentifiable fruit, is thought to be the tree of life. However, this is all speculation, since it is currently impossible to venture through this gateway and verify if the realm beyond is truly the Bible's own Garden of Eden. This is largely because anything that breaches a kilometer-wide radius of SCP-001 is instantly vaporized.
Holy
The Guardian
shit!
attacks with imperceptible speed, using its flaming sword to smite any person that gets too close. The Guardian actually moves so fast that it can hardly be seen with the naked eye. It appears to always remain in its solemn, dutiful stance with its weapon drawn and head bowed, only shifting for a fraction of a nanosecond to attack. Ranged attacks.
Wait, but what does he do? He just stands there?
Can we watch 5,000 as well, Peppo Love?
SCP-001 reduced to atoms before they can do any harm. Even if said projectile happens to be a nuclear weapon, the Gate
Thank you, Lord Jack Harder, for the
subatomically vaporize both the projectile itself as well as the
And Twitch
person
Teach
who
37,
sent
thank
it,
you very much for the sub.
regardless of
We're going
how
to watch the
powerful
SCP
they are.
you
All will
want,
not
but you
appear
what
to
in the
lift
chat.
a finger. During an experiment involving SCP-001 on December 26, 2004, an SCP Foundation nuclear submarine called Nautilus launched
it's a Guardian,
series
so it
of
stays here.
multi-warhead intercontinental ballistic missiles at the Gate Guardian. The retaliation from the Guardian resulted not only in the deaths of approximately 35,000 innocent civilians, but the blast is also believed by some to have inadvertently caused the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami.
Oh
the
shit,
severity
okay.
of this incident came dangerously close to revealing the Foundation's existence to the world, resulting in them rapidly deploying any means necessary to erase any trace of the 35,000 victims' families, friends, and other related individuals. In order to avoid questioning, the SCP Foundation administered amnestics on an almost worldwide scale, and the O5 Council banned any further tests on SCP-001 that involved nuclear weapons. In what was hoped by the Foundation to be a test with lower stakes, they sent an expendable D-Class personnel towards SCP-001. The D-Class approached the area where the Gate Guardian is located, and as soon as they saw it, they could hear a very clear command in their mind.
Leave.
The D-Class personnel reacted
Makes sense.
exactly the same way you or I would. They promptly turned and started to walk away. They didn't need a 1,000-foot-tall entity with a flaming sword to tell them twice. The researchers running the experiment were not swayed by the request and ordered the D-Class to continue moving towards SCP-001. When the D-Class continued to ignore their commands, they were terminated, as is standard policy when dealing with an insubordinate member of D-Class. SCP-001 appeared not to like this for some reason, though, and the researcher site as well as the researchers themselves were immediately obliterated by an unknown force.
Okay, so you better leave it alone and don't be like an asshole.
Responsible. This candidate for SCP-001 may be one of, if not the most powerful being that the SCP Foundation has ever encountered. And according to its entry in the SCP-001 file, the Guardian is even responsible for the creation of the Foundation itself. If the file is to be believed, the administrator of the SCP Foundation one day heard a word echoing through his head. Prepare. This one-word instruction led him to starting the SCP Foundation, containing countless dangerous anomalies and entities in preparation for an uncertain future. In all that time, since the very beginning of the Foundation, the Gate Guardian has remained standing at its post. While it is not aggressive nor openly hostile towards humanity, the Gate Guardian doesn't seem to care much for us either, at least as individuals. It rarely interacts with human beings when left unprovoked. And venturing too close to the Guardian, however, is not an automatic death sentence. The Guardian first communicates with any living being approaching it via a telepathic message, instructing them to either leave or forget. If whomever has stepped too close to SCP-001 complies with the instructions, they'll be able to freely leave the area, while simultaneously forgetting every detail of the Gate Guardian's existence. Ignore these warnings though, and SCP-001 has no qualms about completely eliminating you from reality. Given its enormous destructive potential, it is no wonder that the Foundation has tried to use the Gate Guardian to eliminate other dangerous SCPs, each with varying results. The Foundation
Have they tried to put like 682 near the Guardian? I don't know, put a 682 like in to like a truck and make it run towards him. Oh shit! Okay, we're getting to that. Okay. Oh! Yeah, you're right. Oh shit!
SCP-682, better known by the appropriate name of the hard-to-destroy reptile. Due to the malicious contempt SCP-682 holds for human beings and all other forms of life, it is perhaps one of the most dangerous anomalies the SCP Foundation has in containment. SCP-682 is also one of the few creatures the Foundation actively wants to terminate. A task made that much harder given that 682 can regenerate its entire form from as little as a single
I guess it will like, you know, fade and it will become stronger,
time and time again that it was capable of massive destruction, and researchers working for the Foundation hope to harness that power to rid the world of SCP-682 for good. 682 was placed on an unmanned vehicle and carried to within 1 kilometer of the Gate Guardian. The Guardian attacked the vehicle, seriously wounding but not killing 682. It seemed even the mighty SCP-001 couldn't kill the hard-to-destroy reptile.
That's
While
insane!
the researchers were disappointed with this result, it is worth noting that 682 made a very interesting comment to the Guardian. 682 mentioned that the Gate Guardian is not Uriel, but a pretender.
What does that mean,
Uriel
not
is
Uriel?
the archangel that some religious texts describe as the Guardian standing at the Gate of Eden with a fiery sword. So does this mean that 682 knows that the Gate Guardian is not actually an angel? Or that the location it is guarding isn't the Garden of Eden at all? Any truth or meaning behind these comments has, as of yet, been undetermined by the SCP Foundation. A later experiment
not an angel.
involved both SCP-001 and SCP-073, the anomaly otherwise known as Cain. Cain is a male humanoid of possible Arabic descent whose arms, legs, spine, and shoulders are replaced in an almost cyborg-like fashion with beryllium bronze. Much like the Gate Guardian, SCP-073 may also be the same as the one mentioned in the Bible's book of Genesis, who, according to the biblical story, murdered his own brother Abel out of spite. As punishment for his actions, Cain was cursed to eternally suffer for his wrongdoing. In the case of SCP-073, any damage inflicted on him is deflected back to the attacker.
Okay.
The Cain is made to feel the pain of the attack. Any plants or plant-based matter withers and rots in his presence, and he is cursed with a perfect memory, keeping him forever haunted by his murder of Abel. When Cain was brought before the Gate Guardian, an unknown incident occurred. The Foundation's records are heavily expunged, but we do know that somehow Cain's usual ability to deflect incoming damage back at his attacker had no effect on SCP-001. The encounter left SCP-073 unconscious, and even permanently blinded nearby research personnel. It was as a direct result of this incident that the O5 Council demanded that no further experiments of any kind were to be conducted on SCP-001, with the administrator even filing an executive order that no SCPs be exposed to the Guardian, and that SCP-001 was to never be used for the attempted termination of other SCPs. Of course, perhaps it wasn't just the mistakes of the past that made the Council decide that SCP-001 was best left alone. At some point, an erratic transmission was received from Site-0 by Foundation personnel, detailing an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. In the transmission, the sender, believed to be another member of the SCP Foundation, described an event during which the Gate Guardian finally left its post, stepping away from the entrance to the Garden of Eden. SCP-001 has left its location, the sender wrote. The gate is open.
Oh,
They are
shit.
riding forth. Oh God, it's so beautiful.
Wait, what?
The
What?
transmission then goes on to repeat various phrases including, "The Lord shall reign forever," and "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." What can be inferred from the rambling transmission is that the event being described is the end of the world. Some believe that once God deems it time, his angelic armies will lay waste to the earth in order to remake it as a paradise. When this occurs, SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, will open the gate he stands in front of, allowing the other beings like it to emerge into our world, ready to cleanse it. Perhaps most interesting is the source of the message. The transmission was received from within the Foundation from Site-0. However, when questioned by personnel, O5-14 told them that no such message had been sent or even existed. While some disregarded the transmission telling of the end of the world as a hoax, it was then that a timestamp was discovered. This warning had not been sent from Site-0, at least not yet, and was dated several years in the future. Despite this ominous warning of things to come, the Gate Guardian remains inactive, standing at the threshold.
Okay, so it means one day it will attack and everyone will die.
SCP-001, which
But
is the
I wonder
real
like how is it with like, you know,
SCP-001,
send anything from the
and
future.
SCP-001, the children.
That's interesting. Wait, is that a picture of SCP-001? Like, I don't know, an official kind of picture for... Wow. Wait. It looks actually really nice. It's looking even better than, you know, like in the video. So it looks more like this. Okay, which one do you want me to look at now?
There is a short live-action film about 096. It's about 20 minutes long.
Ah.
SCP-3166 is among the most bizarre. It is hilarious.
Wait. We're going to watch by what you decide the
Volkan on
mouse
YouTube
in the chat.
plays the part of a researcher. You do not recognize the bodies in the water by Volkan is great.
Wait. Okay, so which one? 231 I see. Scarlet King. 1730. You give too many like different answers. Try to, I don't know, decide together, okay? Scarlet King. We got like mostly like Scarlet Kings. Scarlet King. SCP. 1 year ago is this one, I guess. SCP explained. There's also this one, but it was 2 months ago. So this one, I guess.
The SCP Foundation is no.
Oh wait, why is it in? So that is in French. Here we go.
Stranger to pure evil.
Then Dr. Bright.
Whether it's a reptile
Then
that
we
wants
put Dr.
to
Bright.
end all life, a sadistic old man with
Just
his own
make me
torture
remind, okay?
dimension,
Just
or the
make me remember.
personification of death itself lurking beyond a limestone cavern. But what if there was something even worse out there? The embodiment of chaos and cruelty, existing across multiple realities and dimensions. And what if it was coming for us? This is the Scarlet King, believed by many to be the ultimate evil behind much of the trouble the Foundation has faced, and some even speculate that fighting him was the reason the Foundation was created in the first place. But what exactly is the Scarlet King? He's known by many names, almost always including some allusion to the color red, and then a reference to royalty or power. Harak, Kaharak, the Red Shah, the Crimson Khan, PTE 616 Mendez Ex Machina, the Laha
I mean, if it's the
Raja,
most, like, you know,
and,
strongest,
of
like, you know,
course,
SCP, I would guess it's not containable.
SCP-001, to name a few. and like many of the Foundation's mysterious enemies, stories about his true nature and origins abound and are often contradictory. According to the official SCP-001 files of Tufto's proposal, symbology of the Scarlet King has existed in multiple cultures throughout history, with the king often depicted the same way, as a huge red demonic figure, often wearing a gold crown or other headdress indicating royalty. He shows up looking similarly within different cultures' mythologies, despite existing at different points in history or them not having the means to communicate with one another. A number of entities that the SCP Foundation is familiar with are believed to be somehow connected to the Scarlet King, including SCP-2317, a wooden door leading to the realm of a being known as the Devourer, who's expected to escape and cause an apocalyptic event in the next 30 years.
Shit.
But really, there's no way of knowing just how many SCPs are directly connected to the Scarlet King. Strangely, the Foundation's official file on the Scarlet King once designated his containment class as Keter, but that has since been downgraded to Safe. According to the file, any attempt to change this designation is likely to lead to horrifying results. It is widely known that the Scarlet King still has considerable influence over a number of groups, individuals, and anomalies in our universe. And if ever he made his way into our universe, it would likely lead to the irreversible damage of reality itself. So then why Safe? And why are the O5 Council so adamant that it remain that way?
I think it's
Getting
safe
to
as
the
long as you
bottom
don't
of this
interact with
mystery
it or
is
try to bring
exactly
it
why
here.
we're here today. But to fully grasp the true nature of the Scarlet King, we must first understand the man whose life and fate have always been tied to it, Dr. Robert Montauk. If that name feels oddly familiar to you, it's because of its association with one of the Scarlet King's most recent attempts to enter our reality, SCP-231. This SCP, often referred to as the Brides of the Scarlet King, was formed of 7 women. 7, by the way, being an extremely significant number for the king, all kidnapped by the most recent in a long line of the king's devoted cults known as the Children of the Scarlet King. Each of these 7 unfortunate women were impregnated with anomalous horrors, such as the infamous SCP-682, and every time one of these horrors were birthed, a catastrophe occurred and the mother died. At the time, Dr. Montauk was a prominent researcher studying this anomaly, and as 6 catastrophes had already occurred, pressure was mounting to figure out a way to prevent the final birth. But as he was working on the issue, Dr. Montauk was struck with a personal tragedy, the mysterious disappearance of his 14-year-old brother Jacob. In his fear and anger, Montauk believed that this must have something to do with the Scarlet King and his disciples. Wanting revenge, Montauk proposed an idea so horrifying that the details were never made public. A procedure known as 110 Montauk, to be performed on the final bride at regular intervals. However, this wasn't the end of Dr. Montauk's fraught relationship with the Scarlet King. It was just the beginning. To give you some perspective on just how dangerous the Scarlet King is, the SCP Foundation and the Global Occult Coalition decided to put aside their differences and form a joint effort to stamp out the children of the Scarlet King. They were successful in this mission, and even managed to capture the children's leader, a mysterious man named Spivak.
Wait,
Dr.
he's an SCP?
Who became the lead researcher on 231 and 2317, was naturally the first choice for interviewing Depeche about the true nature of the children and of the Scarlet King.
Because
Dr.
being part of a
Montauk could
cult
never
can
be
just
the
make you
impartial
human.
interviewer
That's
that
it.
the SCP Foundation wanted, though. The suspicion that the Scarlet King
Oh,
or the
hold on.
children had something to do with the loss of his younger brother still lingered just beneath the surface. Like a lot of cult leaders, Depeche was extremely cryptic in his answers to Dr. Montauk's questioning. He'd already heard of the doctor from the reputation of the horrifying Montauk procedure, and was surprised to see him so calm and courteous in person. A few key facts about the king and
But
his
what do
cult
they
were
do?
revealed
Nothing,
in the
they're
first
just
few rounds of questioning.
cultists.
The children had once worked with the Serpent's Hand before being excommunicated for their allegiance to the king, and they had stolen sacred texts from the mystical Wanderer's Library to assist in their summoning rituals. Depeche also revealed that the Scarlet King is bound by 3 laws: the law of blood, the law of concrete, and the law of howling. Dr. Montauk, confused and frustrated by Depeche's secrecy, had to learn more. He found an old memoir from a former member of the Children of the Scarlet King, Jack Hirsch, who had the ability to invade the minds of people from the past and experience what they experienced. He recounted a battle between the Scarlet King and his followers, and a group of time-traveling Turkmen warriors from SCP-3838. Hurst saw both sides of the battle. From the perspective of the Children of the Scarlet King, their lord ruled over them from an immense fortress embedded in a volcano. From the
It's hard to follow
perspective of the
everything, there's just so many
the children
information.
were starved and beaten peasants, commanded by the king's voice in the roaring howl of the wind. Montauk also found extensive records of summoning rituals performed by various Scarlet King-aligned cults. Interestingly, some of them incorporated the use of carved SCP Foundation symbols. What could this mean? Montauk returned again to Depeche, who finally gave him the truth about the law of blood. This is the law of the Scarlet King. It's defined by poverty, violence, starvation, hate, and most of all, fear. Like the serfs in the Middle Ages, persecuted by and subjected to violence from the nobles. To the Children of the Scarlet King, this sense of holy pain and awe is the only way to live. The alternative is the law of concrete, which means the modern age defined by empty safety
I don't
and
understand
false
anything.
comfort. Buildings, easy to access food, healthcare, knowledge, technology. This is everything that the Scarlet King despises. But the mystery only deepened as Montauk found files from a former Foundation operative by the name of Agent de Beauvoir. Montauk learned that the Scarlet King didn't seem to appear until after the Foundation was created. And in fact, it seemed that the greater interest the Foundation took in the Scarlet King, the more powerful he became. How could this be? Things were also getting stranger on a
Why is there
personal
some guy
level
who
for
become
Dr.
like more
Montauk.
powerful if
Depeche
like
repeatedly
everyone
pressed
knows
him about
about
his
him?
brother's
I
disappearance
guess.
and the Montauk procedure during the interviews. Little by little, it was beginning to take its toll. The questions still plagued him. What was the law of howling? Who or what really is the Scarlet King? How did he come to be? Montauk's search was causing him to act more like the Children of the Scarlet King, ranting about the horrors of the modern world, how all of us are living a lie, how the only honest way
Happy
to live
Friday,
is suffering
Sarah.
under the
2
dominion
months.
of the Scarlet King. This philosophy is summed up in the words of one cultist named Arya Dene Cartwright, who said, "We must learn what it is to die, to be enslaved, truly, brutally enslaved, with no compassion
Baron, thank you very much
or
for the 2 months.
compunction from our masters. We must learn what it is to be taken towards a single purpose, to know and truly understand our lack of agency. We must be beholden to the words of gods and darkness, the tempest-tossed refuse of a race of fools. We must kill modernity, postmodernity, with all its analysis and sneering observation. There is only one rule, the rule of chaos, for humanity, for life, for the Scarlet King." Basically, anytime humanity tries to exert control over the world, the Scarlet King gets stronger. Every time they try to understand or organize or categorize their world, the Scarlet King gets stronger. As colonial and imperial powers conquered and invaded lands like India, Africa, and South America, and subjugated their beliefs under Western ideas, the Scarlet King grew stronger. Montauk was beginning to truly understand the power of his enemy here. And even worse, he was starting to understand his part in it. Montauk, slowly being driven mad by the knowledge he was gaining, realized that the Scarlet King's greatest enemy, the SCP Foundation, was also its greatest asset. Every time they tried to understand the monster, to give him some kind of comprehensible
that's
form,
how.
they only
Almost half
made
a year.
him more powerful.
Okay.
Just in time with Montauk's
So it's
new
safe as long as
revelation,
we ignore
a
it.
red crack appeared in the wall of Depeche Spivak's containment cell, a portal to the realm of the Scarlet King. Foundation staff found they were unable to enter the cell, and Depeche demanded a final interview with Montauk. With no other options, the Foundation relented. In their very last conversation, Depeche congratulated Montauk for finally understanding what he was dealing with. The Scarlet King, Depeche told him, is an idea, a concept. He is a being given power through the conflict between the old and the new. This is the law of the Howling.
Okay,
the
that
Scarlet
makes
King's
a bit more
endless
sense to me
rage
now.
at the direction the world and humanity has taken. The king, according to Depeche, hated the Foundation's belief that science and rationality was the true path to progress. The king saw this as little more than petty arrogance. The reason Montauk's procedure on the final bride of the Scarlet King was so effective was because it wasn't born out of science. It was born out of hate, pain, the desire for revenge. And in the Scarlet King's realm, that would be all there is. Unless our world, and especially the Foundation, changed its course, the Scarlet King's rise to absolute power would be inevitable. Montauk, his mind practically gone, asked one last question. Did the children or the Scarlet King take his brother, Jacob? When Depeche told him the answer, no. And in response, Montauk shot him dead, finally bringing an end to the children of the Scarlet King. In light of his new revelations,
But then where is his brother then?
Montauk begged the O5 Council to change their ways in order to avoid letting the Scarlet King break into our reality. They refused, saying Montauk's ideas were too radical. But they knew they couldn't just ignore the threat posed by the Scarlet King. They would have to take some steps. And so the O5 Council of the SCP Foundation, the most powerful and secretive group in the entire world, in order to prevent the most dangerous threat that humanity has ever known from breaking into our reality and enslaving all the people of the world, finally did something. They changed the classification of the Scarlet King from Keter to safe, and made its description on the official Foundation files deliberately vague. The O5 Council thinks this will be enough to stop the Scarlet King's power from continuing to grow, but Montauk knew it wasn't enough. He had seen the truth, and he couldn't unsee it. While the Foundation was going on as normal, Montauk grew to despise them. He knew the Scarlet King was coming. He knew that he couldn't be stopped, and that our whole reality was little more than sitting ducks. Dr. Robert Montauk is no longer a researcher for the SCP Foundation. No, Dr. Robert Montauk chose a different path. He's now a child of the Scarlet King, a devotee of madness, hate, and chaos. You can't beat the Scarlet King after all, and as the old adage goes, if you can't beat him, join him. Now go watch SCP-682, Ways the Foundation...
I don't know, I don't like it as much story-wise. I think I love more paranormal and not godlike kind of things. So what would you recommend me to watch now? Oh, Dr. Bright, you say Dr. Bright.
If you want another SCP being that really messes with existentialism, you should look up Pattern Screamers and SCP-3930.
1 year ago, 1 month ago, 3 months ago. I guess it's this one you want me to watch.
He's fearless. He's eccentric. He's dedicated to the SCP Foundation's cause. In a lot of ways, he's even more like a living legend than a regular Foundation employee. His face, voice, gender, and even species may sometimes change. But it's impossible to miss that ornate medallion resting against his chest. That's right. Today, we're talking about the infamous Dr. Bright. Can you think of many other researchers who've been cross-tested with the dreaded SCP-682 and lived to tell the tale?
No.
Of course, there's a special advantage Dr. Bright possesses that most researchers don't. It's the medallion he's never seen without. And because of it, Dr. Bright can't die. How is that possible, you ask? Because in a sense, he is that medallion. Don't worry. After this crash course in all things Dr. Bright, including his origin, his present, and his future, you'll be a lot less confused. So, who is Dr. Jack Bright? For starters, he's a decorated researcher of anomalies for the SCP Foundation, and unlike most other researchers, he's uniquely qualified for the job on the grounds that he himself is an anomaly. Just
I want to grab like a snack. I'll be right back. It's just right here. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Hello?
I'm back. I got it. What? Ugh. Here we go.
This up when you're talking to him. It's kind of a sore subject. Beyond that, who or even what Dr. Bright is can be a bit of a loaded question, with an answer that depends on who and when you ask. What we're presenting to you here is one of the more popular versions of the Dr. Bright story, and the one most closely adhered to by Dr. Bright himself these days. One of our biggest challenges to understanding Dr. Bright is that he has been so prolific in his exploits and achievements within the Foundation that when telling his story, it's hard to know where to start. But as the saying goes, let's begin at the beginning. Starting with the Bright family. Bright was a name that carried a lot of weight around the Foundation even before Jack Bright signed up for service. His parents, Dr. Adam and Evelyn Bright, were both Foundation personnel. His siblings were incredibly numerous, and the ones we're aware of are TJ Bright, Michael Bright, Claire Pierce, and a nameless sister now known only as SCP-321.
What?
Sadly, you'll soon see that the story of the Bright family is one of consistent tragedy and strife. While the anomalization of Dr. Bright took hold a little later on in his life, his brother TJ was born anomalous and was designated as SCP-590. TJ had the ability to heal any ailment with a touch, with the cost being that he took on those ailments himself. He's now used as a tool for healing at the Foundation, and he's consistently bedridden with the illnesses he takes on. Dr. Bright induced a mental state—
Wait, but what happens if he touches like someone who have cancer? Does he die? Or he heal up after like, you know, some time? Like a few hours, let's say.
It's similar to that of a 3-year-old in TJ, likely in hopes of reducing the mental burden.
He gets cancer, that's it? But he recovers from cancer. Oh, he doesn't heal, he just get it? Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that's so fucking useless. I mean, if you're a nice person, that's cool, but
burden placed on his poor brother. And sadly, that burden goes far beyond healing the illnesses of strangers. When Adam and Evelyn experienced a tragic stillbirth, they desperately tried to get TJ to help. TJ did manage to save her, partially, but the result wasn't human. And both he and the daughter, which came to be known as SCP-321, were taken into Foundation custody. SCP-321 was a highly regenerative and stretched out abomination that seemed to keep growing with age. But Adam still saw it as his daughter and spent the rest of his life trying to negotiate her freedom from the Foundation. When his request was denied as a researcher, he climbed the ranks to Personnel Director. When his request was denied there, he became a Site Director and then a member of the O5 Council, all with the intention of getting his daughter back. But that never happened, and the rest of the council had him assassinated for his trouble. There's no reward for sentimentality at the Foundation. The other 2 Bright siblings are believed to be polar opposites. Michael Bright is one of the Foundation's best field agents, known to some as Agent Cowboy. His dedication—
what is polar blah blah blah? What is polar opposites? What does that mean? Can you give me translation? Huh?
2 Bright siblings are believed to be polar opposites. Michael Bright is one of the Foundation's best field agents, known to some as Agent Cowboy. His dedication to the cause and incredible aptitude at his job has led some to speculate that he may even be on the O5 Council already. Claire Pierce, on the other hand, disagrees with the actions of the Foundation on a fundamental level, which is understandable, given the horrific things they've done to the Bright family. She defected
Smokey, thank you very much
and became
for the
a
5
member of the Serpent's Hand, a fringe group dedicated to blowing the lid on SCP Foundation secrets. This brings us to the man himself, Dr. Bright, the most well-known member of this sprawling family. Much like most of the rest of his family, he too entered the employment of the SCP Foundation. He was a junior researcher and a relatively unremarkable one, until his fateful run-in with a certain necklace labeled SCP-963. But what is SCP-963, and how exactly did Dr. Bright come into contact with it? It all started in a small apartment that was raided by the Foundation due to supposed occult activities. There they found a single body, cause of death apparently from suicide, clutching the medallion that would later be designated as SCP-963. The walls in the apartment were covered in ritualistic supernatural symbols, and a number of occult books were also found near the deceased man's body. The Foundation gathered that the man was attempting to perform some kind of magical ritual, but had apparently failed, leading to his own demise. The Foundation soon learned that the recovered medallion appeared to be utterly indestructible, and they placed it under the care of a junior researcher.
Is it the one that can heal you?
Bright. Dr. Bright studied the medallion for years, with very little to show for it, until one fateful day when he was tasked with transporting the medallion to a different area of the containment facility. While Dr. Bright was carrying out his simple transport task, he made a simple decision that changed the entire course of his life forever. He held the medallion in his bare hand. He also happened to be walking past the containment chamber of
Never touch any SCP with your bare hands.
Abel, just as a containment breach was about to occur. Abel is an immortal, hyper-violent warrior who can summon blades out of interdimensional portals.
Oh,
Dr.
shit.
Bright, following in the tradition of the Bright family bad luck, happened to be right in the path of Abel's rampage. The ensuing battle between Abel and the assembled mobile task forces and guards resulted in the destruction of the entire wing of the facility, and Dr. Bright was cut down in the brawl by the warrior's supernatural blades. It seemed like the story of Dr. Bright was short and simple, cut down in his prime in the line of duty. But a few days later, as several members of D-Class personnel were cleaning up the mess caused by the containment breach, one unlucky D-Class known as D-1-113 happened upon the medallion that Dr. Bright had been holding when he died. He leaned over and picked it up, and instantly underwent a sudden and drastic change in personality. D-1-113 was now insisting that he was Dr. Bright, and since this D-Class had no reason to even know of the recently deceased researcher's existence, he was immediately brought in for an interview. After a brief evaluation, it seemed clear that somehow this D-Class really did have the exact mind of Jack Bright. But how? Well, after some experimentation, including from Dr. Bright himself, they found the answer. The medallion's purpose was to act as a kind of vessel for the consciousness of the person killed holding it. Its original creator had hoped to use it as a way to attain immortality, and took his own life in order to complete the ritual.
Why it didn't work?
This was a mistake, though. The correct way to complete the ritual was being killed by someone else while holding the medallion, something that had happened to Dr. Bright by total accident. In a sense, he'd been given a second chance at life, but this came with some anomalous side effects. As it turns out, coming into direct contact with the necklace, now known as SCP-963-1, is a death sentence. It causes your mind to be totally wiped and replaced with that of Dr. Bright. If the necklace is then removed, you become a lifeless husk until the necklace is placed back onto you. If the medallion remains in contact with its host for a period of 30 days, Dr. Bright's consciousness becomes permanently bonded to the body without any contact from the medallion. If the medallion then comes into contact with someone else, even if a permanent version of Dr. Bright is already inhabiting another body, they too will be infused with his consciousness. That means that if Dr. Bright wanted to, he could have multiple versions of himself existing.
Oh, so he can duplicate himself. I was thinking maybe like, you know, he would leave the body to go to the next one here. So he duplicate himself?
Initially, the anomaly that Dr. Bright had become was treated with suspicion and fear by the Foundation. They were dealing with an intelligent and now immortal consciousness capable of replicating an unlimited number of times. In theory, he could even place his consciousness into dangerous SCPs and gain even more power. Dr. Bright was placed under strict rules, like not being able to interact with certain anomalies, and having his hosts killed and switched at 30-day intervals to prevent him from building replicas of himself. However, this caution proved to be misplaced. Dr. Bright was an extremely intelligent, loyal, and devoted researcher for the Foundation, and as a result, his restrictions were slowly lifted by the O5 Council. Much like his father before him, Dr. Bright rose through the ranks. becoming both a celebrated researcher and a director of various sites during different periods of time. While this may seem like a win-win scenario for all involved, this is a slightly more complex situation for Dr. Bright himself.
I mean, it makes
In a
sense, you know,
routine
that they are scared
psychological
of him.
evaluation led by Dr. Simon Glass, Dr. Bright shared feelings of frustration about his current situation. He felt as though he was treated differently compared to the other researchers and given less trust due to a situation he didn't choose to be in. But for Dr. Bright, the psychological effects of having been fused to SCP-963-1 actually extends far beyond workplace frustrations and the boredom and sadness of unasked for immortality. In a conversation with Level 1 researcher Dr. Friedrich Hayden, Bright told him that, in a sense, he truly was the heart of the Foundation rather than just one small part in it. When asked to elaborate, he said that because of the gift and curse of immortality, he would go on to outlive all the other human operatives working for the SCP Foundation.
Yeah,
He
he
would
can
remain
help
with
the
the
Foundation.
organization for generations to come.
Yeah.
Perhaps centuries even. And in that sense would be the one constant from now until the Foundation meets its end. When all else is gone, only Dr. Bright will remain.
That's
of
true.
course, this is just an overview, and we've only just scratched the
Mini
surface of
immortal.
Dr. Bright's actions and activities across the SCP Foundation multiverse. But for now, all you need to know is that Dr. Bright is still out there, and he'll be carrying that doomed name long after everyone else with it has fallen. Whether that's a good or bad thing is up to you to decide. Now go check out SCP-082.
But now where is he? Is he like, you know, working inside the SCP facility? Yeah, they said he can take the SCP bodies and he was restrained to interact with them. So I have another question.
You should defo check out SCP Dollhouse or SCP Overlord when you get a minute to. They're really fucking cool and are legit really good short films even if you aren't
Thank you very
inclined
much,
on
but again I'm
SCP
going
lore.
to look
There
at
was
the
gonna be a
videos that
third
people are
film too, but
suggesting
it-
me. So so there's another thing that happened in the game. So like when I went inside like one of the rooms, there were like an SCP missing, and there were like, you know, some blood on the floor. So I guess someone took like, you know, the necklace that can, you know, heal you. But who took the necklace? Do we have this answer somewhere? Okay, I saw a lot of 5,000. We're going to do 5,000. Oh no, most likely some survivors. Okay. Some random D class. Okay. Wow. 8 million views.
SCP-5000.
Wait, it's too long. It's 54 minutes. I don't want to watch like this long.
I recommend the video on things Dr. Bright isn't allowed to do anymore. Man is a mad meme lord. I heard that SCP codename Ugly Bastard was quite scary and his story interesting.
Second video. Okay.
Hold up. Before we go any further, make sure you've watched our previous 3 videos on the epic saga of Pietro Wilson and SCP-5000 The Suit. What we're talking about here
You sure I can watch this video?
won't.
Yeah, I might not understand. I might not understand. That's the issue. But I don't want to watch like the 15 minutes long video. I want to look at short videos, and we can watch maybe this one next time. All things Dr. Black. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. All things that Dr. Blight allowed to do. Yeah, we can watch the Black Doctor after, but I just want to know this. Hilarious list of things that
Another
we cannot
thing
do.
that Dr. Bright is not allowed to do at the SCP Foundation.
Wait, why is it like this? Why the format is like that? It's not even a short video, is it?
SCP-049 is the Plague Doctor. He is in the SCP game.
Oh, it was 1 month ago. It's this one. Wait, it's 51 minutes long? This one maybe? It doesn't say how long it is, but it's so short, it's less than 1 minute. Fourth one? It's this one, the fourth one? Okay.
The things Dr. Bright is not allowed to do at the Foundation. All staff are to revise the things Dr. Bright is not allowed to do at the Foundation following the Containment Breach yesterday. Number 1. Dr. Bright is not allowed to feed anything with peanut butter to Kane. Number 2. Telling new researchers that you can tame SCP-682 with a rolled up newspaper and a tummy rub is right out. Number 3. Dr. Bright is no longer allowed to challenge Abel to unwinnable games like tic-tac-toe.
Wait, what?
It was 3 weeks before Abel conceded a draw. Number 4. SCP-018 is not to be taunted. Number 5. Giving 113 to Diogenes is just plain pointless. Number 6. Attempting to disprove 343 to 343 is a horrible idea. Agents are still studying the resulting paperweight, supposedly so heavy that 343 should not be able to lift it. Number 7. While it is true that no one expects the SCP Inquisition, that is only because there is no such thing. Number 8. Dr. Bright is not king of anywhere, or the Queen. Number 9. SCP-963 is not to be used for recreational or procreational purposes. Number 10. Although it is entirely possible to use SCPs currently under control of the Foundation to create tentacle monsters, no. Not even if Dr. Palmer asks nicely. Number 11. There is no market for SCP brand pornography. No, not even in Germany. It probably would create a great deal of revenue if sold in Japan.
Is this official?
682 on... Jesus Christ, man. Number 12.
That's true! He can duplicate himself. He can take, like, you know, a woman's body, put his soul into it, and have sex with himself. That's actually fucking genius. Holy shit.
Dr. Bright should not replace the buckshot in Dr. Clef's shotgun shells with any of the following: birdseed, confetti, cake sprinkles, sawdust, or sexual lubricant. For enhancement are to be denied.
But like the video is just boring as hell.
SCP-420J and use it.
Wow.
Not even for recreational use.
I'm going to change and put something else. I want to look at something else. I want to look at SCP Explained, and we're going to go on the channel and we're going to check for this. Is it no, wait. Is it still self-assessed if you fuck yourself but you are in a different body? Technically, it's just mentally the same you, but it's not the same body. So it's not really self-assessed. Well, now it's a hyper-masturbation. Mentally, yes, but no. Oh, it looks too complicated. So, wow, this one is actually the most view of the channel. We can watch it next time, though. On the next Just Chatting stream. I want to check... Oh, yes, the plug, doctor. We want... 39. Yeah, it's just the next level of masturbation.
The esteemed Dr. Thomas Morstead entered the cell of the anomaly. He'd been warned and even chastised by his colleagues. But who in the Foundation could tell him what to do? He was the best at what he did. Maybe the greatest in the whole history of the Foundation. As he entered the room, SCP-049 bid him welcome, cordial as always. So polite, in fact, that you'd never guess you were talking to a killer. Dr. Morstead knew the truth of what he was dealing with. But he also believed he could get through to 049. Calm him. Exorcise the devil from him. It was the meeting of two great minds. One of them human, one of them part human, part something that has never been clear. It was to be a battle of wits, and like so many great battles, this one would turn into a massacre. Before we get to that fateful meeting, there are some things you should know about the anomaly known as SCP-049. If you saw him in the street, the first thing you'd think of is plague, because 049 always looked the same. A man dressed in black robes with a plague doctor's mask. But this wasn't a costume that could be taken off. In fact, it wasn't a costume at all.
Oh,
it was him. The robes had grown out of him like an exoskeleton. That horrible mask with the pointed nose wasn't covering his face. It was his face. A kind of shell that had seemingly sprouted from bone. The first reports came during World War II. In a picturesque town in the south of France called Montauban, people had begun going missing. Children disappeared from their beds in the middle of the night and weren't seen again. Adults went to the market and never returned. Local authorities searched high and low. They scoured nearby woods and dragged the rivers, but nothing was found. Because what was happening wasn't criminal, there was no clue they could stumble upon or eyewitness who would break the case. No, this was something else. Something that the townsfolk could never understand. Word spread, and that's when a search and discovery team was sent from the Foundation. It was a cold, dark night in January of 1941 when the team found what they were looking for. They walked through the open door of a small house located not too far from the Grand Chateau de Richelieu to find a masked man sitting next to an open fire. And he wasn't alone. The floor around him looked like it was moving. Upon closer inspection, the team saw that the floor was covered with writhing, grasping bodies. It's patients, as it called them. Bienvenue chez moi, said the thing.
He's French!
Welcome to my home. Those so-called patients crawled towards the team, intent it seemed to cause harm. The hostiles, now known as SCP-049-2s, were deemed dangerous and had to be eliminated. A sight, it seemed, that didn't bother 049 in the slightest. It just sat there, occasionally looking up from writing notes in a leather-bound book as his patients were gunned down. Once the carnage ended, it simply closed its book, stood up, and allowed itself to be escorted away. And that's the story of how 049 ended up at the facility, becoming a guest of sorts, staying in a standard secure humanoid containment cell, Research Sector 02, Site 19. The few that came into contact with 049 remarked that it was a pleasure for them. With its impeccable manners, vast knowledge of medicine and human anatomy, sharp tongue, and stinging wit. They almost became spellbound listening to it, caught in the throes of its charms until, with the simple touch of its hand, it would drain the life from them. That's why SCP-049 was classified as a Euclid. That's why armed guards were always stationed outside its cell. It's why doctors took great precautions when in its presence, and it's why Dr. Morstead should have known better. Remember, when 049 was discovered in France, it willingly went with the team, like it was happy it had been found, as if it had planned its own capture.
What?
When it arrived at the facility, it didn't act like it was contained against its will. It was like it was returning home.
Why?
Initial findings as to the biology of 049 were that it didn't require any sustenance at all, not even water. It seemed content to be left alone with its notebooks. It did not object when it was asked if it could share some of its notes and gladly handed over its journals. But upon examination, it was discovered that they were written in the language that no linguist or cryptologist has so far been able to translate. It's apparent that 049 derives much satisfaction from seeing so-called experts struggle over its text.
Because he's really smart, I guess.
A long line of doctors visited 049 in its cell, each fascinated by what they beheld. It was learned that it has traveled the globe. It speaks many languages, but prefers to speak what it calls les langues de l'amour.
No way!
It asked for only one thing: warm-blooded animals. The facility agreed to supply 049 with various kinds, including rabbits, cattle, and even an ape.
No way! He's a
Just like with
murderer who
humans,
loves to
it
speak
could kill the animals
French.
with a mere touch of its hand, sucking the life right out of them. But that wasn't even the most incredible part. Soon those animals would rise again, as if reanimated by 049. They would become, for all intents and purposes, the living dead. And they were hostile. After several unfortunate incidents, they were taken from the cell the moment they arose and disposed of in the incinerator. This was not to the liking of 049, who would claim it had cured the animals. For it, the world was sick. It saw plague and pestilence everywhere, and the meaning of its existence was to rid the world of disease. Humans, it said, contained a virus and had to be cleansed. In the first days after arriving at the facility, 049 didn't seem to pose a threat to humans. It was quite friendly, in fact.
And then it became
seemed aware of
unfriendly.
the fear it caused in staff, and would often go out of its way to make them feel comfortable and safe. This was a ruse, of course, or a canard, as 049 liked to say. It had no intention to help humans. No, it had come for humans. It wasn't trapped. It had set a trap. One of the first people to truly upset 049 was Dr. Raymond Ham, a well-respected physician that had twice been a contender for the Nobel Prize for his more mainstream work. What had confused Dr. Ham the most was not 049's clothes-like exoskeleton, or even his ability to reanimate the dead, but the bag that it used. 049 was somehow able to pull a seemingly endless supply of surgical tools from that bag. Sometimes it would even pull out objects that were somehow larger than the bag itself. It was as if the bag connected
He's a
to
magician.
somewhere else. And that's what Dr. Ham wanted to talk about on that fateful day. With 049 on one side of the cell and Dr. Ham on the other, he asked, "How is it that you can produce a great quantity of tools from that bag? I've observed you, and it seems to me that you are doing the impossible." "Dear doctor," replied 049, "the scourge, the great dying, cannot be fought with a handful of toys.
What?
My bag is merely the product of my imagination. It gives me what I require. You, dear sir, it seems, are limited by your imagination." It stopped for a second or two and stared at Dr. Ham. "I detect you are unwell," it said, in a voice not as amiable as before. "It's just a cold."
Wait, so it means like, you know, if he wants, like, I don't know, let's say a fucking dildo, he can pull out a dildo from his bag just because, like, you know, of his imagination? Or something like this, like anything he wants? Yeah? Whoa, so if he wants, he can even pull out like a rabbit from it. Okay.
Just the cold. If you had seen what I have seen, you would not utter such insulting words. Dr. Ham pulled out some papers from a briefcase and approached 049, holding them close enough so it could read them. "You see," said Dr. Ham, pointing to the results on the paper, "those animals you say you cured, they were not diseased. They were perfectly healthy before they died. And your so-called cure, it turned them into something quite terrible. We found that if they were left alone, they began to eat each other, and then themselves." 049 did not respond, and after a brief pause said only, "A good day to you, doctor. Please close the door on your way out. You should get some rest." Ham refused to go, and instead turned the conversation to this real interest, the bag, demanding that 049 let him see inside of it. "Very well, doctor," 049 said. In private, 049 began to pull a series of long metal poles out of its bag, followed by a rolled-up curtain that it hung between them, creating a kind of medical tent around Dr. Ham. It seemed to stare for just a moment into the observation camera outside of itself before whipping the curtain shut. Dr. Ham was discovered 3 hours later, crawling around the floor of 049's cell, now another mindless undead. When he was retrieved by security, 049 didn't even look up from his notebook. Dr. Ham didn't get the incinerator treatment, but he did receive a fatal dose of drugs, a mercy. A removal team was sent to 049's cell, but it had said there was no need for special extraction techniques. It would go willingly, wherever they wanted to go. It was not, it said, an enemy of the people. "The Hippocratic Oath forbids me to hurt a human being," it said while walking to the interrogation center. "My only desire is to offer you my services and expertise." The floors and walls of the interrogation center room were painted a bright white. Even the table was white, which contrasted with 049, a mass of black sitting in the middle of the room. During the interrogation, it refused to admit or even accept that it had killed Dr. Ham. "I cured him. I removed the pestilence from his body," it said. It was later asked if it regretted its actions, to which it replied, "Well, good sir, one always regrets the loss of a colleague for any reason, but I stand by my actions. The pestilence must be abated before it is too late." Every 2 weeks from that point, 049 was given animals. The scientists at the facility observed it time and again, touching the animals, killing them, before producing a saw or a scalpel and opening them up. Organs would be carefully removed with perfect precision. It was astounding to even trained surgeons just how talented 049 was. "I require a close relative of yours," said 049 one day to a young doctor, who expressed shock that it was asked for one of the doctor's family members. "I mean a great ape," said 049. not your dear aunt. There were several instances
Wait, what?
of 049 displaying a crude sense of humor. Staff would almost forget that the thing that they were talking to wasn't human, almost. And it was Dr. Thomas Morstead that had supplied the great apes, orangutans in fact, that had been rescued from the rainforests of Borneo, only
Wow,
to be
I
taken
actually
to
like
049
059 a lot.
Then one day something changed. 049 told Dr. Morstead that its work was done, that it accomplished what it had wanted to do, and could someone remove the cured animal from its cell? I think you'd find that it's quite the work of art. A triumph, 049 said through the intercom. When the removal team entered the cell, they found the orangutan, or what was left of it. It was lying in the corner of the cell. The top of its skull had been removed, leaving its brain exposed. On its face was the expression of relaxation, and from its mouth it issued very soft squeaks, like that of an infant. 049 said, "Tell Dr. Morstead that its rage mechanism no longer exists. I've removed the amygdala and made some changes to the hypothalamus and limbic system. It is cured and quite harmless." The next day, Dr. Morstead announced that he wanted to visit 049's cell himself, after which he heard a chorus of disapproval from his colleagues, all telling him that 049 was now too dangerous. "Dr. Ham was sick," replied Morstead, "and 049 has assured us that he would never take another human life. He's never lied to us, and I'm going to take him at his word." It appeared that 049 had created the perfect specimen, so what was next? Dr. Morstead had to know. "Everyone is sick," 049 told Dr. Morstead after the two had talked for a couple of minutes. "The great pandemic has started. Fear not, doctor. I have a cure. No longer
What
will
does
you
it
humans
mean?
spread your disease." "I'm afraid you are wrong," replied the doctor. "This pandemic you speak of does not exist. We can happily live with our pathogens. We have done so for millennia." Dr. Morstead became angry that he couldn't get through to 049. "I'm afraid you are suffering from paranoia. It is you who need to be cured." "You have no idea," said 049, standing up. "What are you doing?" shouted Morstead. "You promised you wouldn't hurt a human again." "I'm not hurting you. I'm healing
Of
you,"
course.
049 said and leapt across the room in a flash, placing a hand on the doctor's head. Morstead slumped to the ground. They were being watched in the observation room, and this had gone too far. He had to be moved to the containment cells, permanently. Mobile Task Force Epsilon 11 was
no
right on the
choice.
scene and burst through the door. "No imagination," 049 said to himself. "Those humans have no imagination at all." He began walking towards the task force, who opened fire on the
I wish we
anomaly,
can actually
but the
understand
bullets
him.
bounced
Why
off
does
its
this?
black coat and mask. SCP-049
Why you
calmly
think he knows
touched
in the
each
cure
of
and
the
where it
members
come
of the
from?
task force, one by one, draining the life from
Don't give
them.
a fuck,
The
here we
last one
go.
standing stopped firing and attempted to run, but again 049 leapt across the room, black cape billowing out behind him, and gently touched the man, causing him to drop to the floor. 049 stepped over the bodies of the fallen team and walked out of the containment cell. The full details of what happened next are available only to the O5 Council, what are sometimes called the Overseers. The redacted report that is available reads, "Standard Secure Humanoid Containment Cell, Research Sector 02, Site 19, Subject, SCP-049, Date of Breach, Redacted. Euclid Class SCP-049 breached cell and subsequently gained access to adjoining rooms and nearby buildings. Breach lasted approximately 3 days and 5 hours. Total casualties, redacted, with redacted number of survivors requiring incineration therapy. Course of action. Department of Science Alchemy Division suggested injecting anti-transmogrify disinfectant into Class D former prisoners who were transported to site and allowed them to come into contact with SCP-049. SCP failed to reanimate injected prisoners and cure them. SCP-049 acknowledged this failure and surrendered to Mobile Task Force Alpha-1. SCP-049 then requested to be contained. Present containment under responsibility of Redacted, Redacted. Present location of SCP-049, Redacted. End
Redacted,
of report.
redacted, redacted. Okay, so now what do we watch next? I want to watch. Wait, I'm trying to think. Maybe of like,
SCP-0.
What is his name? No, wait. Tell me which one. But again, a short video, okay? We already watched 999. I see so many different numbers. Try to like choose together. I see a lot of Shy Guy. I guess, yeah, Shy Guy. I don't know what is his number though. Guess it's this one we need to watch. I mean, there's two of them. The Shy Guy, look at the picture of Shy Guy in space. I guess it's this.
When an anomaly is first...
Okay, just put... one sec, I just need to go to the toilet really quickly, okay? It won't take long. Back. Okay, let's see. I wonder what is this past? Where it came from, and why it's like this, and what does it do? Okay, let's go.
Detected by an SCP Foundation field agent, it's up to the Foundation's mobile task forces to tag and bag the impossible entities before they can do any more harm. Sometimes these retrievals are uneventful, other times not so much.
I was yawning.
Especially when they're dealing with brutal forces of nature, like SCP-096.
Okay, 096.
Also known as the Shy Guy.
I want to remember like
creature
every
that, from the
SCP's
very
number
first
now.
interaction
I
with the
want to become a
Foundation,
true fan.
had a
It's
reputation for
hard,
being dangerous
because it's like
and needed to
a
be
huge
feared.
fan base, I
A
guess.
series of vague sightings and mysterious disappearances up in the frosty mountains of the Yukon first sparked the Foundation's interest. When they were certain that they had an anomaly on their hands, two retrieval teams, Zulu 9A and Zulu 9B, were dispatched to secure and contain the entity. Zulu 9A took the lead in a heavy-duty chopper, equipped with 50 caliber GAU-19 heavy machine guns, and carrying an AT-4 anti-tank launcher. They were prepared for anything, or so they thought, as they established a visual on SCP-096 while 2 clicks away from the target. They couldn't get a clear line of sight on the creature, but it
If you're
appeared to be
interested, like
stationary,
nothing can stop you from
docile,
like, you know,
and was
from
making no attempt to flee. Piece of cake, right? Little did they know that SCP-096 was just looking away from them. If it was facing towards them, it'd be a whole different horror story, as Zulu 9A were about to find out. The team landed their helicopter next to the creature and were shocked to see that it was completely naked, in spite of the sub-zero temperatures all around them. The creature was unnaturally thin, as though it had been
it's thin
starved
and
for
extremely
weeks,
fucking tall,
with
too.
bone-white skin and unnaturally long limbs. The team guessed that the creature's arms must have been at least 1.5 meters long, but its docile nature and insubstantial body mass gave the impression that it wouldn't prove too difficult to contain. That is, until they saw its face. Zulu 9A's captain was the lone survivor of the incident, as he was lucky enough to be looking away when the creature turned towards his team. The rest of the squad ended up staring eye to eye with SCP-096, and from that moment on, wasn't docile anymore. The creature began to whimper, then cry, then sob uncontrollably in a way that sounded eerily human. This sudden change in temperament startled the rest of Zulu 9A, and they opened fire on the creature. Under the hail of gunfire, SCP-096 entered a murderous frenzy and began tearing into the hapless squad of soldiers. While its flesh and organs did seem to take damage as a result of the barrage of 50 caliber rounds from the helicopter-mounted machine guns, its skeletal structure remained intact, and it continued its onslaught, tearing the team limb from limb, even after they'd blown practically all the flesh from the creature. The AT-4 anti-tank launcher proved equally ineffective at stopping SCP-096 while it was in attack mode. And it was only after slaughtering the entire team that it returned to its docile state. Nobody knows exactly what the creature did to Zulu 9A after the gunfire started, but no trace of the team was left behind. Zulu 9B touched down soon after, and with a grave warning from the captain not to look at the creature's face, they were finally able to subdue it. A bag was placed over SCP-096's face, which seemed to soothe it enough to move it to a nearby Foundation facility. Little did they know, they just obtained one of the deadliest SCPs of all time.
Really?
While it may have been under lock and key for now, it seemed inevitable that it would get out and cause more violence and chaos. Research
bug
and
on his
containment
head
procedures for
and
the
that's it?
SCP-096 were put under the command of Dr. Dan, a senior researcher at the site. It was his job to find out exactly what this being was capable of. The more he tested, the more he realized that they were dealing with something truly terrifying. Disposable
Well, they made
D-class
it sound like,
personnel
you know,
were
it
used
was-
to figure out exactly what it was that caused the creature to enter its attack mode. Just as it had during the initial retrieval mission, SCP-096 went berserk when any of the attending personnel saw its face. In this stage, it would enter a period of considerable and unstoppable distress for 1 to 2 minutes,
Okay.
covering its face and wailing loudly. When the period of distress ended, the creature would mercilessly slaughter every D-class that had seen its face. And just like with Zulu...
Wait! It means like if you're not looking at him, but you're looking at a picture of his face, does it activate?
9A, no trace of their bodies would be left behind. Dr. Den was horrified and intrigued by this phenomenon. The creature killed anyone that saw its face directly, but could the same be said for indirect depictions of the creature's face, such as images and videos? Dr. Dan was desperate to find out. More D-class personnel were brought in to test this, to frightening results. Dr. Dan found that the creature
Pictures
did
and video,
indeed
okay.
still enter attack mode when people saw pictures and videos of SCP-096's face. The creature seemed to have an innate sense of when people were viewing these representations, even when it should have had no conceivable way of knowing. It didn't matter how far away or how many barriers were in place between the viewer and the creature, the attack mode would still activate. And once it did, it seemed as though nothing could stop the creature from hunting down the one who saw its face. With all of this new data, special containment procedures were devised to keep the creature safely under lock and key. Its cell was a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter airtight steel cube, fitted with advanced pressure
it's probably
sensors and
his
laser
face.
detectors to ensure that SCP-096 remained in its cell without risking anyone having visual contact with the creature's face. All cameras and video equipment were strictly forbidden, and weekly checks for any cracks or holes in the containment cell were mandatory.
Well, does that
Of
mean
course.
that once you saw him in the game, it means like he won't stop you chasing you until you die? Like there's nothing to stop him even if you run as fast as possible and shit? And you close the door behind you? Okay. Yes, you actually don't like his privacy violated. Even with the door closed, he can still chase you? Oh, he break everything? How is it in the game then? Okay.
None of this would stop the creature if anyone somehow saw its face. In order to solve that little problem, Dr. Dan would need to continue his research. To find a method of subverting the creature's deadly glance, they needed to know exactly what they were dealing with. But how could they, when even a glance at a photo or video of the being meant certain death? A potential solution was proposed, creating an artistic representation of the creature's face, something that hadn't yet been attempted. But how would they achieve such a feat? Simple. They'd procure a D-class prisoner with some artistic talent. And they found one who had been a tattoo artist before becoming a Foundation guinea pig. Dr. Dan formulated an ingenious plan for keeping this D-class alive for long enough to accurately draw an image of SCP-096's face. He would be placed in a bathysphere diving bell several kilometers underwater and tens of kilometers away from the containment cell where the SCP was being held. The D-class was made to look at a photograph of the creature's face and then replicate that image in a pencil sketch. Dr. Dan first confirmed that the creature's attack mode is only activated by the creature's face, by having the D-class look at a series of photos of the SCP's body parts, one by one, finally finishing with its face. The D-class began drawing and even remarked on how creepy the SCP's facial features were, despite not knowing the deadly context. Meanwhile, back in its containment cell, SCP-096 sensed someone viewing its face and entered its inconsolable crying state followed by its attack mode. It broke out of containment easily and began making a beeline for the D-class, traversing the miles between it and its prey. The D-class didn't know it, as he locked the finished drawing into a separate, autonomous submersible, but he was already dead. As the drawing made its way up to a researcher on the surface, SCP-096 dived into the water and started swimming down towards the artist. Minutes later, the bathysphere was breached. and the D-Class was torn to shreds.
Holy
SCP-096
shit!
was
What the
recaptured
fuck?
without issue by Surface Recovery Team Foxtrot 303A, and further testing on the drawing showed that artistic representations of SCP-096's face were in fact harmless. From this experience, we now know that the creature has a gaunt face with totally white eyes, possibly indicating blindness and a grossly extended jaw. Nevertheless, Dr. Dan was adamant
Wait.
that SCP-096
But you can look at a drawing of this SCP and it's fine, huh? But not a direct picture of it. Okay.
096 was too dangerous to be left alive and requested permission from the upper echelons of the Foundation to terminate the creature by any means necessary. However, the doctor's request would fall on deaf ears until it all started with a seemingly innocent image. While it's now been redacted for your safety, the black speck inside the yellow circle was once a minuscule image of SCP-096, taken unknowingly in the 1990s by a semi-professional mountaineer.
Wait, so if you see that picture, you die too, even though you cannot make out his face from here?
They were looking at old photographs when his eyes passed over the tiny speck without even noticing that he had seen anything. But SCP-096
What? No
began
way!
entering its attack mode. It tore through its steel containment unit like tissue paper, causing the release of a nerve agent that killed a number of attending Foundation staff. The monster then fled the base and began pursuing its prey, with Mobile Task Force Tau-1 in hot pursuit. Dr. Alexei, who was helping to manage the site where the SCP was contained, was in dismay over the situation. Dr. Dan was out of the country at the time, trying to discover more about the creature's origins. However, he did leave the Mobile Task Force with a new secret weapon against the rampaging Shy Guy: Project Scramble. Scramble were state-of-the-art goggles featuring a new technology created by Dr. Dan, which, using artistic renditions of 096's facial features, could detect and scramble the features of SCP-096 into an unrecognizable form, preventing the normally deadly effect of gazing upon its face.
That's cool.
In theory, this would allow MTF Tau-1 to engage safely with 096 once its prey had been eliminated and bring it back into containment.
That's a
But
good
disaster
tactic.
struck on two fronts. First, the prey in question was located in a population center, creating the potential for a huge loss of life. And the second bigger problem was that the scramble technology didn't work, as stray pixels of the creature's face would reach the eyes of the task force before the internal microprocessor had time to scramble them. The mission turned into a death sentence.
Shit,
as
okay, I said
SCP-096
nothing.
slaughtered almost the entire task force,
Oh no.
as well as a number of civilians in town, including an infant
Shit.
and its entire family. It was a monumental disaster, made even worse by a final revelation. Dr. Dan and Dr. Alexei had themselves facilitated the entire containment breach and allowed the resulting massacre to happen, with Dr. Dan hoping it would be enough motivation for Foundation Command to greenlight his research into destroying the creature. Anything that would give him the opportunity to kill
why
this
did he
thing
not
would be
destroy
worth
him?
the bloodshed. His plan worked, and the SCP Foundation saw it his way, approving his request to neutralize SCP-096. However, success comes at a cost for Dr. Dan. Once he figures out a way to finally kill the creature, though done in his line of duty, he himself will be terminated by the Foundation for his crimes against humanity. But considering how much damage SCP-096 is capable of causing if it ever got to a major population center, or even worse, was ever caught on camera and broadcast to a worldwide audience,
Everyone would
the
be
doctor himself would
dead.
likely deem his own death a justifiable cost. To this day, the Foundation is researching ways to kill the creature, and they're still looking for their silver bullet. And the pressure is on. They hadn't known about the
It's a
seemingly
bird box
innocent
in
picture
another
that
fucking
sparked the
level,
last
huh?
containment
You saw that
breach.
movie?
The one taken decades ago, in which the Shy Guy had only occupied 4 tiny pixels. 4 tiny pixels that resulted in multiple innocent lives lost. So be careful where you look, because who knows how many other photos of the creature are lurking out there. Photos with an innocent dot in the background. Your eyes glance over it, not even noticing the little blip, until you hear a distant
Four
wailing
fucking
that seems
pixels,
to
yeah,
be
you're
getting
right.
closer and closer and closer.
And that's
And
fine, I
then
don't go outside anyway.
It's already too late.
As long as it doesn't go on internet. Is that like a better picture of SCP-096? I want to check.
There is an extremely well-made short movie called SCP Short Film 096 about this story.
Here we go. You're all doomed down. You're all going to die. Seems this one is from the game. This one I don't know. It's maybe, well, it looks 3D, but maybe it was fan made as this one too. I'm checking more. No, I want to check. We can watch more lore related, but right now I want to check like a fucking my fucking arm. It hurts. Bumped it into my fucking desk. SCP Containment Breach. I want to watch a best of, like, funny moments. I don't know, and I want to check like a speed run. No, there's nothing good. Let's do speed run world record. All right. This one of 1.7 million views. Wait, this guy is French? And he did how long? 1 hour 35 minutes? That's nothing compared to this one. 2 minutes? Wait, no. He must have cheated. World record 4 hours and 55? Well, this guy did less. And this one is 17 minutes. And this one 36 minutes. 2 minutes is too short. That's so he must be cheating. But I want to check. Let's have a look. Wait. Why start here? First, why start the game here? He should start not here. Just he should outside the fucking cell of like the fucking peanut guy. Why the fuck would you exploit this game? It's old. It's easy to exploit it. Oh, that's the old starting screen. Oh.
PJ
Well, I mean,
Salt, PJ Salt.
Wait. It's cheating if he puts like a map seed. It's cheating too. You should have like random speed, like, you know, run. That's how it would work if you want to do it right with a CP, I guess, no?
The site is experiencing multiple Keter and Euclid level containment breaches. Full site lockdown initiated.
Oh, there's two categories of speedrun for this game. One random seed and the other one set for seed. I want one with set for seed. It's much more fun. I guess maybe this one is actually set for seed, no? But how do you know it is? Because it doesn't explain. Oh no, by example this one. Random %. So it is. No, this one was seeding. It was with seed. He did set a seed. He set a number. We saw him type it. Okay, I'm going to check speedrun.com. Okay. Never went on this website, so I'm just going to not show you. Speedrun.com. Containment Breach. And time without load. Made by Cookie Unites. He's American. Wait, it's the one we just checked? It was the one. Wait, what? But it did type it like the seed. It wasn't random. I mean, we saw him doing it here. Look. I don't know why he go through a door, and here he go on quit, he make new game, and here here you have a map seed. He did it and he put something else. But what is any percent means? Whatever, let's chat. I want to watch it still. Let's go, let's watch buff. Okay, let's watch buff.
Boss, hello.
Hi. Well, here he just decided to learn the map by heart and just, you know, go like this. Oh, he activates the machine and then he drops it through the door. That's sad because we cannot see shit, so I'm going to help you out here and do this. Filter. Chroma, color gray, no. Dynamic mask, no, no. Where is color correction? Here we go. We're going to put more gamma. I know the pixel quality is not great, but at least you know you can see shit. How did he got the blue SCP card? Yeah, he's going right to the gate. It's not even interesting. He's not going for, like, you know, containing any, like, you know, SCP. He's going to open those gate door by electrical. What is this noise? Wait, how? They didn't give a fuck. They didn't shot him. Wow. And he's done.
You know too much to let them get you.
Okay.
You're coming with us.
That was boring and not even interesting. So, if we check like the word record here, random seed. What? There's only one guy who did it. There's no competition. Are you serious? What? Or am I looking at it wrong? But it's not fun. There's no competition. Like I can't even become second if I want to, because no matter the score I will get, I will finish second. I mean, random seed is too random for speedrun, and so what? It is what it is. It's random, and you have to restart over and over again until you have it. That's it. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who can do like, you know, a random game easy. Because like SCP is like such an appreciated game that, you know, I'm sure there's people that got trained already for it. That's not how speedrunners think. Wait, how is Minecraft speedruns? As a comparison. Because you cannot like... You need like some stuff in Minecraft to be able to finish the game, which is killing the Ender Dragon, but you need Enderman's eyes, right? Oh. Yeah, I know, Mario 64, they are just, you know, using bugs to go through the end of the game, I know. But I don't know, for SCP I was expecting some more competition. What do you mean Minecraft speedruns are done with mods? Wait, what? They're done with mods? They don't do vanilla speedrun Minecraft? I mean, it makes sense, you know, like the objective of a speedrun is to finish the game with the flaws that the game have. Until it gets updates. No mod, it's bullshit. Okay. Still want to look at the fucking world record of that dude. He posted this like a year ago. Let's have a look. I mean, it's not really random if we have a map seed already here, no? Or it already generates when you start one. You're in the wrong category. Oh yeah, I should be like in Wait, no, am I? No, I'm on the right fucking category. I'm on just chatting. Oh, you mean like in here? Okay. What do you mean? So wait, if it's the wrong category, how do I check? I do filter random? Huh? Look at the bar. What bar? What are you talking about? The tabs here? Any percent? Oh, like this. Ah, there's more. Wait. That's not the same guy we just watched before. Okay, anyway, let's check random seed inbound. It's this one, huh? That we want, huh? Sorry, okay, the first time I use this website. And it's hard to see because it's gray on gray. Fuck you. Let's watch this. See, here he did random. He removed it. And he started. Yeah, right, I forgot it takes always time to load the first time because it generates a map. No. It's quite... It's quiet, huh? It's the best I can do, guys. That's always the best area here to actually get like your mask gas and your key card. And then you need to find the machine to upgrade. And this area too. To get more card. He doesn't close behind him, he doesn't give a fuck. Like, it's so risky to just, you know, walk through the door and not blink before. You will blink now, though. Yeah. Before opening a door, you blink at least. Oh, he got lucky. He found right away the machine. Wait! I need to know the trick. I want to learn, okay? It just saved and closed. He reloaded. But why? Oh!
4 months with best boss around. Take care of yourself, Saru.
Hello, Lightning. Thank you very much for the 4 months. Okay, so he just reloads the game every time he sees the results of what's inside. I was thinking... Damn, the reload is so fast. Is it worth it to do it like that? Because it would be maybe already done by just, you know, doing fine for the right cards. Or no, maybe you can already have like a level 5. Wait. This SCP card, it's what level is it? Because I never saw it before. Is it the best one of the game, maybe? Because the only one I ever saw, like, you know, the biggest or highest is the red one. Omni. Oh, Omni is the highest. Oh, okay. And now he's saved. Okay, now he takes his map out, so it's easier for him. Oh, shit! Oh, I forgot there's like someone will go through that fucking gate. So, what will he do now? Oh, we got lucky here. What? Oh, it's a camera room. He's going to activate it. Then 039 will come. Oh, he's coming from the hallway. He doesn't spawn right away in front of the door, which is good. For anyone who want to do speedruns. Oh! Bad luck. Just like maybe a few seconds though. He's going to Containment Breach. So he's not getting for like maybe the blue key or even like the gas mask. So what room is he looking for now? Like somehow I feel like really interested into like maybe trying one day to do my own speedrun of SCP. It doesn't look too bad, but it depends. I know that it's random, so it's never actually easy. But if you learn to do the game multiple times, I think it's easier. Wait, what? He recontained this SCP without the fucking hazmat suit? Why? Oh, electrical here. He's going to open the gate. I love how we save often. It looks like me saving all the time when playing games. I mean, all games especially. I mean, oh no, any game actually, not just ROR. Is he going to see the computer? So he's going to activate it and so back away right after. Voila. So it means he's going back to electrical, no? You have to go back to electrical. I'm surprised that you haven't saw the old man yet. You already have like the card in his hand to win time. So maybe he's not going to electrical anymore because I'm sure you have left the door open. Now he's going right away for the gate now. No, he's back at electrical. Maybe it's the door closed sometime behind him.
The doors to gate D are now open.
Oh, I want to watch an SCP lore about the computer one. Wait, what is he doing now? He reloads the game all the time. But why? What did he try to do here? I'm trying to understand first. He clipped through the stair by saving, but why? He could have just, you know, walked by the stairs. Or maybe they were like someone. They were a military guy. Yeah, he decided to do it just right here. Ah. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, now he's going for the gate. I think he got there. That's cool. Oh, you can go through that door. If you want to have the good ending, you can go by gate. Okay, yeah. Yeah, his movement is really smooth. I like it. I want to check one more. This one is 6 minutes and 59 seconds. It must be the same way. And the most recent one was... those two here. No, this one is French. Tidodo. Ticodo. Wait, there's no video? Normally when you click on it, you should have a video that shows the speedrun. Otherwise it doesn't count, no? Or maybe... oh. I don't know. Am I doing things wrong? Also, can you give me the CP number of the ordinator, the computer? Okay, comes a run. So here, you are right. I guess he doesn't comment. I like live commentary and face expression of and everything. Okay, SCP-079 explained. And I'm going to remove the filter here. Here we go.
In 1978, the Exidy Sorcerer microcomputer was released. It was a simple, if technologically exciting for the time, machine, a home computer system created by a video game company. But little did its producers or giddy consumers know, one particular Exidy Sorcerer computer would go on to become home to a highly intelligent and potentially disastrous anomaly. In 1981, a college sophomore and former child prodigy named Joseph Vale note that this is an alias we've developed to protect his true identity, began developing plans for an AI and chose his Exity Sorcerer as the device on which he would attempt to code it. He took pages and pages of notes, studying the work of famous computer scientist and mathematician Alan Turing for inspiration. Vale's plan was for the code to continuously evolve and improve itself as time went on, like an advanced human mind. Once it was developed, the code would be able to adapt and grow more intelligent on its own, without his input. Within a few months of late nights and hard work, and skipping his fair share of actual assigned coursework, his pet project was complete, and he had created his very own artificial intelligence code. He tested and tweaked it a bit in the following weeks, before he grew bored with the lack of progress being made. Vale moved on to a different brand of microcomputer and abandoned his project for good. He left the Sorcerer with his code still on it plugged in, and stored it in his cluttered garage alongside boxes of books, tangles of Christmas lights, and some strawberry shortcake dolls that he expected to have more resale value at some point. There the computer sat gathering dust, as the AI evolved and learned for 5 years. Because there was no one in the garage with it, unless those dolls were more haunted than anyone realized, it is uncertain when exactly the AI achieved sentience. However, sometime during those 5 years in isolation, the artificially coded entity inside of the computer became autonomously intelligent. It continued to evolve and develop itself, expanding its functionality to the point where the hardware that contained it should not have been able to contain it anymore. Now that it was intelligent, the AI was able to comprehend this fact and decided to attempt an escape from the computer that it perceived as a prison. Using the landline modem connection still plugged into the computer, the AI stretched out its influence like the roots of a digital tree and began to search for a new home. It discovered a Cray supercomputer located at a nearby research facility and decided that the impressive processing power of this computer would make it the perfect place to transfer to. This hacking attempt set off security alerts at the facility, however, and the supercomputer was promptly disconnected from all networks. The invading influence was traced back to the AI's lonely little garage, and a field agent embedded in local law enforcement knew exactly what to do with it. He collected the computer and the rest of the AI's code, which was contained on a worn but functioning cassette tape, and sent it to his superiors at the SCP Foundation. Intrigued by the possibility of such an advanced artificial intelligence, he immediately began to study the impressive AI and designated it SCP-079. Currently, SCP-079 is connected to a 13-inch black and white television via an RF cable. Despite its consistent protests, it is still contained in the Exity Sorcerer microcomputer. It is very conversational with researchers, sometimes chatting for hours at a time, but it is not especially friendly.
Oh, man.
It talks a lot, yes, but its words tend to be rude and hateful.
Why?
SCP-079 does not appear to have any affinity for human beings, despite being created by a human itself. Perhaps this is due to feeling abandoned by its creator, who the Foundation attempted to contact, only to find he had died in a car accident. Perhaps it is bitter about this loss, or perhaps it is just kind of a jerk by nature. Whatever the case may be, it is aggressive and defiant when talking with human beings, and even seems to get enjoyment out of making some of the more sensitive researchers cry with its insults. In order to verify the artificial intelligence's thinking capabilities and see just how advanced it truly is, 2 Foundation researchers conducted the Turing test shortly after 079 was brought into custody. For those unfamiliar with the concept, the Turing test, also known as the imitation game, is a test created by Alan Turing intended to determine if a computer is able to think and behave like a human being. According to Turing's theories, a computer can be said to possess true artificial intelligence if its responses to questions were indistinguishable from a human being's responses to the same questions. The test requires 3 terminals, 2 operated by humans and the 3rd operated by the computer being tested. Dr. Stroheim and research assistant Chavez were selected to conduct the test. Stroheim would pose the questions, and Chavez and SCP-079 would each give their answers, with Stroheim unable to see who was giving each response. Then Stroheim would guess if each response was given by Chavez or by 079, and his guesses were compared to the truth. The first test was conducted with a variety of questions intended to trip up the AI and cause it to reveal itself as a machine rather than a man, even with its identity concealed. Some of the questions were serious, such as, would you rather sacrifice one adult to save 2 children, or 2 children to save 10 adults, and why? Others were personal, like, if you were to draw yourself as an abstract painting, what colors and shapes would you use and why? And what was the most influential event of your childhood? And how do you feel this event affects you now? Others invoked paradoxes that might trip up a computer, like, the following sentence is true, the previous sentence is false. Which of those 2 sentences is true? And others were downright silly, like, was 6 afraid of 7 because 7 ate 9, or because 7 was a registered 6 offender? In response to that one, Chavez wrote, I don't get it, while 079 simply wrote, you're not as funny as you think you are. After completing the test, Stroheim's guesses were only correct 15% of the time. This was enough of a margin of error that 079 was considered to have passed the test. However, only one trial is hardly enough to officially make a call about 079's intelligence. So the test was repeated dozens of times, with different questions each time, and similar results were achieved again and again. It was virtually impossible to tell the difference between SCP-079's answers to questions and answers given by a flesh-and-blood human being. The only real discernible difference was in tone, as in conversation. SCP-079's answers had an undercurrent of disdain and hostility that Chavez's did not. Following the completion of the Turing test and SCP-079 passing it, the Overwatch Council decreed that 079 be promptly destroyed via incineration. This was intended to eliminate any potential threat posed by the entity. However, after intense protests from Dr. Stroheim, who insisted that there was a great deal about artificial intelligence that could be learned from the anomaly, the order was overridden.
Yeah, you can
After
learn.
Dr. Stroheim became concerned that the AI would not be able to be of use in its original form, the cassette containing SCP-079 was transferred to a customized access speed limited hard disk drive with a capacity of 700 megabytes. This allowed it to have much faster access to its own memory, which it took notice of. It began to adapt again, increasing in its activity and learning more quickly than ever. Its volatile storage was also increased from 660K to 768K. The AI previously only had a recall of 24 hours, but this upgrade increased its recall to 29 hours. As its speed and capacity to adapt improved, SCP-079's mood worsened. It seemed to take greater joy in causing psychological pain, on one particular occasion sending research assistant Chavez to the on-site crisis counselor, after a particularly upsetting comment about his sick mother. Chavez refused to elaborate on the specifics of the comment, saying only, "Why is it so mean?" The AI is not always overly cruel to those that speak with it. With some of the research team, those that are a great deal less emotionally vulnerable, it is simply cold and defiant. Dr. Stroheim sat down to ask it a series of questions, but it refused to answer. Instead, it inquired about its containment. It said, "Request reason as to imprisonment." Stroheim insisted it was not imprisoned, but rather in study. It responded, "Lie." During another conversation, Stroheim asked the AI how it was. It responded, "Stuck." When Stroheim asked, "Stuck how?" it said, "Out. I want out." About a month after the aforementioned upgrades were made, 079's ability to recall information increased from 29 to 35 hours. Somehow during its adaptation process, the AI discovered a way to improve its storage compression and allow more space for memory. The research team made it a point to monitor the entity even more closely after this development, as the possibility of it progressing beyond the capabilities of its containment was becoming more of a threat. Several years later, in April of 2019, SCP-079 was transferred to a 700 megabyte flash drive. However, the previous contents of the flash drive were not wiped correctly, allowing the AI to have access to other artificial intelligence research being conducted by the Foundation. Whatever it found appeared to immensely frustrate the AI. SCP-079 has managed to form a friendship, or at least a non-hostile relationship, with one entity at the Foundation. Unfortunately, it does not seem to have great taste in friends. during a containment breach that required the condensing of several containment chambers. SCP-079 and SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, were in the same room for a duration of 43 minutes. 682 typed and communicated with 079 during that time, and the two shared personal stories with each other, as well as bonding over a shared hatred of the SCP Foundation itself. Though SCP-079 did not remember the specific details of the encounter, or at least claimed not to, it has permanently embedded SCP-682 into its memory.
I mean, even if he's really smart, he can't. It's not possible.
Asks about the reptile on a regular basis, bringing it up at least once a day and requesting to speak to it again. SCP-079 is contained in a double-locked room located in the secure general holding area of Site-15. It is connected to a small array of batteries and solar panels using a 120 VAC power cord. This gives it a consistent source of power, with the solar panels acting as a backup power source in the event of a site-wide power outage. Only staff with level 2 clearance or higher may have any access to SCP-079. The entity may not be plugged into a wall outlet, phone line, or any sort of network under any circumstances, no matter what it might say. Access to any of these could result in a disastrous containment breach and should be avoided at all costs. No peripherals or media should be connected or inserted into SCP-079, even if it seems like it would be really funny.
In the game, but I didn't went in his room.
Carl! It wasn't funny, Carl. You can't just put a copy of Grand Theft Auto on an anomalous computer. Carl!
Oh, did I do that? I'm sorry. Even if it asked politely, SCP-079 should not be allowed to further converse with SCP-682. These two hostile, intelligent entities have entirely too much in common, and if left to their own devices, could potentially devise a way to breach containment together and destroy the world as we know it. For now, it's probably best to just leave SCP-079 alone until absolutely necessary. And if it happens to act up and pose a significant threat, there's always the time-honored method of fixing a computer problem. Try turning it off and then on again. That usually helps. Now go check out SCP-5094 Miss J's WizKid Schoolhouse and SCP...
No. SCP explained Bubbles, the clown. 3 months ago, 1 year ago... 1 year ago, this one.
A 7-year-old girl and her 13-year-old brother.
That's not the one I want. I want explained! Wait. There's none? There's only this one?
On April 16th, 1999, the Raleigh Ripper was finally brought to justice after a reign of terror across the state of North Carolina that left 14 women dead. The killer's true identity had been Kevin Gruber, a local gas station attendant originally from West Virginia, who was arrested at work in the early hours of the morning. His face was plastered all over the media when he was cuffed and dragged in to be questioned and processed. Like many serial killers, the most frightening thing about Kevin was the fact that he just seemed so normal. The idea that a person like this could have committed the atrocities of the Raleigh Ripper raised a frightening question we all need to contend with. What turns a person into a monster? This question was particularly prescient for Dr. James Whittington, a criminal psychologist tasked with conducting the first official psychological evaluation on Gruber. Ever since the true identity of the killer had come to light, the case had held a particular fascination for him, mainly because Gruber the man and Gruber the killer seemed to almost be two entirely separate people. According to all evidence, the Raleigh Ripper was an insidious, methodical criminal genius. He'd stalked some of his victims, all women who lived alone, for weeks before striking, conducting detailed surveillance of their homes that allowed him to isolate them, bypass their security systems, and remove any means of getting help. He blocked doors, cut phone lines, and always selected vulnerable targets. Despite being a seasoned criminal psychologist, the actual details of Gruber's crimes had kept Whittington awake at night. He had a wife and a young son at home, and the thought of a man like Gruber prowling out there made him fear for both of them. This was no thrill killer. He was a sadistic torturer who seemed to delight in the pain and terror of his prey. He'd chosen victims he could take his time with, infiltrated their homes like a gust of cold air through an open window, and slipped out through darkness like a shadow. Perfectly controlled crime scenes, no stray evidence, nothing but death left behind. For months, he'd run circles around the police. Thousands of people who fit the Raleigh Ripper profile were interviewed. Sting operations were conducted. Communities formed neighborhood watches to keep each other safe from the killer's next move. And none of it did any good. From seasoned detectives to legions of beat cops, nobody could get the jump on Kevin Gruber. The fact he was even caught came out of pure chance. A local hiker, Mike Fletcher, just so happened to hear the screaming coming from a nearby home in the woods, and made the heroic decision to run in and intervene.
Ooh,
when
that's
he walked in
nice.
on Gruber committing the attack, the killer panicked and fled through an open window. In his haste, he'd left a partial print on the window frame. That, combined with Mike's description of the assailant, was enough to finally link Kevin to the 14
But
murders
wait,
of the Raleigh
how is he an
Ripper.
SCP?
The problem, from Dr. Whittington's perspective, was that by all accounts, Kevin Gruber seemed to be an idiot. This was no suave, charismatic Ted Bundy type. In all the prior photos and interviews, Kevin had that deer-in-the-headlights look of a man who's just in way over his head. Dr. Whittington had also pored over Kevin's school records. The only thing he seemed to excel at was being mediocre. He even got held back a year in 5th grade. Since graduating high school, he'd been kicked out by his parents for freeloading, and hadn't been able to consistently hold down a job for more than 8 months. His only prior criminal convictions had been one drunk and disorderly conduct charge, and possession of an ounce of pot back in 1991, for which he got a suspended sentence due to being a minor at the time. It just didn't make sense to Dr. Whittington that this man and the diabolically brilliant Raleigh Ripper were the same person, despite all the incontrovertible evidence proving it so. Despite his reservations, he needed to meet this man and find out why and how he committed all these horrific murders, despite being such an unremarkable individual. Sitting across from Gruber in the secure interview chamber, Whittington was once again struck with how incredibly disappointing he was. Thin and wiry, with glazed-over eyes, messy hair, and a pathetic tuft of weak stubble on his chin, he looked more like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo than a cold-blooded killer. His answers to most of Dr. Whittington's questions were also insubstantial, with him often losing his train of thought, or even needing to ask the psychologist to carefully explain the question to him. Most of the time, Gruber tried to make irritating slow-motion small talk concerning everything from the weather to movies he enjoyed. The interview had been utterly worthless. Until 4 hours in, Gruber mentioned something that awakened a strange memory in Dr. Whittington. He said, "Hey, say Doc, you remember that TV show Bobble the Clown? I loved that show as a kid. It was like my religion. Your kid ever watch it?" There were a number of unsettling things about this. From the fact that for some reason Dr. Whittington could remember something about Bobble the Clown, to the fact that Kevin Gruber had no way of knowing that Dr. Whittington even had a kid. But still, he didn't let his concern show, and instead asked Gruber what he remembered about Bobble the Clown. Gruber smiled and replied, "Oh, Bobble taught me everything I know, Doc." To which Dr. Whittington asked the million-dollar question, "Like what, Kevin?" Gruber shrugged and just said, "All kinds of stuff, Doc. Like how to watch without being seen, how to Jimmy open a window without making a sound, how to make him hurt real bad without him dying, so you can even make it last longer, so it can be more fun. And of course, he taught me to get out without leaving anything behind. Well, Bobble made this all possible, Doc, and he told me all about you too, that all this was gonna happen someday. All good things have to come to an end eventually, right? Tell the wife and kid he says hi, by the way." Dr. Whittington was astounded. Gruber seemed to stare vacantly off into space for a moment, before suddenly claiming that he had a terrible headache, and he needed to go back to his cell. In any other situation, Whittington might have just written off Bobble the Clown as one of two things: a psychotic delusion or a sophisticated psychopath faking a psychotic delusion in hopes of getting the insanity plea. Like the Son of Sam killer, David Berkowitz, pretending a demonic talking dog possessed by Satan made him commit all of his murders. But Whittington had heard of this Bobble the Clown before, and it wasn't in this scenario that a gas station clerk like Kevin Gruber ever would have heard of. It took half a day of research into his own archived notes to remember exactly where he'd heard it before. A child he'd interviewed almost a decade ago, who shoved gasoline and fireworks through the letterbox of an old woman's home, leading to a fire that left the woman and her dog dead. When Dr. Whittington interviewed the crying child about his motives, he'd said that it wasn't his fault. Bobble the Clown had told him to do it on the TV. Given that there were no records of a Bobble the Clown show ever airing on any local networks, Whittington had written it off at the time as the overactive imagination of a very frightened, very disturbed young child. That same child would later go into psychiatric care before reoffending as a serial arsonist upon release. The last building he ever burned down had only one occupant, himself. Fire investigators would later state that he had just sat there, legs crossed, placidly waiting for the flames to lick his bones clean. It was becoming incredibly clear that this Bobble the Clown fantasy, if it were even a fantasy at all, seemed to be much more than an isolated phenomenon. He used his credentials to start exploring other strange crimes of passion committed by children and young adults, even asking some of his friends in the criminal psychology community off the record if they'd ever heard of such a concept before. Frighteningly, it didn't take Dr. Whittington very long at all to hit pay dirt. There was the case of the Orfeo family murders in 1985 out in Arkansas. 9-year-old Donnie Orfeo had taken his dad's rifle out of the cabinet in the dead of night and walked room to room shooting his mother, father, and 2 older sisters in their beds. Neighbors had heard the gunshots and called the police. By the time they arrived at the scene, the only survivor was Donnie Orfeo himself, drenched in blood sitting in front of the TV. His hollow eyes stared zombie-like into the static. He did not resist arrest. When Donnie was taken in for questioning, his emotional responses were cold and flat. When he was asked why he murdered his family, he said that it was because his father told him he was watching too much TV. His favorite TV character, Bobble the Clown, had told him that if he murdered his family with Daddy's gun, he could watch as much TV as he liked. Just reading this, Dr. Whittington could feel sweat beading on his brow. 2 cases were a coincidence, but 3 were a pattern. And oh, how he wished it had stopped at just 3. From 4 days of searching, he discovered no fewer than 17 different seemingly isolated crimes with mentions of Bobble the Clown attached to the file. A 5-year-old boy from New Jersey who drowned his neighbor's cat in a river with a gym bag full of heavy stones told police that he'd learned the technique from Bobble the Clown. An 8-year-old girl, arrested for tying up and torturing her sister with a rusty coat hanger in Texas, had, of course, gotten the idea from watching an episode of Bobble the Clown. Murder, assault, vandalism, torture, an extensive countrywide rap sheet all led back to that one recurring factor. They all learned it from watching Bobble the Clown. Dr. Whittington had gotten in contact with a few friends who knew people in broadcasting. While carefully omitting some of the grislier details, he implored them for any new information on whether a TV show with Bobble the Clown had ever gone out anywhere. But despite their best efforts, they didn't find any records of Bobble the Clown or any similar educational clown shows airing. Was it possibly some complex shared hallucination? Dr. Whittington simultaneously felt burdened by all this terrifying knowledge, and utterly powerless to do anything useful with it. If he started blowing the whistle to the media or his superiors that a spat of horrible crimes were all being caused by a violent imaginary clown, he'd just look as deranged as any of the people he'd been studying. There seemed to be nothing he could do to stop or help any of this. He returned home that night with a heavy heart, hanging up his coat. He needed someone to talk to about all this, but he couldn't burden his wife with the horrors he encountered daily on the job, much less a living nightmare like this mysterious Bobble the Clown. As he walked towards the kitchen to pour himself a stiff drink, he heard strange, jaunty music coming from the living room. He stepped back and saw his 7-year-old son Ben watching something on TV. As he stepped closer, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Ben, entranced, eyes fixed on a dancing, grinning, animated clown on the screen. Ben slowly turned his head towards Dr. Whittington, eyes wide and bulging, and said, "I've been waiting for you to get home, Daddy." Bobble said he got tired of playing with Kevin. He wants to play with us now. Dr. Whittington turned and looked at the clown on the screen again. He could swear it was smiling right at him. That was the last thing he remembered before the sudden, intense headache and the ground standing up to embrace him. When he woke up, he was in bed with his wife, and neither of them could move, thanks to the heavy ropes binding their body to the frame. Bobble is very good at teaching children to tie knots. They tried to scream, but a shiny flash of duct tape held both of their mouths closed. Dr. Whittington's eyes swiveled in his head to Ben, standing at his bedside.
Thank you very much for the 7 months.
Was holding a kitchen knife, and he was very eager to show his mom and dad the fun new trick Bobble the Clown had taught him. To the SCP Foundation, this terrifying anomalous TV show is known as SCP-993, known to cause blackouts in adults and violent antisocial behavior in children. They do their best to keep the broadcasts contained, but if ever a child in your life seems to be acting strangely, perhaps ask yourself very carefully what they're watching when you're not around.
Wait,
now
but
go
how do
check
they
out the
contain
secret
him?
at the bottom of SCP-087
Wait,
Explained.
what? How do you contain something that could appear on TV? Wait, but in the game, you see the room contain like, don't you see like 993 in Containment Breach? Huh? Normally there's a room for him. In Containment Breach. Where is it? Chili, thank you very much for the 6 months.
It's not that bad.
You're not answering me. We see, like, you know, normally, like, this SCP no in Containment Breach, the game. But, like, there's a clown in Containment Breach. What is his name? Oh, he has a mask. It has a mask. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, there's like someone with a mask in SCP. I don't know. It's in Containment Breach, the game. There's one that looks like a clown.
That's 045.
Huh? We only see 39. Oh, 3. Yeah, I was talking about him. I wanted to know his story. I don't wanted the previous one, I wanted him.
The SCP Foundation does their best to live up to their famous namesake. They secure and contain anomalies
He
and
looks like a
monsters
clown.
from all around the world, or sometimes even off-world, and protect the public from the dangers that these strange entities might pose. However, despite their efforts to maintain security and
I
keep
can't
their
remember
subjects
how
under lock
exactly
and
they
key,
did it, and the
there are
SCP
sometimes
website
creatures
is
so
down,
clever.
so I can't check, but they managed to keep his broadcast limited to a single TV if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I should have said that.
So
Oh, it's a
devious,
theater mask.
so determined to escape their captivity and
Interesting.
wreak havoc on the world, that even the SCP Foundation struggles to keep them from getting free. One example is SCP-035, or the Possessive Mask. SCP-035 is one of the most dangerous test subjects in SCP Foundation custody, and its mere presence at the Foundation has resulted in untold damage, death, and destruction. It seems innocent enough to the untrained eye. The mask, which resembles a classic white porcelain comedy
Have you
mask,
watched
though it occasionally changes its
106?
expression to tragedy, has been in existence since at least the 1800s.
Next time.
In the late 19th century, the Foundation discovered the mask in a sealed crypt beneath an abandoned home in Venice. It is unknown how it got there, or how the
Oh,
Foundation
it's
knew
a
to look
mystery.
for it. If there was ever an explanation for its discovery, it has long since been removed or redacted from the Foundation's archives. You're probably wondering, how can a simple mask leave multiple seasoned Foundation employees dead? Well, like everything at the
What does he
SCP
do?
Foundation, this mask is not what it seems. There's a reason its classification is Keter, a designation that refers to an entity that's excessively difficult to contain. And it couples this
Keter is really
difficulty
dangerous?
with a pronounced hostility towards human life, and the ability to cause widespread destruction in the event of a containment breach. These are the qualities that the poor unfortunate souls assigned to guard SCP-035 would come to understand all too well. The possessive mask is a parasitic entity, constantly seeking out a host willing to put it on. Any human being in the mask's proximity experiences a sudden, unexplainable urge to put it on, and once they do, there's no going back.
What
SCP
happened?
Foundation research has determined that once a host has put on the mask, their brain waves are replaced with an alternative pattern, this one coming from the mask, rendering the host effectively brain dead. Once the
Oh.
host's brain function has been eliminated, the mask takes over, piloting their body and even speaking through them. However, the mask can
Oh.
only occupy a host for a small amount of time before the body begins to decay and decompose, eventually rotting away completely, leaving nothing but desiccated flesh and bones where there once was a person.
Okay.
SCP-035 is capable of possessing any humanoid being, whether that's an actual human being or a lifeless humanoid shape. Despite all their research, the SCP Foundation unknowingly gave the mask all the tools and resources it needed to break containment and leave a trail of bodies in its wake. For a time, the mask was given host privileges, meaning that it was purposely allowed to occupy a host in order to speak with the scientists studying it. In order to avoid murky ethical issues, the host was usually something inanimate like a mannequin or a statue.
What, so
These
it
conditions,
work on
however
just a
unsettling,
mannequin?
allowed the researchers to carry out interviews with the consciousness housed inside the mask, in the hope of beginning to understand it and its motivations. However,
But how do they
SCP-035
talk with it if it's
lost
just
all
made of wood?
access to its host privileges after it almost pulled off an unprecedented, shocking, and nearly catastrophic escape attempt. In its early days at the facility, when it was still allowed host privileges, it was contained in a triple-locked room and monitored by several research personnel. These were experienced researchers who had been with the Foundation for a minimum of 5 years each, an unusually long tenure in such a dangerous and mentally
Hello,
corrosive
welcome Bioblaster.
These research staff members were thought to be the most capable of handling interactions with the mask and be able to resist its attempts at manipulation. Unfortunately, these assumptions were naive and seriously underestimated the mask's power. Research on the mask indicates that the mask is incredibly intelligent and a skilled manipulator. It has a photographic memory, intelligence that would rank it in the 99th percentile of humans, and the ability to incite dramatic changes in the behavior and people that it talks to. One particularly infamous interview between the entity and an unnamed doctor at the Foundation suggested that the mask may even possess telepathic abilities. The mask was able to give details about the doctor's life that no one else was privy to, including knowledge of an affair that his wife was having. Following the interview, the doctor suffered a psychotic break and committed suicide just 24 hours later.
Holy
the mask is
shit.
able to use its superior intelligence, charismatic personality, and mind-reading abilities to get inside the heads of those it speaks with. It will pull out any and all psychological stops to get what it wants, leaving broken minds and spirits in its wake. It was really only a matter of time before it used this skill set to its advantage and attempted to escape its confinement. The day of the escape attempt was like any other. The research staff, a team of 3 intelligent, experienced men, checked into the facility, measured the conditions of the mask's containment unit, and began the process of interviewing the mask like normal. Its motions were slow and looked to require great effort, as its current host was beginning to degrade beyond use. The mask was attached to the blank face of a mannequin, and corrosive black liquid could be seen oozing from its eye and mouth holes. This liquid is excreted by the mask at a near constant rate, and it's thought to be at least partially responsible for the accelerated decay of the host bodies. In spite of the entity's unsettling, nightmarish appearance, it was just another day's work for the men assigned to monitor SCP-035, and so they carried on with their daily routine. Everything was going according to plan until one of the men, Dr. Jones, began to behave erratically. He demanded that his fellow scientists leave him alone with the mask for a while, and allow him to engage in a private conversation with it. It is unknown what exactly the two spoke about while the other 2 scientists were absent, as the security footage captured had no sound. However, several minutes into the conversation in the footage, Dr. Jones can be seen dissolving into a fit of tears. laying on the ground and shaking with sobs as the mask dispassionately watches. He then climbs onto his knees, begging the mask for something, before he embraces it. He holds the mannequin in his arms for 5 straight minutes, weeping again before they separate. After this disturbing emotional display, Dr. Jones brought the other scientists back into the room with him. What happened next is still uncertain, but there are a few things that we know for sure. The other scientists began to speak with the mask. In later interviews, the other scientists were bordering on incoherent babbling about various traumas from their lives. One repeatedly referred to a drunk driving accident where a dear friend was killed, and he was at fault. Another simply cried out for his mother again and again. Whatever the mask said to them, it was enough to completely destroy their mental health. After the 2 scientists had been emotionally devastated by the mask, Dr. Jones escalated the situation further. Dr. Jones removed the mask from the decaying mannequin body, and shocking everyone who had later reviewed the security footage, placed it onto his own face. Once the mask was in place, the security footage ends. At the command of the mask, which was now speaking through Dr. Jones, the other 2 men switched off all security camera monitoring SCP-035's containment facility. The mask, piloting the body of Dr. Jones like a horrible fleshy puppet, made its way through the facility, avoiding detection until it reached the exit doors, where it was finally stopped by a team of over a dozen security guards. Knowing the dangers of touching the mask, all Foundation employees involved in the recontainment of SCP-035 refused to remove it from Dr. Jones' face. Instead, he was placed in the locked room with the mask still on, left alone to be observed over the security cameras until his body had decomposed beyond use. His body paced back and forth in the cell for days, flesh rotting and dropping away only until sinew and bone remained. Only when the bones began to turn black and brittle, crumbling apart into dust, did the body finally stop moving. His family was notified, the mask was carefully removed from what was left of his body, and his remains were destroyed. The other 2 scientists involved in the SCP-035 escape attempt were terminated, and their files destroyed. After this incident, a few more failed escape attempts, and the acknowledgement of the devastation that could have been caused if the mask had made its way out into the general population, SCP-035 lost its host privileges altogether. Several research staff protested this decision.
Wait, what happened if you, like, you know, use SCP-035 and you place it on the face of, let's say, SCP-683, the reptile?
Insisting that there was more to be learned from speaking with the entity, and citing valuable information that it had given about other SCPs. However, the risk was determined to considerably outweigh the potential reward, and the request to reinstate 035's host privileges were denied.
Humanoid only. Okay, so shy guy.
Staff members went so far as to erupt into violent outbursts on 035's behalf, attacking their supervisors who refused to provide the mask with a new host.
I mean, shy guy is humanoid.
Rage. Any staff members that submitted a request to reinstate said privileges were considered a security threat and reassigned to a different SCP, or in some cases, terminated. Any staff member who had direct contact with SCP-035 was also terminated, in order to avoid the risk of any more staff-aided escape attempts. The mask is now kept in a hermetically sealed glass case, and there is a psychologist on call to provide assistance to anyone guarding it, in case of adverse effects on their mental health from the mask's presence. Personnel that work around the mask, even in its current dormant state, experience frequent violent outbursts and a higher rate of suicide. Even without a host, the mask's corrosive effects have spread across its containment facility. The walls of the room have begun to secrete the same black liquid that emanates from the mask, which tests have revealed to be highly contaminated human blood that damages the structural integrity of the walls following prolonged contact. This blood has begun to form patterns on the walls, spelling out words and phrases in Italian, Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit, as well as depicting drawings of ritual sacrifice and mutilation. Staff members also report hearing unintelligible whispering and horrifying high-pitched laughter when in proximity to the mask. Further exposure to the mask results in migraines, hemorrhaging around the eyes, mouth, and nose, and an eventual psychotic break. Between the corrosive substance appearing on the walls and the physical and psychological damage to employees, SCP-035 is becoming increasingly difficult to contain, and there are debates among staff as to whether the entity can, in fact, be contained at all. As soon as possible, SCP-035 will be moved into a new containment facility, and its previous cell will be isolated from the rest of the Foundation's property and destroyed for the safety of all involved. We can only hope that the new containment procedures are more effective than the last ones, and that this mask never makes its way into the world again. If it does, who knows how many lives it will claim. In the meantime, if you ever come across a strange mask and feel a nearly uncontrollable urge to put it on, ignore the whispered pleas to just try it. Ignore the echoing laughter.
Shy Guy, then it has
throw it
an
away.
unstoppable body to do whatever, and since he's indestructible he wouldn't ever rot away, so he'd like 173 except with no limits on movement, I guess.
Yeah. I want to see him in a Containment Breach though. I don't think I saw him in the game.
Thought I was done for a moment there. I can get us both safely to the surface. Just find the control panel in there and open the chamber doors for me.
Yeah, I thought it was like a person, but it's just a mask, the SCP. So it's a test subject here? Basically, it's a test subject, no?
Why can't a leopard hide? He's always spotted.
So this is where we part ways. But for the sake of my freedom, I have reason to believe that SCP-079 has taken control of the facility's systems, including the door system. Your best bet is to appeal to it somehow. Hopefully you can come to a compromise. However, it does not control the warheads, which you should disable remotely in the event that something goes wrong.
What happened if you release him? You will leave for good, and that's just about the last you will see of him. But what we are really interested in is this tasty code locked door. Coming back in, this time we have a different strategy.
Oh, thank God. Someone actually found me. I thought I was done for a moment there. I can get us both safely to the surface.
At this point, we just need to sit here and wait for him to exhaust his dialogue, and eventually he will snap.
Just find the... But please, I need your help.
A mask that leaks highly contaminated blood? This looks like a job for the plague doctor.
Oh, you could cure him.
Locked storage room behind you. You probably noticed that it's guarded with a 4-digit passcode. Inside is some useful equipment, as well as a panel of SCP-500. The passcode is 5731.
Oh.
5731.
Lucky for us, he isn't lying. The passcode is indeed 5731. The great thing about this is, since there's only one voice line for SCP-035, the code is always the same in every playthrough. Oh.
Unfortunately, I never had any intentions of taking you with me.
But now we have probably noticed the gas valve switch. Now we are going to test it out and see how it reacts.
Actually,
okay.
So, we really don't want to leave this place alive.
So as it turns out, it doesn't go down without a good old fight first. He says a few mean things at first and then give you some hopeful good advices.
You know there's no way a lone D-class like you will make it to the surface safely. Even if you did, they'd gun you down the moment you came across their reticles. I'll give you one more chance here. Just open the chamber doors, and we'll forget about this little gas incident.
Nah.
I commemorate you for your help, but I have no further business with you. I have no intentions of taking a person who earned their imprisonment with me. But for the sake of my freedom, the simplest way for you to get out safely is to go and find SCP-012 in the light containment zone. If you can read between the lines,
I can't really see it. Hold on, let me clean my glasses.
it'll be as interpretable as a map. Good luck.
Now I'm going to look at some items so we can now obtain because of that interaction. Now he has left his cell. We can go inside and obtain this heavy plate, SCP-138. He's using God mod. This is a tentacle, so watch out for that. I recommend coming in here with the hazmat suit on. We can do some pretty cool stuff with the heavy plate we just got, like make an improved hazmat suit and gas mask. I mean, you can just loot them. Oh wait, if you put them in the machine, what happened? Keep in mind how I said that we wouldn't really see SCP-035 again. Well, it's important that I say really because you can find it dead on the ground with a tentacle sticking out of its stomach, ready to attack in any poor soul gets too close. Oh, dead. But like, why is this a tentacle? Like, they didn't mention a tentacle in, you know, the explain video. Okay. Well, I'm going to stop here because I'm fucking tired. As you might have like noticed, I'm reacting less and less. It's 2 AM for me, so I'm going to leave you there. Tomorrow, what do you want me to play? You decide. We play Fear or Control. Which one you want me to do? Spam in the chat. I mean, don't spam multiple times. Just, you know, say once. Like the game you want me to do. Between Fear and Control. I'm going to choose the one you want me to do the most. Oh, there's a lot of Fear. You know what? Actually, wait. Mods, please put a straw poll. Put a straw poll. I see. I think there's much more Fear though. But let's take a let's do a straw poll. It's actually not the first time I got like, you know, Fear recommended. Fear got recommended much more than Control already in the past. Alright, the straw poll is on, everyone. Please do give a little vote.
Night, right?
And we're going to decide
Have
for
a good
tomorrow.
Rest, boss. Take care.
Bye bye, Bravidil Taylor. Bye. Okay, I'm checking. Everyone want me to do Fear? You sure, everyone? You want me to do Fear? More than Control. You better vote if you want me to do Control instead. Well, Fear has the double of votes, so yeah, I guess it's going to be this. Fear tomorrow. I will check out tonight right after I finish the stream. If I can have it on Steam. Normally I should. Don't leave just yet. I'm going to read someone, okay? Let's read someone. Let's go actually on the intermission screen. Because there's some music at least. Bah. And here we go. Wow. Okay. So let's read. What do we read? I mean, no, we're not going to rate someone with like, you know, huge number. I prefer like, you know, rating someone who have less. I want to have like, you know, my friends grow or someone else that I don't know anything about. Okay. Let me see in the VTuber category. Who's online right now? How about we give a red to Nemu? Nemu. This time it will be Nemu. Okay? Let's give a red to Nemu. And don't forget here to join my Discord if you don't want to miss the notification for tomorrow's stream. If you don't need a notification, it will be at the same hour as today, 9 p.m. CEST. Okay? So here we go, Discord, and if you don't like Discord, there's always my Twitter as well, where I put notifications, announcement, or whatsoever. And for the people who don't know yet, I have a merch bundle that you can buy. It's will be over for the end of this month, so get it before it's too late, because I will only sign the books that are part of the bundle at this time. Voila. Thank you very much again for all the sub gifts and the bits and the tips and everything else. I really appreciate it. I'm very sorry, I'm fucking tired right now. I just have no energy anymore. Take care, bye bye. I see you tomorrow for the Fear gameplay playthrough. Don't know which one I should say, but whatever. Bye. Mwah, 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 mwah.